So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. In this video we will see what if badass Naruto reveals his deadly Sharingan in the Chunin exam. Before we jump into the story, let me explain the theme of the story first. Here, Kakashi took Naruto away from the village in order to better acquaint the little guy with his new Sharingan eyes. During which, Naruto learned extensive chakra control exercises, a new Taijutsu style and two of his affinities, fire and earth. Afterward, a new character entered named Yuga Kasumi. She and Kakashi had a history together, but her mission was to protect Naruto together with Kakashi, which she almost failed if the blonde wasn't awakened when the attack came. Now, a year has passed and Naruto returned to the village in order to join the academy. Let's see what happens next. I request you guys to put your headset on and enjoy this wonderful what if. These last couple of years were considered hell to our hero Uzumaki Naruto. Ever since he joined the academy, the pace in which he used to learn things diminished considerably. He still trained his already acquired techniques, but now most of his time, he was caught between learning the village's history and a couple of more need-to-know subjects, like geography of the elemental nation and mathematics. Although incredibly frustrating, he had to force his mind to learn all these information in order to pass the academy. The boy wasn't by all means the best of the class in this department. But it didn't mean he was the last one, either. Kakashi never stopped drilling into his head that being the best at the academy wasn't necessarily a good thing, seeing as it would direct more unwanted attention. The man also said to apply a bit, so Naruto was amongst the middle of the class in terms of book smart. In other fields, however, he didn't have much competition. In Taijutsu, he managed to beat every single one of his teammates and excelled in ninjutsu as he already knew the 3 academy jutsus. In accuracy, however, he only lost to the class Yuga, but the girl was using her Taijutsu the entire time, so Naruto didn't know if he was better or not. His Sharingan was considered an ace in the hole, not something to be used constantly. Said lesson, he took to heart after constant beatings from Kakashi, Kasumi and the Hokage himself. Today was the last day before the academy final test, and Yumino Iruka, the academy teacher, was taking his time recapitulating the entire curriculum in order to better prepare his students for tomorrow. The blonde just shrugged it off and decided to look around the class a bit. Because of what happened in the past, the village population pretty much loathed his existence like a plague that walked amongst them. Not only that, but also it seemed that those who lived through the Fox's attack 12 years ago passed on their hatred to their offspring. In other words, none of his classmates looked, talked or even shared a glimpse at him. It was like he didn't exist yet he never missed a day at school. He didn't mind, though. He had a lot of problems to cope with. The nightmare subsided almost completely, but every now and again, his mind would trick him, stealing some hours of sleep. Also, the whispers he still heard from the population made him almost relieve everything like it happened yesterday. Both Kakashi and Kasumi rotated in speaking to him, letting him know that they were there for him. Although he constantly appreciated and at the same time dismissed their concerns, Naruto was constantly asked by one of them if everything was alright. It was bad enough that even the Hokage came in one occasion, asking him the same thing. Naruto didn't believe his case was worthy of such concern, though. Yes, his past was dark, but he was coming to terms with it. Uzumaki Naruto. He couldn't just dismiss the Hokage, though. The old man was the closest thing he had to a grandfather. Naruto. It took Iruka screaming to wake the blonde from his wondering before the blonde paid attention to him. Yes, Iruka-sensei. Can you remember what the Nidaime Hokage was famous for and his weapon of choice? The question wasn't that hard, but he disliked the teacher's attitude. Seeing as people rarely talked to him, the blonde developed a sort of introspective personality, meaning he had the tendency to speak with himself a lot. Therefore, he didn't like being interrupted when he was thinking. Nidaime Hokage was famous for his mastery of Suiton ninjutsu, since he didn't need to use a nearby source of water. And his weapon was called the Raijin, which was used in complement with his Suiton ninjutsu. His answer was perfect, and if someone else answered like he did, Iruka wouldn't move on before complimenting him or her. But Naruto was hated by him, therefore Iruka, upon hearing the answer, simply shrugged it off and chose another person to ask the next question. The blonde didn't mind once more. He knew, from the Hokage, that Iruka's parents were killed by the fox. But then again, so did everyone, apparently. In little less than an hour, the class bell ringed and everyone left the classroom. Once outside, the blonde took notice that a lot of people were at the academy's entrance. Parents, sisters, brothers, even friends, waiting to pick the students and take them home. However, Naruto didn't even need to look for either Kakashi or Kasumi amongst the crowd. As Jounins, they were constantly sent out to high-level missions outside the village. He remembered, one time, though when Kasumi appeared and picked him up for some lunch it was a really good day. As he took the stairs towards the river that passed in front of the academy, he could hear the whispers coming from the parents, warning their offspring, time and time again, not to socialize with him. Naruto stopped and turned to meet some of those eyes, something he never did before. Just as he did so, everyone seemed to mind their own business and walk away. Although this was his first time doing so, Naruto wasn't surprised that people wouldn't curse him right in front of him. There was a law prohibiting it after all. After grabbing something to eat, the blonde was once more at his favorite place in the village. It was one of farthest training grounds, actually one of the last within Konoha territory. It wasn't special by any means, it was a plain field with a few trees and big rocks. What made Naruto choose this training ground was the fact that no one came here except for the Anbu team that protected him, but that was a different issue. For the first 20 minutes of his training, he would perform some light katas of his taijutsu style in order to get better acquainted with them. Then, he would exercise his chakra by running up and down the tallest tree of the training ground while molding the earth below him up and down as well. It was an exercise that Kakashi taught him a couple of months ago in order to improve his second affinity. Afterward, he would practice his taijutsu against the tree logs, as well as adding a couple of fire techniques to his sequence of attacks. His speed was improving, Naruto thought with a smile on his face. Both Kakashi and Kasumi said to him that training without the Sharingan would only be beneficial to him once he used the taijutsu. In order for your taijutsu to work more effectively, you need to improve your body and reflexes without it. It was a little difficult for the blonde to understand at first, but he now got it. The Sharingan, by itself, would point the enemy's moves, but what good that would be if the body couldn't react in time to avoid it. Every day, he maintained the same routine and with vigor. The leading Anbu quite often reported such to the Hokage whenever he had the chance to. After leaving the academy, he would grab something to eat and then come here to train until nightfall. Activating the Sharingan was the last item of his training agenda, and he actually used it to practice Jinjutsu as well. Actually, it was only one technique, but he practiced a lot with it, using a couple of bunchins for targets. As the sun began its descent, the blonde wiped the sweat off his face and marched towards his house. He would sleep early today to focus on the test tomorrow. It wouldn't bode well for him to fail because of laziness. In little less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the always busy merchant district and passed by as inconspicuous as possible so as not to cause any trouble. Since the Hokage assigned the Anbu team to protect him, no one else dared lift a finger to attack him, but you'd never know with this village. Naruto wouldn't put it past him to deal with a drunken ninja, pissed off at the unfairness of the world. Not to mention the fact that fighting in the middle of the open road could lead to some innocent people getting hurt, and he just couldn't handle one more reason for the population to hate him. Fortunately, he managed to reach his good-for-nothing apartment. Inside, he fixed some instant ramen and put on his night clothes. Tomorrow, he would have a metal headband on his forehead. The next day. Once every academy student arrived at the classroom, the first exam was handled, the written one began. The questions were pretty basic, save for a few that would serve to separate the best students from the merely passable ones. Questions like a brief history of the three ninjas trained by the Sandaime Hokage and the team's name. Naruto passed by the questions with apparent boredom until he landed in an interesting one, number 27. Man, they're unbelievable which method was used by the Yondaime Hokage to kill the Kyuubi no Yoko. Naruto remembered reading a specific part of his booklet that explained some sort of convenient history, saying that the Yondaime Hokage managed to defeat the beast by sending it into another dimension through the usage of Fuinjutsu. Imagine the surprise of everyone in the classroom if the blonde just got up on top of his chair and yelled that the damn fox owed him this month's rent. He wrote the answer just like the booklet explained and passed through the rest of the questions. Eventually, the test was over and now was time for the taijutsu and accuracy portion of the exam. Regarding accuracy, the blonde almost aced hitting 9 of the 10 shurikens and 10 of the 10 tenkunes. When the taijutsu portion came, the students formed 2 lines, as they would be tested against the Chunin teachers, Yamino Iruka and Tauji Mizuki. Quite strangely, Naruto was lined to fight Iruka. While Iruka openly hated Naruto because of the fox, at least he didn't let said hatred interfere with his job as an academy teacher. Mizuki, on the other hand, never bothered to hide it and openly dismissed every single question Naruto asked as unimportant and move on with the classroom. In the end, Naruto always had to ask Kasumi what he didn't understand. In order to pass the test, one only had to land a hit. A few of the students did horribly and the fight was over in less than 2 minutes. Others, though, eventually managed to land a hit using their clan-related techniques. When Naruto was up, he backed it up a bit in order to maintain a decent distance from Iruka. Not too close and also not very far from his opponent. Iruka hated the boy, but he knew he was talented and had much potential as a shinobi. Upon being authorized to strike, Naruto didn't waste time and charged at Iruka with a straight punch to his face. At the last moment, though, he switched attacks and went to kick Iruka's side stomach. Although shocked at the speed, Iruka managed to defend using his forearm. Iruka, then, started attacking with his right elbow, followed by a swift low kick, all of them respectively blocked or evaded by the blonde. Naruto, then, charged at the still-moving Iruka, with a straight punch aimed at Iruka's chest. He managed to hit, taking a bit of air from Iruka. Uzumaki, go back in line. That would serve as compliment from his teacher, Naruto reasoned as he calmly returned to the end of the line. After him, 3 Kunoichi aspirants gave their shots, but only one managed to land a hit. Mizuki's group finished as well, so the students went back to the classroom, where they would be called in to show one of the academy jutsus. As far as Naruto was concerned, the headband was already causing his forehead to itch. When his name was called, he reached the next classroom only to see Mizuki and Iruka sitting behind a table full of Konohagakure headbands. As he stood in front of the table, he waited for any one of them to call in the name of the jutsu. Okay Uzumaki, in order to pass the exam, you need to perform the Bunshin no Jutsu 3 clones should do it. Mizuki smirked before he gave Naruto the exercise. Despite the blonde's passable grades, if any student failed the ninjutsu portion of the exam, then he would fail. He was about to cast a quick ninjutsu when he looked up and saw 3 clones standing behind Naruto, all 4 of them looking quite bored. Inwardly, Mizuki cursed Naruto's existence for doing the jutsus faster than even Chunin level ninja twice his age. One thing that Mizuki didn't know, though, was that Naruto's talent relied in ninjutsu. He made chakra control exercises ever since the Uchiha massacre, so he didn't need much concentration to use so little of his chakra capacity. He grabbed the headband and tied it to his forehead before leaving the room just like he entered. Once he left, though, Iruka turned his look towards Mizuki with a stern face. You were going to sabotage his exam, weren't you? Iruka asked, knowing that he didn't need an answer, seeing the look on his partner's face. Yeah, but I didn't know the brat had such talent in ninjutsu. Mizuki at first looked at Iruka, wondering if the man would rat him out, but by the look on his face, Mizuki smiled relieved. You wouldn't lift a finger to help him, huh? The lack of response told Mizuki everything. As deep as his hatred for the fox was, for the first time, he truly allowed it to overrule his sense of professionalism. Mizuki was right, and this time, Iruka felt ashamed. Once the test was over, those who passed were rubbing their headbands and showing them to their parents so that they could be proud of the now graduated genin. However, despite the festivities, pretty much all of the parents looked at Naruto's headband with a snarl, seeing as the QB brat managed to pass as well. The blonde was looking at his situation now that he had a headband on his forehead. The Hokage's stipulation was that the Anbu team would cease his protection once he became a genin. Therefore, if someone were to deliberately attack him, he wouldn't have the Anbu's backup. What the hell? Now, I'm a ninja, openly attacking me is an offense on its own. At the Hokage's office. Once the test was over, Iruka and Mizuki handed the grades to the Hokage, as well as a dozen of seasoned and not so seasoned jounins. The time came for the Hokage and the jounins to choose their genins. Out of the blue, everyone could point out 9 outstanding candidates from the academy. Of course, 8 of them belonged to Konohagakure's respectful clans, the Yuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, Kurama, Haruno, Akimichi and the Abiram. The last of the 9 was the only one apparently clanless one, Uzumaki Naruto. The Hokage smiled at this, though the sentiment wasn't shared by the majority. Hiruzen knew he had to play his cards right or else Naruto would end up with a jounin who may deliberately flunk him and send him back at the academy. 3 of the A-class students would be taken by Kurenai, seeing as he always intended to have a track-censored team. Abiram Shino, Kiba Inuzuka and Hinata Yuga would work great under the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha. Nara, Yamanaka and Akimichi always made an incredible team, but that happened only once, so the Hokage had room for moving the genins around a bit. He had 2 jounins at his disposal that wouldn't think badly of the kid. Both Kakashi and Asuma would take care of him and properly guide his future. However, he was concerned that Kakashi would favor Naruto, so his choice was on Asuma. Upon asking his son about it, the man shrugged it off, not caring much who he gets it. Hiruzen smiled at this. He didn't appreciate the fact that Kakashi had yet to arrive, meaning he couldn't complain about the team setups. Most of the jounin snickered at the Hokage's comment, and since Kakashi never showed any interest in training Naruto as a genin, he would get 3 different genins, with skills that complemented each other. Okay, Naruto, Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino will be Team 10 under Sarutobi Asuma, and Kurama Yakumo, Sakura Haruno, and Nara Shikamaru will be Team 7 under Kakashi. Now, moving on, the Hokage said as he proceeded with the rest of the teams and the jounins responsible for them. But Naruto. After leaving the academy, instead of going to his apartment, Naruto went towards a more secluded alleyway where he could be alone to do what he came here to do. Anbu-san, would you please show up? I'd like to talk to you if I may. No sooner had he called, Tori appeared in front of him with his arms crossed. What is it that you wish to talk about, Naruto? I know that as of right now, your team will no longer follow me around, so I'd like to say thank you. That's all. The answer surprised the Anbu leader, who in turn smirked behind his mask. The boy knew about respect and how much trouble the Anbu prevented by just being there. You don't need to do that, Naruto, it was a mission given by Hokage-sama. That's true, but it's also true that no ninja should attack civilians, yet I always felt like a walking target. Well, thanks anyway. After saluting the Anbu leader, Naruto went to his preferred training ground once more, this time for a different type of training. Because of its dangerousness, the art of Kenjutsu was left as more of a side project to his growth. He rarely practiced the katas taught by Kakashi. Instead, he just focused on reading some material about the history of the art as well as some battle positions, both offensive and defensive. Today would be the second time he ever practiced with the two swords he received from Kakashi. Taking a scroll, he unsealed the wakizashi and firmly grabbed the hilt before examining it a bit. Every book here had explained that one only achieved mastery when he or she could use the blade as an extension of the body. The blonde admitted knowing very little about this concept of sword fighting. But he would practice with it in one day, see if he has what it takes to master the art of sword fighting. Slowly, he went through the katas taught by his sensei. He slashed the air repeatedly, but anyone who saw him would realize that his skill with the sword was non-existent. Although he knew the moves, Naruto was worried that he would do something wrong and end up cutting himself or something. Kid, I advise to stop what you're doing, lest you want to lose a limb or two, the familiar voice alerted the blonde to the Anbu's presence, who was right behind him with his arms crossed. I thought your team wasn't following me anymore, Naruto said, as he resumed the katas, while remembering the movements from watching Kakashi a long time ago with his eyes. True, but since my team didn't have more missions for the day, I decided to follow you a bit, to see if someone would attack you. I wonder, though, why are you attempting to use the sword? In these last 2 years, not once did I see you practicing with it. The blonde saw that the ninjato strapped on the man's back and wondered if he could give the blonde some pointers, at least a starting point for him to focus on. Tori knew about this. In fact, once he saw that Naruto sucked at Kenjutsu, he figured that a little help would be necessary. Not that he minded, though, seeing as he was free to go home. Say, Anbu-san, could you please give me some pointers here and there, just to get me started? Sure thing, kid. I don't have anything better to do anyway. From what I've seen, your moves were pretty much accurate, but both the speed and length of your attacks are appalling. You need to imagine that you're fighting for your life. It only takes one precise attack to end someone's life with a sword. That's the beauty of it. But with moves like the one you performed, you wouldn't be able to scratch your enemy's skin. Go through the katas one more time, only this time, give everything to it. The blonde nodded and began the exercise once more. His moves were more precise this time, but he was still too slow. Faster, kid. Imagine the opponent in front of you dodging your strikes like it was nothing. Strike fast and precise, that's what you need to have in mind. Activating the Sharingan, this time, the blonde did as his new sensei instructed, piercing the air like he was piercing his opponent's heart. He sliced with vigor, with enthusiasm. Tori stopped talking as he watched the blonde's moves, now completely different than before. He was now committed to learning Kenjutsu like it's supposed to be through practice, steel against steel. The blonde was so engrossed with his moves that he didn't see Tori unleash his ninjato. It was the sun's reflection that alerted the newly instated genin from a sudden attack that was aimed at his chest. The blonde managed to dodge in time by positioning his wakizashi in front of the sword, parrying the blow. While he observed the Anbu in front of him, Naruto at first wondered if the man wanted to kill him because of the rumors and the fact that the damn fox was inside his gut. However, with the Sharingan on, he could see that the real thing. There wasn't much killing intent in his posture. It was merely a test. The only way for you to truly learn the art of Kenjutsu, Naruto, is through practice. I'll tell you what, if you agree to wake up early, I mean really early, we can practice your Kenjutsu every morning. The conversation was cut short for a while, as Tori charged at Naruto with his ninjato ready to pierce Naruto's side stomach, but because of the blonde Sharingan, he managed to position his sword in order to defend. Problem was that, although he could predict his opponent's moves, his body didn't have the finesse of a sword fighter. If Tori really wanted to kill Naruto, then he would only need a little more strength to pass through the blonde's defense and deliver the killing blow. After pinpointing the mistake, they started again, and this time, Naruto squeezed the sword grip. It was better than before, but not the accurate move, according to Tori. Strength alone won't guarantee anything, Naruto. You can't simply parry my sword with strength, but precision. The advantage of short swords, such as ours, is that we can maneuver our weapons much faster than a regular katana. Focus on speed and precision, rather than brute strength. Naruto nodded before the two went through the sequences like they were performing a showdown. It wasn't as slow now and the blonde was beginning to understand the meaning of his sensei's words as he managed to parry the attack before flipping and maneuvered the sword to the other side, forcing Tori to use some speed to defend. Now, the two continued their sword fight until the moon decided to show up. Tori was amazed by Naruto's stamina since the kid was using his Sharingan the entire time. However, seeing as he had to present in Anbu Corps very soon tomorrow and Naruto had the academy, it was better to finish the training session for the day. Tori-sensei, I actually have another sword that was given by Kakashi. Is it hard to work with two at the same time? Naruto asked as the pair silently walked towards the village. It's better to work with one first, Naruto. It's not hard to use two swords, but Konoha's shinobi always focus on using only one sword at a time. Villages like Kumo and Karigakure, though, are much different. It will depend on what you feel more comfortable fighting with. Well, kid, I'm off to get home. Tomorrow, you'll be introduced to your new genin team and I'll have to present early at Anbu Corps, so we'll schedule our spars the day after tomorrow, sounds good. Naruto nodded with quite enthusiasm, earning a smile from the man hidden inside the bird mask. After that, each went to their separate places. Naruto decided to grab a quick bite and Tori headed home. Half an hour later, the blonde was walking towards his house when his eyes found a shadow traveling on top of his rooftop before heading for the woods. With nothing to do for the day, the blonde followed the shadow's direction with his Sharingan active, allowing him to follow the chakra residues left by the man or woman. A couple minutes later, he landed behind a tree and looked to see the shadow opening a gigantic scroll on the floor. His eyes widened as he identified the man as Mizuki, one of the Chunins of the academy. But what was he doing here, reading a scroll hidden from everyone? Something didn't add up, Naruto reasoned as he tried to approach the Chunin's position. As soon as he landed on the tree above Mizuki's position, he heard the fool. Stealing the forbidden scroll of Kenjutsu was easier than I thought I would be. Certainly Orochimaru-sama will be pleased. Deciding it was enough evidence, Naruto turned and decided to report to the Hokage, however his left foot suddenly slipped and the noise was enough to alert the Chunin as a gigantic shuriken came flying straight at him, fast. The blonde did the only thing he could and substituted himself with a small rock that was on the ground. Mizuki didn't know who was following him, but he knew that whoever it was would have to die for his plans to be fulfilled. He had to hurry and deal with this mess before the guards finished their rotation and close his exit strategy. As soon as he saw the Sharingan eyes in front of him, Mizuki grinned like a monster, ready to get rid of the demon and be claimed a hero by the village. Well, if isn't the demon brat I thought I was being followed by a Jounin or even Anbu, but with you I can get rid of you for good. The blatant transgression of the Sandame's law was just added to Mizuki's criminal record, but by the look on his face, the man didn't care much. Mizuki strapped the scroll on his back before picking a kunai and charging Naruto. He was fast, but with the fully evolved Sharingan, Naruto was able to predict his movements and react accordingly. He evaded every single strike from Mizuki with ease from all his training which infuriated the gray-haired Chunin. If this continued for much longer, Anbu would find him and arrest him. He had to deal with the brat for good. After missing yet another strike, Mizuki created some distance between them and started making a fast succession of hand seals. The blonde didn't need the Sharingan to know which jutsu Mizuki would use. Naruto was already making hand seals by the time Mizuki gathered air inside his lungs. Heiten Gakakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release. Grand Fireball Technique. Otendoryu Heki, Earth Release. Mud Barrier Technique. The blast of fire wasn't enough to disrupt Naruto's defensive, and Mizuki cursed the blonde for using the technique. No doubt, the noise would attract the Anbu's attention very soon. He was surprised, though, when a pair of hands grabbed his ankles. Oten Shinju Uzanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release. Double Suicide Decapitation Technique. Mizuki didn't have time to escape and he was pushed below the ground by Naruto. The blonde, then, left the ground and stared at Mizuki with his Sharingan eyes. The Chunin snarled at the genin, but he found himself getting tired all of a sudden. Just before he closed his eyes, he saw the black tomes spinning like cartwheels. By this time, a group of Anbu appeared at the area and saw Mizuki going below ground by a genin and the scroll near them. The noise caused by the fire technique alerted the nearby Anbu patrol, and they appeared soon afterward. Naruto gently let go of Mizuki's sleeping head as he turned towards the Anbu group. Can you explain your presence here, Genin Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto was momentarily surprised upon hearing a woman voice from what appeared to be the team leader, but shrugged it off as unimportant. I saw Mizuki on the roofs with a strange-looking scroll, so I decided to follow him. Turned out he was working for the Sannin Orochimaru and was taking a look at the scroll when he found me. We engaged and I managed to send him below ground before casting a Jinjutsu on him. He's all yours. None of the Anbu found evidence of false testimony, so they let him leave, while the rest of the team recuperated the scroll and released the traitor from the ground. When they turned, Naruto was already gone. Next day. The day was time for the newly assembled genins to meet their new Jounin sensei. Naruto was the first to arrive as always. He preferred to arrive early so as to find less people on his way to the academy. He wasn't counting on having company so soon, therefore, he brought along something to pass his time. He had a full day yesterday as memories of his fight against Mizuki kept playing inside his mind. He wondered if perhaps Mizuki underestimated him or if his skills were superior to the Chunin. Theoretically, a Chunin would easily wipe the floor with a Genin-level shinobi. Naruto guessed that the Sharingan was what allowed him in the end, considering that he could foresee Mizuki's movements before it happened. Looking around, he realized that he would be alone for quite a while. Usually, the teacher only arrives a few minutes before the class starts. Strangely, however, the door opened up and Iruka entered inside. The Chunin teacher laid his eyes on the lonely student inside his classroom and frowned, remembering how he almost let his hatred rule his judgment yesterday. Iruka still hated the boy. He knew it was unreasonable, seeing as the blonde didn't do anything. It was the fox that resided inside him that irked Iruka to no end. A part of him wished to eliminate the boy and, thus, eliminate the fox for good. The other side, though, knew that by doing so, he would be setting the fox free, and that would be even worse. Still, just by looking at the blonde, old memories resurfaced and Iruka relived the horror that was seeing his parents being slaughtered by the demon fox. Deciding to do as he always did, Iruka ignored the blonde and started writing something on the board. The blonde, for his part, didn't even bother to read, since the scroll was much more interesting. After Iruka finished what he was writing, he took a seat and stared at nothing the entire time. Soon the tension started to gather inside the room. Iruka always tried his best to ignore Naruto like the plague he considered the blonde to be. But what intrigued him was that he couldn't see any emotion coming out of those stoic black eyes of his. It was like the blonde didn't care one too many about being ignored. And that's quite rare in the ninja world, especially for one so young. Not once did Naruto socialize with others his age. Even if he did, though, it wouldn't matter because the entire classroom didn't even know he was there in the first place. As responsible for the classroom, Iruka knew about the blonde's condition. The fact that he not only harbors the fox, but also had received Sasuke Uchiha's eyes after an attack from Sasuke's brother Itachi. Even though Naruto was now considered the last Uchiha, no one even bothers to at least salute him. People used to revere the Uchihas, but Naruto was a different case. In fact, aside from the Hokage and Hada Kakashi, there wasn't a soul in Konoha that would trust the blonde with anything. Iruka was so engrossed on his wonderings that he didn't realize he was staring at the blonde. "Is there something you wish to talk to me about, Iruka-san?" Naruto's voice alerted Iruka, and he quickly shut his face and denied the claim. The blonde just shrugged it off and returned to his reading. Now that he graduated, the word sensei wasn't applied anymore. Iruka wasn't fazed by it, though. Naruto probably thought of him just as much as he thought of the blonde. In little time, the graduated students started filling the classroom, and Iruka started smiling to all of them, like some sort of switch inside his head had turned. After the class was full, Iruka expected Mizuki to enter and close the door, but instead another teacher of the school walked in and whispered something to Iruka's ear. Naruto could only guess the reason behind the surprise. While people kept telling that he was a monster for no apparent reason, people like Mizuki kept disrespecting the rules. It came out as shocking to Iruka that Mizuki would do something like betraying the village, but somehow Naruto knew that if he was accused of something, no one would find it shocking or even slightly surprising. To everyone who graduated, congratulations. All of you earned the honor of carrying our village's insignia as full-fledged shinobi. However, the track ahead is dangerous and will test all your abilities both as ninjas and humans. Now, I will announce the teams of Genins and the respective Jounin sensei. As you know, each team will be formed by 3 of you under a Jounin, thus forming a 4-man unit. Now, Team 1. Iruka started reading the teams and the respective Jounins responsible for each. As he went, some cheered, others whined at not being placed with his or her friends. Team 7 will be composed of Haruno Sakura, Kurama Yakumo and Nara Shikamaru, under Jounin Hada Kakashi. Upon hearing this, the Nara heir moaned troublesome repeatedly at being paired with 2 women. Iruka laughed, but continued. Team 8 is composed of Yuga Hinata, Kiba Inuzuka and Aburam Shino under Jounin Yuhi Kurenai. Naruto heard the names and wondered if he would be left out of the team assignments. A part of him was sad that Kakashi wouldn't be his sensei, but he still wondered what would happen if his name wasn't on the list. Since Team 9 already exists, Team 10 is composed of Yamanaka Ino, Akamichi Chouji and Uzumaki Naruto, under Jounin Sarutobi. Assume at any moment now, the Jounins will come here, so wait patiently. I just wanted to express that I have high hopes for all of you somehow, I doubt that. Naruto thought as he looked at the Chunin's back. Iruka left the classroom while the graduated Genin started talking with each other. Naruto, though, kept to himself. It was always like this, he reasoned. People talking with each other, pretending he wasn't there in the first place. He wondered about his life now that he was part of a team. He wondered if his presence would be acknowledged by either Ino or Choji or even his new sensei Sarutobi Asuma. A few rows behind him, 3 genins were talking amongst each other. Ino, Choji and Shikamaru were a bit frustrated that they wouldn't be together. Worst of it all was that both Choji and Ino were paired with a village pariah Uzumaki Naruto. Choji didn't much mind other than Shikamaru wasn't with him, but Ino was wondering what life would be like now that Naruto was part of her team. She remembered all those stories from her mother about Naruto. Since the academy started, Ino's mother warned her never to socialize with him because he had trouble written all over him. Also the fact that Naruto was inside the Uchiha compound when the massacre happened led to a lot of rumors that the blonde sided with Itachi and murdered everyone. Ino never bothered to check the validity behind the rumor, so she just took her mother's words for it and created great distance from the blonde. Shikamaru, for his part, didn't have much against Naruto, but actually socializing with him was such a drag in his opinion, therefore he didn't bother. Within minutes, almost all of the Jounins arrived including Sarutobi Asuma, who came and informed his team to meet them at the barbecue place, much to Choji's pleasure since his bag of chips just ended and his stomach began to manifest itself. Just as Ino and Choji went to see if Naruto was still in classroom, they were surprised to see that he wasn't there anymore. In the end, both of them shrugged and left the classroom towards the barbecue restaurant. At the barbecue restaurant. Looking at the clock at the restaurant, Asuma figured his team would take at least 10 to 20 minutes more. He was surprised, though, when one of the members stood by his side, looking at him stoically. Little bastard, I didn't even sense him coming. Uzumaki Naruto was indeed an interesting human being, Asuma reasoned. He knew quite a bit about the blonde genin, particularly because he, as expected from every Jounin sensei, read Naruto's file 2 times. He knew about the QB inside of him, and he knew the circumstances behind him obtaining the Sharingan. He also knew that, because of such events, the blonde was looked down upon by pretty much everyone, and he already assumed he would have to play a more active role in changing his other students' minds towards the blonde. May I sit, Asuma-sensei? Naruto said, before taking a sit right in front of Asuma. Say Naruto, I didn't know you were that fast. I was expecting you to take at least 10 more minutes to come here. Well, I came here the same way you did. The thought that Naruto already learned a Chunin level ability called the Shunshin was impressive. But his file never mentioned him knowing about it, which meant the little bastard copied him while using. He would have to talk to his genin about using the Sharingan to copy everything. He looked at the clock once more before both Choji and Ino arrived. They greeted the Jounin before taking a seat near Naruto. Actually, Ino chose the farthest seat from the blonde while Choji took the seat in between. Asuma saw it instantly and frowned at them, but what he was most surprised about was that Naruto saw it too. The blonde just shrugged it off like it wasn't important. Okay, now that we're now getting to know each other, I'd like to hear from each of you a bit of personal information. You know, names, likes, dislikes, dreams for the future, that kind of thing. I'll go first. My name is Sarutobi Asuma and I have what people call a nasty habit, but I enjoy it greatly. I like to smoke. What I don't like is those that believe little of themselves and quit beforehand. I don't have much of a dream, though, I just want to guide you 3 towards a brighter future. Now, why don't you go next? Ino, the girl beamed at getting to talk. Well, my name is Yamanaka Ino and I like my friends at the academy. There isn't much I dislike and my dream is to make my parents proud of me. Ino looked at the blonde a bit upon saying her dislikes, but Asuma dismissed it. Next turn was Choji's. Akimichi, Choji here and I like eating a bag of chips, ramen, barbecue, pretty much everything really. I hate people who call me fat because of my appearance and my dream is to show everyone that I can be a great shinobi. Asuma smiled at the kid before turning to the last member of his team. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I like to train and learn new techniques. I don't have any dislikes and not many dreams to speak of. His introduction was what Asuma expected. He also expected that either Ino or Choji asked him some questions. There were none, though. Well, then, now that we've all introduced each other, I was supposed to give a final test to you 3 to see if you have what it takes to become a genin. However, I'm not going to give you one. Ino and Choji were shocked upon hearing this. I can see that you 3 have talent, therefore congratulations, we're now Team 10. Ino and Choji smiled and congratulated each other. Naruto, though, kept his stoic visage. Unknown to all 3 of them, though, no matter what happened, Asuma was supposed to pass them. Every year was the same. Out of 27 candidates, only 9 would fully graduate and become genin. Thus, Team 7, 8 and 10 were the chosen ones. The sound of metal battling against metal could be heard throughout the training ground as Naruto and the Anbutori faced each other in pure Kenjutsu. It was their first day as Kenjutsu partners and the Anbu was impressed by the boy's stamina and will to learn and correct his form. The training began at 0600 hours and not a single soul could be seen wandering around Konoha. Naruto found out that he enjoyed waking up this time of day. The reason was because he didn't have many hours of sleep at his disposal because of the nightmares. Also, the fact that he didn't need to worry about ignoring the villagers was a plus in his book. He appreciated training more than anything. He continuously appreciated Tori for his assistance. Little did he know, though, the Anbu found it as beneficial as Naruto, seeing as he wanted to practice his Kenjutsu for a long time. The speed in which they were fighting was considered Chunin level, and Tori was proud of the blonde, even though he wished to increase the level in a couple of days. He knew that Naruto was able to increase the speed using his Sharingan, but he concurred with the blonde that he needed to practice his skills without it first. As the practice progressed, Naruto was slowly losing his focus, seeing as it was quite hard to keep up with a veteran. He began to show a great deal of openings for the Anbu to exploit before the man ushered Naruto to take a break. Rest a bit, Naruto. Kenjutsu requires finesse. When you began to show fatigue, it's better to stop and rest a bit. Now, although you showed improvement since yesterday, but you're still trying to parry my blows, using strength. It's fine against someone who has yet to master the art, but one could easily use it against you. It didn't take long to realize that Tori was an excellent teacher. He just knew how to explain a complicated art in simple words, allowing the blonde to grasp the skills needed to learn Kenjutsu. I understand, Tori-sensei. Though how can I parry your strikes without using strength? It's just a matter of deflecting my strike, nothing more. Defend and then strike, do not try to simply stop my movements. With experience, you'll come to realize that Kenjutsu is nothing but a dance. When you master the art, you'll be able to lead your opponent through precise strikes aimed to disorient him or her before you move for the final strike, either to incapacitate or to kill. Like everything, you'll manage in time. Now, I'll increase the speed of the fight, so feel free to activate your Sharingan. You indeed shouldn't depend on it, but as a weapon, you must be familiarized with it. Naruto nodded before closing his eyes. When he opened, the menacing red eyes appeared. The deadly dance started once more and like Tori said, the level increased. However, with his eyes, Naruto managed to anticipate his opponent's moves before he even started them, allowing him more time to properly defend as well as attack. Tori always found it amazing how the Sharingan eyes worked. Before, Naruto worked his ass off to top a Chunin's level Kenjutsu fight. Now, the blonde had no problems in following Tori's movements and even managed to attempt a few hits. Of course, it wouldn't be fair to increase the level to Jounin, but at least he knew that there was ground for improvement. The fight went on until approximately 0800 hours when Tori had to present to Anbu headquarters and Naruto had to meet his team for their first team training. Not that he enjoyed it, but it was his obligation as a shinobi of Team 10. Deciding to cool off a bit, Naruto went to the nearby river and gathered some water in his hands before throwing it on his face. As he looked at his reflection on the lake, he wasn't surprised to see Sasuke's face instead of his. It happened before, he reasoned. Usually, when he finished his showers, Sasuke's face would be reflected on his bathroom mirror. Sighing in dismay, the blonde left the training ground he was now in and went towards the barbecue restaurant where his team would meet. It didn't take 10 minutes before he arrived only to see Choji already there, waiting for Ino and Asuma. Good morning, Choji. Naruto said, surprising the Akimichi as he didn't see the blonde approaching. Oh Naruto, you scared me. Good morning as well. Did you see Ino on the way here or Asuma-sensei? Choji asked before Naruto shook his head in the negative. The conversation ended soon afterward. The two male genins remained in silence while waiting for the rest of the team. Naruto didn't mind as he was used to being ignored. Choji, however, wasn't, hence why his head began counting the seconds in silence and cursing the situation. His ass was saved though when Asuma appeared from a shunshin, carrying a smile on his face. The bearded Jounin looked at his team and frowned since one member was still due to arrive. He was worried that, being a fresh out of the academy genin, Ino wouldn't lose his civilian way of thinking. Excuses like I took some time choosing what to wear of brushing her hair was heavily frowned upon. Not to mention the fact that it would ruin the images of Kunoichis. Ino appeared 20 minutes late to the meeting with an excuse that she had to wait for her hair to dry before going outside. Choji sighed at the girl's antics, so did Asuma. Naruto, though, kept it to himself, not bothered one bit at such a sad and pathetic behavior. Training Ground 10. Afterward, the group went towards one of the training grounds. Asuma ushered everyone to sit around him as he explained the team's routine from now on. He spent all day last night wondering about what to teach these kids, and he managed to conjure a training regimen that could benefit them greatly. Okay team, first of all, I'd like to run by you our timetable until one of you becomes a Chunin or something happens that would force this team to be separated. We will start our meetings here every day at 0800 hours, and I mean everyone Ino. For each delay, there will be a suitable punishment waiting for you. Now, we'll train until 10, and then we'll go to the Hokage to get missions. It would be nice to settle a routine of 2 or 3 missions a day. Experience is everything in the ninja world and I want all of you to be as ready as possible. Now, regarding training, I'll set each one of you against one another in Jutsu battle in order to see your skills and see where you need improvement. First, it's Naruto against Choji. The 2 boys of the team nodded before falling into battle positions. Choji, assuming that he had the advantage in strength, quickly attacked Naruto with a straight side punch, aiming for Naruto's face. However, his speed didn't compare to Naruto's, and the blonde dodged the strike before Choji could blink and landed a fierce punch on his stomach. Asuma noticed that the punch was laced with chakra, hence why Choji lost his air instantly. He was on the ground, holding his stomach. Getting pissed off, Choji used his partial expansion jutsu before trying his luck once more against the stoic Naruto. However, like before, Naruto just twisted his body before landing a reverse kick on Choji's chest. Ino was pissed upon seeing Naruto treating her friend like a punching bag and demanded that Asuma punish Naruto. "Naruto, this is just a spar, you shouldn't have used such force against your teammates." Ino showed her arrogant smirk towards the blonde, but Naruto instead went to his teammate. "My apologies Asuma-sensei, are you alright Choji?" Naruto apologized, surprising Choji a bit, hence why he nodded and smiled at the blonde. Asuma was surprised at the concern before telling Naruto to face Ino in combat while Choji rested. Ino showed her arrogant smirk once more as in her head, she would pound Naruto into the ground for what he did against her friend. Without wasting time, Ino charged like Choji did. This time, though, Naruto just used his effort in dodging and blocking the weak attacks. Asuma sighed in dismay at the lack of effort required in dodging Ino's attacks. He now had firm knowledge on what to focus on regarding their taijutsu. Ninjutsu wouldn't be much of an issue, seeing as Ino and Choji had their clan techniques. Naruto was the only one he could teach elemental jutsu, but he figured that increasing the blonde's taijutsu would be more beneficial. "Okay, that's enough. I can see that all 3 of you needs work in perfecting your skills in taijutsu. Choji, you have the strength needed, but you lack speed. Ino, I'm afraid, lack speed and strength. Naruto, your taijutsu is the best amongst the 3, hence why I'll be your sparring partner. However, you'll be required to fight against your teammates from time to time. Now, would each of you put these bracelets on your wrists, please?" The team nodded before doing as instructed. Choji managed to hold his arms still, seeing as he had strong arms. Naruto managed as well, but his unsurprised look showed that he already trained with weights before. He made a mental note to ask Kakashi everything about Naruto's training. When Ino placed the bracelets, though, she was on the floor instantly, cursing Asuma and the bracelets at the same time. Asuma only smirked at the girl and continued with the explanation. "These bracelets will serve to increase your strength and speed in taijutsu. It's the best way I know to help you guys. At first, it will be tough, but then you get used to it. Now, the bracelets weighs 10 pounds each and in Ino's case, 5. I'll be increasing it from time to time, so don't get too comfortable. Now, let's begin the fun training. Everyone, give me 50 push-ups and sit-ups. After that, 3 laps around the training ground." Ino tried complaining once more, but she realized that doing so would only increase the torture, so she kept her mouth shut. "You'll get it eventually Ino," Choji said, trying to encourage her as he and Naruto started the exercise. Getting up alone was the hardest workout she ever performed as she started with the sit-ups. 2 hours later. After the end of training, Team 10 was seen walking towards the Hokage Tower for their first mission. Ino, sometime during the training, didn't have the strength and stamina necessary and fainted. That meant that Naruto and Choji had to rotate in carrying her around, which surprisingly, no one complained. Sure, Choji wouldn't mind, but Naruto was a surprise. In no time, the team appeared before the Hokage, before Hiruzen expressed his concern over Ino's state of health. "Asuma, please explain why on the first day of training, one of your genins is already unconscious." The man's tone was firm, though he was surprised to see that his son was such a slave driver. "Well, Tusan, Ino here has very little stamina and strength, hence why I decided to change that through the usage of weights. She actually handled more than I thought she would. Now, I believe my team is ready for their first mission, is there any available?" Asuma smiled at his father, who in turn just sighed in dismay. He supposed it wouldn't harm anyone since the missions aren't dangerous. It was just chores posed as D-ranked missions. Now that Hiruzen looked at the situation, he smirked at his son's hidden reason. He wanted to see the genins' faces complaining about the missions. "Okay then, Team 10's first bunch of missions. I managed to separate 2 missions here that your team could perform today, even considering that Ino won't be doing them. The first mission is to help an old lady who lives far from Konoha. Because of her old age, she can't just come to the village and buy her groceries, so she hired a." Both Naruto and Choji looked at the Hokage like he was an alien. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, Naruto said, interrupting the Hokage, who in turn stopped and looked at the blonde. I thought you said we would be doing missions now. Helping an old lady with her grocery is hardly one, to begin with. Naruto concluded, receiving a nod in approval from Choji. Both Sarutobi laughed at the question, immediately, while Iruka looked at Naruto just like he did at the academy. It was the Hokage who decided to enlighten the Genins. It seems you forgot about some lessons given at the academy, Naruto-kun. Our shinobi system has 5 different kinds of missions, going from D to SD ranked are reserved for fresh out of the academy Genins. Their level of difficulty is practically 0 and to most is considered simple chores. C-ranked missions are reserved to experienced Genins and low-level Chunins to perform. Most of them are out of the village. B and A-ranked missions are reserved for high-level Chunins and Jounins. Last but not least, S-ranked, which are reserved to high-level Jounins and Anbu. Since your team is composed of fresh out of the academy Genins, only D-ranked missions for a while, at least until your sensei deems you guys ready for a C-ranked. Both Genins looked down at the information, but nodded anyway. To Naruto, it only served to inspire him into doing more D-ranked, so that he could ask for a C-rank later on. Choji, though, wished that he had a bag of chips right now. Okay team, let's perform these D-ranked mission, then. Tusan, what's the second mission about? Asuma asked, before the Hokage grabbed another scroll. Training ground number 42 is littered with kunes and shurikens used by the Anbu. Your team will have to gather them all and deliver to an Anbu member, which will be in front of the Anbu headquarters. She'll be wearing an eagle mask. I trust the Team 10 already knows how to use storage scrolls. Hiruzen asked. He knew, from Kakashi, that Naruto already learned how and he was positive that every important clan member in Konoha taught their offspring how to use them. The team nodded, before leaving the Hokage's office. Choji, getting tired from carrying Ino, passed her to Naruto who positioned her without any complaint. The team slowly walked throughout the populated streets of Konoha towards the market to buy the groceries for their first D-ranked mission. Unsurprisingly, almost everyone looked at the blonde with disdain. Choji noticed this and frowned. The stories he heard was that Naruto meant trouble and that he was present when the Uchiha clan was murdered by Uchiha Itachi. He remembered that Naruto received a Kaiten jutsu straight at his face, burning his eyes. And because Sasuke was dead, they transplanted his eyes and gave them to Naruto. Choji wondered, though, why everyone looked at him like he was the plague, based purely on rumors that Naruto helped Itachi in killing the Uchiha clan. Last night, he questioned his parents and Shikamaru about it. His father told him that it was important to make his own judgment of Naruto, and Shikamaru told it would be troublesome to believe what everyone said. Choji was quite mad at him when they fought, hence why he started remembering the stories and almost believing them to be true. It all shattered when Naruto came and asked him how he was. Perhaps, Naruto wasn't all that bad. Asuma watched everything from the sideline and he saw that Choji was in deep thought about everything. He smiled realizing that at least one had the decency to make his own observations instead of believing in others. Ino, though, he wasn't sure if she would ever change. As the team arrived inside the market, Naruto immediately received glares from the owner and people inside, so he looked at Asuma. The man in question just laid one hand on his shoulder, ushering him and Choji to pick up the groceries from the list. As soon as the boys disappeared from view with their shopping carts, Asuma approached the owners, deciding to set things straight before something bad happened. Okay, I noticed how you looked at my student and I won't have any of that, said Asuma, surprising the couple behind the counter. He is a human being just like everyone and he'll be treated fairly. If you do not comply, then the Hokage will hear of this and shut down your store. Do I make myself clear? The fact that Asuma leaked a small amount of killing intent forced the two civilians to nod quickly, not from fear of the Hokage shutting the store down, but for their lives. Afterward, he just stood there in front of the counter as he waited for the two Genins with the items requested by the client. It took both half an hour to go over the entire list before they stopped next to Asuma. The Jounin paid for everything before giving the bag to Choji, since Naruto was taking care of an unconscious Ino. As they left the store, Asuma wondered if it would be prudent to stop at the hospital after the first mission. Ino was taking too long to wake up and he was beginning to worry. If something happened to her, then both the Hokage and Inoichi would blame him for it. Thankfully, the blonde Kunoichi stirred on Naruto's back before opening her eyes. The last thing she remembered was running the laps with the weights and almost closing her eyes. When she noticed that she was being carried by Naruto, she immediately jumped from his back. "What are you doing to me, you pervert?" Ino shouted while pointing accusing finger at Naruto. Before Naruto could explain, though, Asuma interrupted him. "You passed out, Ino. Therefore, both Choji and Naruto took turns in carrying you around. After the training, we went to the Hokage and received 2 D-ranked missions. The first is almost over and you can help your teammates with the second one." The girl was at first embarrassed at screaming at Naruto calling him a pervert, but then she remembered the boy's reputation and just marched closer to Choji. The fact that she didn't even say thanks to Naruto for carrying her around was appalling to Asuma, and he would definitely talk to her about it when the missions were finished. Naruto just ignored her and followed behind Asuma as they arrived at the old lady's house to deliver the groceries. When the door opened up, the old lady appeared. She wore a black and red kimono and had the warmest smile. However, when she saw Naruto, she narrowed her eyes before grabbing the groceries from Choji's hand and shutting the door with as much force as possible. Once more, Naruto ignored it and walked away. Choji, though, wondered why such a sweet old lady would look at Naruto like that. Ino, though, didn't care and followed Asuma. As he followed the team, Choji looked at the blonde and wondered why he wasn't bothered by how the others were looking at him. He acts like he doesn't care. People gave him the same treatment close to 3 years now. Maybe, he got accustomed to the situation. Choji compared said treatment to everyone calling him fat and was pissed immediately. All of this based on what? A mere rumor, and that he now carries Sasuke's eyes. There was something wrong in this picture and he somehow knew it. Training Ground 42. When the team arrived at the training ground, they looked at the mess created by the Anbu. It was like the aftermath of a bloody war, with shurikens, kunes, swords, all types of weapons littered on the ground. Since she wasn't awake at the time, she didn't know what her team was supposed to do. Asuma-sensei, what are we supposed to do here? Asuma remembered that Ino wasn't awake at the time, and he could see her face of horror when she heard of the mission objective. He just wished he had a camera to show Inoichi afterward. Well, the mission is simple, Ino. We just have to gather everything and take it back to the Anbu. The look on her face was enough to warrant a great deal of laughter from the seasoned jounin, and he just wished that he had a photo to remember this moment of pure victory over his genins. What are you guys waiting for? The sun will be up for about 1 hour. You have until sunset to collect everything, get to it, he smirked upon hearing Ino's protests. Little by little, the 3 genins collected a great load of projectiles before dropping it on top of the huge scroll that Asuma opened to seal everything. Throughout the exercise, Ino's scream was constantly heard by the others, seeing as she tried catching too many kunes, and one usually slipped from her hands, cutting her arm. Apart from this, though, the team managed to collect everything just as the sun began its descent. Okay team, let's just deliver the scroll to the Anbu officer and go home afterward. Asuma said, as he strapped the scroll on his back and walked casually towards the Hokage tower, while the genins followed suit. Ino was busy nurturing the kunai wounds from her arms. Sensei, can I go home now? I don't have any medical kit with me. Ino asked, earning a nod from her sensei. You are free to go, however tomorrow I wish to talk to you Ino, regarding something very important. Choji, please escort her home, just in case. The 2 friends nodded before leaving. Choji was the only one who told Naruto goodbye, quite surprising to the blonde, but he managed to bid Choji goodbye in return. You seem surprised that someone would befriend you, Naruto? Asuma asked as they walked towards the Anbu headquarters. More like intrigued to the fact that Choji was the first amongst my age that didn't believe in rumors. Of course, he wouldn't do what he did if he knew the entire truth about me. All he knows is what happened with the Uchiha clan. Asuma knew what Naruto was talking about and frowned in realization. He saw hope in Choji's actions, but now that Naruto reminded him, none of them knew about the QB no Yoko inside the blonde. He didn't know how Choji would react, since the fox killed a great deal of clan members from the Akimichi clan. Now, I assume you had a reason for sending Choji along with Ino. Her wounds weren't life-threatening. This kid, he's like a miniature Kakashi. I just wanted to see how you're handling your interaction with your teammates. From what Kakashi told me, this is the first time you interacted with anyone your age, and Ino's behavior was beyond disappointing. Asuma wanted to assure Naruto that he would be there for him in that regard. Naruto must know that he could count on him and even Choji in the future. Who knows, maybe the fact that Naruto was a Jinchuriki wouldn't bother the Akimichi so much. Naruto, though, remained neutral to the question. It didn't bother him that Ino couldn't see beyond what was told to her. There's nothing to worry about, Asuma-sensei, I'm perfectly fine. Asuma frowned at the lack of will to talk about the subject, but figured that just pressuring his student would be counterproductive to his goal. Therefore, the 2 walked in silence and arrived in front of the Anbu headquarters as soon as the sky changed its color to black. A lone Anbu was there, with the eagle mask just like the Hokage said. It was clearly a woman by the size of her long dark blue hair. Naruto was quite surprised at the size of it. It went all the way to her thighs. Not to mention that Naruto saw great development while sizing her out on a subconscious level. Asuma only smiled at the blonde after seeing the boy staring at the Kunoichi Anbu. The boy may be a bit reserved for his age, but at least he had hormones like any normal member of the species. He now knew that what he could talk to him about. The Anbu for her part looked at the brat in front of her and didn't enjoy that he was drooling at her. "Hey little brat, either you stop staring at me or I'll make you." Her tone was harsh and the blonde complied instantly, although he didn't know what he did wrong. How could he? The majority of his interaction with other women was carrying an unconscious Ino around. "Okay Eagle, here is the scroll with your weapons. I'm sure my student here won't do it again, right Naruto?" He didn't know much about things in general, but he knew when it was time to simply nod and play dumb. The Kunoichi Anbu nodded and vanished soon afterward with the scroll. Asuma smirked at his first day as a Jounin sensei. He had some mental shots taken of his genins doing D-ranked missions. He already scared one of them with his method of training, and now he saw his incredibly skilled genin drool at an Anbu Kunoichi. If this day were any better, Kurenai would appear, asking for a date. Looking at the blonde, he just dismissed the blonde for tomorrow, before he turned and left. The blonde kept thinking about what happened and wondering what he had done wrong. One thing that I would agree with that Shikamaru person, women are troublesome, first Ino, now this Anbu Kunoichi. As soon as he turned to go home, he saw both Kakashi and Kasumi walking towards him while holding hands. As soon as Naruto saw the pair, he greeted them and, immediately, engaged in a conversation. Naruto started talking about his day and the joy of D-ranked missions. He cursed both for not warning him ahead of time, while Kakashi and Kasumi smiled. Naruto also told him about his teammates and how, surprisingly, Choji bid him goodbye, genuinely. The Jounins, like Asuma, were happy that at least one was able to look past the rumors. It certainly was a work in progress, but perhaps, Naruto may end up with at least someone he could call a friend. "I'm glad that not everyone your age believes in rumors, so what about the other teammate, the Yamanaka?" Kasumi asked, practically knowing the answer to her own question. "She is the same as the others, though I'm not bothered by her actions." "So, are you two on a date?" Both Kakashi and Kasumi acknowledged the blonde's attempt of changing the subject, but none of them pressured him. They both knew that when it came to personal questions, Naruto preferred avoiding them all the time. Still, if he wanted to improve as a shinobi, Naruto would have to learn how to socialize a little better, seeing as he would be tagged with other ninjas for missions in the future. "Kakashi promised to take me out for some sushi." The blonde smiled, which was a rare feat in itself. In fact, Kakashi and Kasumi were the only ones to whom Naruto had intimacy with. "Well, don't let me keep you, then." Both Jounins nodded and said their goodbyes to Naruto, who in turn went to his small apartment. He had a scroll full of earth techniques and a bucket of instant ramen waiting for him back home. The next day. Naruto woke up at the same time as yesterday for his Kenjutsu practice. However, upon arriving at the training ground, he saw Kunai on a tree nearby, holding a note. Upon close inspection, Naruto sighed seeing as it was a note from Tori. Apparently, his team was busy all day and he wouldn't have time to spar with Naruto. Naruto shrugged it off and placed his sword inside a scroll he took that was inside his kunai holster. Seeing as his plan had changed, Naruto decided to practice the earth techniques he studied last night. Until now, Naruto learned to use Doton ninjutsu only for defensive purposes. The inner decapitation jutsu wasn't exactly offensive, as the only thing he did was trapping the enemy below the ground. The scroll, elaborated by Kakashi, related C and B ranked earth techniques for him to learn. Last night, he focused his attention on two. Oden Doryusu, Earth Release. Earth Rising Spears Technique. Oden Ganbin Kaiu, Earth Release. Rock Plate Coffin Technique. Both techniques required expanding his chakra throughout the ground towards a specific area, meaning he couldn't do both techniques in mid-air or on top of a lake, for instance. He could either slam both hands on the ground or use his feet, though he figured that using his feet would be faster in the middle of the battlefield. He just needed to use the tree walking exercise in conjunction to molding earth chakra. Another problem was the enemy's distance and how to use the technique accordingly. Immediately going over the hand seals, Naruto tried the first one. However, and much to his frustration, only one single spike erupted from the ground and right in front of him. He needed to focus on two things: how many chakra would be needed for a full 10 spikes, like the scroll said, and how to make it erupt further away. This time, pumping more chakra, he smiled upon seeing 8 spikes erupting from the ground in front of him. He recorded the amount of chakra needed and tried once more. This time, he tried using his hands on the ground and expanded his chakra throughout the earth and was surprised when the spikes erupted close to 10 meters away from him. The blonde supposed it was a work in progress as he now changed to the second technique. The second one, like the first, demanded a distance control. However, he didn't need to focus on molding the earth into spikes. The technique consisted of creating 3 plates of rock before sending them into collision course with one another. The unlucky enemy would be crushed immediately. It required a long series of hand seals, though, but by a difference of 3 hand seals. After finishing the sequence with a snake hand seal, Naruto smiled upon seeing the pillars of rock emerge from the ground and crashing with one another. The distance part of the technique required more practice, but at least he managed to mold the technique accordingly. With the second one almost covered, the blonde returned to the first technique for a while. He was happy upon managing to use his feet instead of his hands to send chakra below ground, however, no matter how much he tried, he couldn't mold the spikes and make them erupt at a distance at the same time. Deciding that it was enough training for Doton, Naruto now went through his fire techniques. It was important to learn new ones, but it was also important to practice the ones he already knew. Team training. 2 hours later, Naruto went to the training ground where he met his team for training. Choji and Ino were already there, but only Choji greeted him. Naruto, however, greeted both, but Ino only snorted in annoyance. Naruto wondered if perhaps questioning her about the reason behind her behavior would change anything, but shrugged it off once Asuma arrived. "Good morning, my sweet little Genins, it's nice that you graced us with your presence early this time, Ino. Now, seeing as Ino can't take the regime from yesterday, her workout will be reduced for the time being. Therefore, Choji and Naruto will do the full circuit, while Ino will do half. Afterward, we are going to do an interesting new exercise." Naruto, Choji and Ino started their exercises without complaining this time. Ino finished hers faster, since Asuma reduced her workout. He did this for 2 reasons. First, he didn't want her to faint once more, and second, he wanted to talk to her about Naruto. "Nice work, Ino, now I'd like to have a word with you while the boys finish their exercises." Ino nodded, though a part of her knew that she wouldn't like the subject. "What did you want to talk about, Asuma-sensei?" "Ino, your behavior towards your teammate reached my attention, and I'd like to know why you treat Naruto the way you do." Ino knew that this time would come. After all, she never tried hiding her feelings against her teammate. Asuma was looking at her, and the look of disappointment was evident. She just smiled, though, and innocently asked. "What about my behavior towards Naruto, Asuma-sensei?" The bearded shinobi hardened his gaze towards the blonde Kunoichi, causing her to back off slightly. "As sensei of Team 10, it's my duty to prepare you 3 to the best of my ability, so that if any need arise, you guys would be able to trust each other, thus protect each other. This is the base of Konoha's strength and it won't change anytime soon. Why do you treat him like he's just a plague that walks among us when he never did anything to you?" "Of course, he did nothing to me, sensei. But he was there when the Uchiha clan was slaughtered. He was there and killed everyone, along with Uchiha Itachi. I can't believe that people are allowing him to roam among us after what he has done. I also can't believe that you're even asking why I treat him like this." The way she spoke carried such confidence that it looked like she knew the truth. Asuma's respect for the Yamanaka clan just lowered a couple notches. "Ino, how do you know what really happened that night?" The first question caused her to wonder, but Asuma continued. "Did you witness the events?" To the second question, Ino only responded with a timid head shake, saying no. "So how can you be so sure that Naruto was the one who killed the Uchiha clan? He was the same age as you at that time, he was but an academy student with dead last grades, and pretty much half the village wasn't sure if he would ever manage to pass the academy. Therefore, how could he defeat not one member but the entire Uchiha clan?" Now that Ino thought about it, she never once bothered to learn the real truth of what happened. She just trusted what perhaps the entire village talked about. And surprisingly, everyone had the same opinion of what happened. Asuma saw that he managed to show his point to the young Yamanaka, so now it was time to soften the blow and close his argument. It was never his intention to slam the truth to her face, but rather train her mind to think like a shinobi. Of course, he wasn't expecting to change her mind over this matter so soon. After all, you just don't change your way of thinking overnight. "Ino, I'm not saying that you should never believe what others say about something or someone. I only ask that you interpret the situation like a shinobi. It's always nice to ask questions, and you must always see the variables of the situation. Choji made the same mistake you had, and right now, he's questioning his beliefs as well. If you wish, you could ask Naruto about it. I'm sure he'll provide you what really happened to him and why he was there at the time of the slaughter. Now, I believe the boys already finished their exercises, so if you wish, we can talk later." She nodded, just as Choji and Naruto appeared by her flanks. All 3 of them eyed Asuma as he had a smile on his face. "As I was telling Ino, Konoha's strength is based on our teamwork, it's our ability to work in teams that we managed to survive this long as the strongest hidden village of the elemental nations. Therefore, today, we'll be training Team 10's teamwork skills. For that, you 3 will be facing your sensei, together. The objective of the exercise is to land a hit on me. Now, you 3 will have 10 to 15 minutes to talk between you regarding your skills and to settle on a strategy against me. Remember, though, in the battlefield, the enemy won't give you time to plan ahead. I'm just doing this because it's your first time fighting together. We'll be doing this exercise 2 times a week. Now, feel free to talk and then let me know when you wish to begin." As soon as Asuma stopped talking, he saw the three genins huddling up, what he could imagine, in order to discuss their strategies. Ino, Choji and Naruto looked at each other, not entirely sure of what to talk about. Naruto never had much interaction with people his age, other than the occasional greeting. Choji was slowly adapting to the fact that Naruto may not be what everyone say. Ino, although conflicted with herself, wasn't necessarily convinced that she was wrong. Sure, she answered no to every of Asuma's questions regarding Naruto's involvement that night. Now, if he was actually innocent as few said he is, then why did the majority of the population consider him guilty of something that wasn't proven? As a passionate gossiper, Ino enjoyed digging into people's lives. The only problem was that she was too trusting in what others said and didn't investigate it further to discover whether or not Naruto was responsible for the vile act made against the Uchiha clan. So, she supposed that for now, she would give him the benefit of the doubt. Alright then, since we don't know each other that well, aside from the fact that Choji and I practically grew up together, I suppose it's best for each to tell our skills. Naruto, you go first. Naruto narrowed his eyebrows at first, but shrugged it off. I have knowledge of fire and earth jutsu and a limited knowledge on genjutsu. To jutsu against Asuma-sensei would be irrelevant. Also from what I understood from both the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans, you two work well together, so it would be prudent to devise a strategy using your coordinated prowess. In which the case being close, mid or long range, I can provide the necessary support. Naruto didn't much care about sharing custody over the team's leadership or berate the people he was going to work together with for quite a while. The least he could do, then, was to be supportive and not exert his superiority in skills. Ino and Choji, though, looked at him like he was saying nonsense. Elemental ninjutsu was so far out of their reach of knowledge, so they wondered how Naruto knew two elements. Nevertheless, they figured that, if Naruto was telling the truth, then they had an advantage over their opponent. 15 minutes passed and Asuma was alone in the middle of a clearing, with his arms crossed. It was hard to predict which sort of attack would come from this team, seeing as all three of them were different from the other. Choji had his brute strength and the Akimichi clan jutsus, which focused on expanding their body parts and using it to attack the opponent. Ino's clan techniques were more focused on the mind, or rather the opponent's mind. Both Ino and Choji, even together, would be ineffective against someone with knowledge on their techniques. Ino's techniques are restricted and so were Choji's. Without a third party to back them up, surely one of them would be dead in the battlefield. Here was where Naruto came in, he supposed. Being a jack of all trades as he believed the kid to be, he could adjust to any strategy the team might conjure. In all fairness, the blonde was an Uchiha with limitless amount of chakra. All of a sudden, 5 projectiles appeared in his line of sight before he grabbed one of his and deflected the projectiles effortlessly. He didn't have to wait long before he saw Choji expanding his entire body and rotating towards him like a tank. Asuma was about to jump away from the technique when he sensed 2 hands grabbing both his legs before bringing him underground. Asuma looked at the approaching tank and used a simple replacement technique to get out of the way. He didn't have much room to breathe before more kunes and this time shurikens came at him. Focusing on a simple wind technique, Asuma focused a small draft of wind in front of him that blew the projectiles away, just as he saw Ino from the corner of his eyes, forming the sign for the Shintention no Jutsu, and dodged slightly with a smirk, while charging straight at the frightened Ino, who saw her attack being dodged so easily. Before he even began to reach within striking distance, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of her doing hand seals, before transforming the air gathered inside his lungs into fire. Peyton Dienden, fire release. Great fireball technique. Asuma winded his eyes as soon as he was enveloped by the technique, since Naruto couldn't have known such a strong fire technique. He made a mental note to have a serious conversation with Kakashi once this was over. All the man said was that Naruto only began learning elemental ninjutsu. Asuma wasn't able to ponder further when a giant fist came straight at him. He managed to dodge the attack before he charged Choji with plain taijutsu once more. However, once more Naruto proved that Kakashi was just screwing with him. Asuma was about to attack Choji when 3 earth pillars circled Asuma. The seasoned Jounin knew which technique this was from previous fights against rock nins. He knew what usually happened right after the pillars surrounded the enemy and he didn't want Naruto to have any ideas. The man found it reasonable to end the exercise unless the blonde wanted to test more dangerous techniques against him. Okay, that's it for now guys. Great job all of you, managing to fight as a team is hard work and you 3 managed to impress me. However, if this was a real fight, then I wouldn't be as passive as I was just now. Next time, I'll increase the stakes a bit. However, you 3 are on the right track. Ino and Choji work well together, and for what I've seen, you acted as their support from afar, right Naruto? The question was more like an affirmation, but Naruto nodded anyway. Now, let's go and take some missions with the Hoka. Asuma stopped when he heard Chaoji's stomach growling like a beast. Well, I believe it's best if we had some lunch first. To the barbecue place, then Naruto and Ino weren't as enthused as Chaoji upon hearing that they would have some lunch, which earned a warm laughter from Asuma. The team started out rough, but they were on the right track now. Even though Ino and Chaoji had their reservations concerning the events that surrounded the Uchiha massacre, both managed to set that aside and work together with someone they always believed as being a criminal. Asuma sure had his work cut out for him, but after watching the fight, he knew that, in the right circumstances, Team 10 could very well be a force to be recognized in the future. Tonight, he would conjure a different set of training for each of his 3 genins. I did the right thing, asking Toussaint for a team of genins. It had been a couple months since Team 10's first D-ranked missions, and Sarutobi Asuma couldn't be more proud of his little genins. Akimichi Chaoji managed to increase his speed because of the bracelets. The boy even learned new jutsus from his clan that, if used accordingly, would give a lot of trouble to his opponents. Chaoji went as far as to follow Naruto's speed for a couple of minutes and even managed to dodge a few hits from the non-Uchiha Sharingan user. Granted that Naruto never used his eyes against his teammates, but it was an improvement nonetheless. Chaoji's weights increased more, but Asuma was confident that he would get accustomed to it in no time. Yamanaka Ino evolved as well, regarding her Taijutsu. After constant pressure from Asuma and her father, she focused more on increasing her strength and speed. What generated her interest the most was the fact that Naruto managed to dodge all her attempts with a bored expression on his face. It was infuriating and she used this energy to increase her stamina and speed. Still, she couldn't land a hit on him, but at least she was faster than before. Like Chaoji, she also got training from her father regarding the clan's jutsus. She practiced the Shintention further, learning to adapt the technique in stress situations. Now, she was learning the next one called Shinration no Jutsu. It consisted of disrupting the opponent's control over his or her body, forcing him or her to do things like attack the opponent's partner. Naruto's growth wasn't so surprising, considering that according to Kakashi, the genin already had mastery over 2 elements, which would only be vital once he became a jounin. Kakashi didn't focus much on the Sharingan or the fact that Naruto's were already evolved to 3 tomes. He managed that after one heated spar against Kakashi 2 weeks ago. His Taijutsu was more refined due to his constant spars against Asuma. Also, as the boy sensei later found out, Naruto had been practicing the hidden art of Kenjutsu with an Anbu member codenamed Tori every day before the team practices. It somewhat surprised him that his stamina made up for both practices. One time, he decided to wake up early and see Naruto's skills with a sword, and what he saw just wasn't right. He rephrased it, it couldn't be right. Tori, he knew, was an accomplished swordsman inside the Anbu. However, upon seeing him sparring with Asuma's student, he was surprised to see that Naruto was keeping up with the man. Of course, Naruto's Sharingan was activated, but that alone didn't diminish his skills. As far as teamwork was concerned, Asuma deemed acceptable, for the time, the strategy created by the team. Even if Naruto was by far the strongest, he would always be the support of the team, leaving Ino and Chaoji to the front lines. At first, it wasn't as effective because Ino wasn't focused on attacking others, leaving Chaoji alone to face the enemy, with Naruto backing him up just in case. With time, the strategy bore fruit as Ino saw the opportunity given by her teammate and improved her skills with projectiles and her Taijutsu. Also, Naruto managed to anticipate the enemy's movements quite well. He would step in once he realized that either Chaoji or Ino wouldn't be able to avoid the attack. Still, Asuma gave his insight from time to time, placing Naruto and Chaoji on the offensive with Ino as support with her projectiles. Chaoji was the only one of the team with no knowledge or even familiarity of fighting in long range, hence why he was always placed up front as far as teamwork was concerned. It was his clan's specialty after all, so he never complained. The last thing that changed between the team was their interaction. 2 months served to dim Ino and Chaoji's misconceptions of their teammate, and now the only thing they didn't approve of was Naruto's distant attitude towards them. He always asked them questions, he never took action alone, even though he could very well cover for the entire team. However, he didn't hang out with either of them after team training or missions. Both Asuma and Kakashi tried talking to him, but the genin always gave them the same answer. Naruto's theory was that both Ino and Chaoji didn't know about the other truth about him. It was quite frustrating how Naruto used the QB as an excuse, but neither could ascertain whether or not Naruto's hypothesis would come true. The QB was responsible for many deaths, and that included both Akimichi and Yamanaka Shinobi. So, as the jounin responsible, Asuma decided to increase the amount of missions of the team so that they could participate in tougher missions and possibly develop a much deeper bond. His attempt wasn't unheard of as ninjas, with similar sufferings, could better relate with one another. Right now, after returning from their 4th D-ranked mission of the day, Asuma saw it fit to see if there was another mission for his team. Since their formation, Team 10 performed close to 3 missions a day, finishing the impressive amount of 40 by the end of the last month. They would break the village's record if the Hokage's warm heart wasn't in the way. The old man, seeing Team 10's impressive records, gave them all a 10-day vacation. Right now, they were finishing their 55th mission, which actually was for the Yuga clan. An important member of the main branch required a team to deliver a scroll to a weaponsmith whose office was located a few miles outside of the village gates. It wasn't considered C-ranked because it was still within the village's perimeter. Once they delivered the scroll, the man handed a black case to Asuma, containing a gift to said member of the Yuga clan. Despite having increased her stamina, Ino was against the idea of yet another mission. "Sensei, we are already at the end of the 4th mission today. Can't we go home for the day? I'm exhausted." Naruto and Choji remained quiet while Ino and Asuma were talking. The first, though, didn't mind another mission much, considering that he didn't have anything to do besides that. Choji, on the other hand, wished that Asuma gave in and sent them home. Despite improving a lot, the Akimichi still maintained his old habit. Their sensei sighed in dismay, seeing that his plan backfired. According to his experience, the Hokage would consider his team ready for C-ranked missions after 2 maybe 3 more missions. But Ino was right, he was already pushing them harder than usual. "Alright Ino, after we deliver this to the Yuga clan, the team is dismissed." A sudden smile appeared on her face at the possibility of a great bed to rest in after today's training and missions. It wasn't long until the mission was finished before the members said goodbye to one another. Naruto shrugged it off and, with hands inside his pocket, roamed towards his apartment at a slow pace. Despite not being late, the street he was in was rather empty, considering the number of restaurants and pubs. The scene alone was strange to him as he activated his Sharingan briefly and realized the reason. He just resumed walking, though, like he was not aware of the danger that was looking at the genin from the roofs. The lone Chunin loathed Naruto since the Kyuubi attack. The beast devoured his little sister at the time. He didn't even had time to get her out of the way, and since then, he trained hard every day so that one day, he would avenge her death. Almost everyone was inside the restaurants right now, leaving the street empty for a clean execution. The man casted an altering perception genjutsu so that once his attack hits, Naruto wouldn't be able to dodge. The kunai was sent flying straight at Naruto's back before piercing it all the way to his chest. The Chunin, then, vanished from his position before appearing right in front of his target. He cursed at a tree log that was in Naruto's place. The Chunin was clueless when Naruto, from below the ground, grabbed both his ankles and dragged his entire body below ground. The Chunin was surprised once the blonde appeared in front of him, looking at this face with apparent boredom like always. The Chunin's name was Ishizaki, no clan related, and he was 28 years old. He, suddenly, saw Naruto's Sharingan eyes spinning like a vortex until the man's eyes were closed. Naruto had seen the genjutsu with his Sharingan and immediately dispelled it. Upon opening his eyes, the Chunin was surprised to see a bunch of kids pointing at him while laughing hysterically. He didn't know how he ended up there in the first place. Naruto watched this from the top of the roof and turned to leave, however he was stopped once Kakashi appeared and placed a hand on his shoulder. His only visible eye showed concern, whereas Naruto's eyes showed disinterest. "It wasn't so surprising, right, Kakashi-sensei? At least, I didn't cause him much damage besides being humiliated like that." Kakashi nodded. "Do you wish to press charges against him? Attacking a low-ranking officer is a serious charge and he could be placed in prison." Naruto, though, didn't want this. "No, it won't be necessary, Kakashi-sensei. I'm already used to this treatment. I'm sure it will fade with time. Until then, I can handle it." It wasn't the best answer he could give as it further increased Kakashi's concern for Naruto. "Just because you can, doesn't mean you should, Naruto. You know that." The boy only shrugged and turned his back towards his sensei. "As witness of what happened, you could take action, Kakashi-sensei. I won't though." After that, he vanished using a shunshin. The Jounin sighed in dismay and vanished as well. Naruto was right, he could tell the Hokage that one of his Chunins attacked a genin. Not just as witness, but because he was a Jounin as well. However, he supposed that Naruto did the right thing by erasing the man's memory of what really happened. This way, he wouldn't remember what happened. He supposed it was best to have to talk to Asuma about it, though. He is Naruto's sensei after all. Next day. It became routine between Naruto and Tori to meet early in the morning and practice Kenjutsu together. To the man, it was considered good practice, considering that he was up against a Sharingan user. Despite his superior skill, Naruto's eyes could follow his movements due to the fact that he managed to reach the final stage of the Sharingan. It didn't mean that Naruto was useless without the eye, as he could see that Naruto's strikes were increasing fast. The spar was progressing nicely, almost developing into a showdown between swordsmen. However, it was time for Tori to end the training as he sensed one member of his team approaching. With brute strength, he forced Naruto to lose his footing, leaving him open for a front kick that sent the boy flying. Naruto managed to flip his body using the momentum, despite the pain on his chest. As soon as he looked at his sparring partner, Naruto was surprised that another Anbu had joined the party. And it was the same Anbu from 2 months ago. He recognized the long blue hair. "Naruto, it appears that we must end the spar for today. Same time tomorrow." The blonde just nodded before hiding his sword once more. The eagle mask Anbu remembered the brat from 2 months prior and decided to have some fun. "Finally learn to respect your superiors, kid?" The eagle Anbu asked, earning a questioned look from Tori as Naruto turned to look at her. "I don't know what you're talking about, Anbu-san." "Tori-sensei, see you tomorrow." Naruto then turned and walked away, leaving an infuriated Anbu who didn't enjoy being ignored. Despite this, if she ever showed that the brat got to her, she would no doubt be the laughingstock inside the corporation. She heard a small snicker coming from her superior Tori. Probably, she was already too late in avoiding her fear, she reasoned. Eagle then vanished and went to look for the kid, seeing as, being a junior Anbu, her mission was to scout around the village. It took a while before she saw him purchasing a few sticks of dango, possibly for breakfast, and took a seat below a sakura tree. Being privy to confidential documents, she had access to Naruto's file and was interested. Because of the QB and the rumor behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, Naruto received several attacks by Chunins. Despite this, he managed to defeat them with the use of the Sharingan eyes. The eagle sort of admired the kid's will to fight despite the odds. "Are you stalking my student Anbu-san?" Eagle was already on edge, but relaxed once she saw Asuma standing behind her. "I'm not obliged to explain myself, Asuma-senpai. I'll take my leave now," Eagle said before she vanished, earning a snicker from the jounin. He then analyzed Naruto for a bit. It was strange to see the boy so at peace with himself, despite its cold exterior towards others. Perhaps after years of being ignored by others, he ended up getting accustomed to it. Asuma feared that Naruto enjoyed being left alone. He left before Naruto could turn and see him, despite knowing that Naruto saw the entire thing. The jounin was correct though, since Naruto's Sharingan was activated the entire time, and he was able to feel the trace of chakra from both the Anbu and his jounin sensei nearby. He didn't say anything at the time, but he really wished to be left alone. At Training Ground 10. Once everyone was gathered, Asuma decided to change their routine for today. Today it was time for chakra control exercises, instead of just Jujutsu and stamina training. However, when Naruto said that he already had tree climbing, as well as water walking mastered, Asuma frowned and cursed Kakashi once more for not telling him that. He knew that Ino and Choji had been training in chakra control with their families a bit, but not the tree climbing exercise. He decided that Naruto would practice a much advanced form of chakra control, consisted of suspending a kunai on top of his hand, using just his chakra. While he was doing this, he taught Ino and Choji the tree climbing exercise. The team spent the majority of the morning practicing chakra control. Ino's chakra capacity was much higher than before, hence why it took quite a while for her to run out of chakra. Still, Ino managed to master the exercise after 5 attempts. Choji took longer, but by the end of the exercise, he managed to cover a large distance. Naruto managed to keep the kunai suspended for about 10 minutes before he couldn't any longer. This exercise involved continuous bursts of chakra and strong ones at that to carry the heavy metal over his hand. As such, the strain on the chakra coils was too much for a genin, even one of Naruto's skill. Asuma knew that, though. He wanted to test how far Naruto's skills progressed, and to see that he managed up to 10 minutes before tiring was impressive. After a small break, the team went to the Hokage's office and picked up a mission. Unfortunately for Asuma, most of the D-ranked missions were already taken, meaning that his team would finish their day early. He figured that after the mission, they could focus on some teamwork exercises. After his team left from the Hokage's office, his father asked him to stay for a while. "Asuma, starting tomorrow, Team 10 will be assigned to C-ranked missions. It still baffles me why neither of them contested much from doing them, but they've earned it." Asuma smiled at his father before leaving the office. He met his team outside the Hokage's office building and quickly relayed the mission to them. It was quite surprising the contents of the mission because it was considered D-ranked. They were supposed to hunt a group of low-level thugs that were causing havoc on the village's poorest neighborhood. This job was normally meant for Anbus, but the Hokage figured that sending high-level shinobi to beat low-level thugs were a bit of overkill. They could very well be dealt with by genin-level shinobi. It was the first mission that involved actual fighting, and all 3 members were quite eager about it, especially Naruto for some reason. Little did everyone know that the blonde was on the verge of exploding in front of the Hokage because of these so-called D-ranked missions. He smiled upon hearing from his sensei that starting tomorrow, his team would receive C-ranked missions. That meant that his hard work paid off in the end. Traveling towards the neighborhood took little time as the team settled to observe the area a bit. Normally, this place was reserved for bandits and rapists. It represented the dark side of Konoha, and the aura around the vicinity was rather cold for comfort. It was like the team had entered a cold cave, and Ino was already shivering. Asuma knew this much because he passed by here on occasions once he was a Chunin. This area hadn't changed much since then, and he doubted that it would change anytime soon. The population roamed freely throughout the crowded and littered street. Their mission was to capture a gang of bandits that were accused of starting a new drug point in Fire Country. The mission, although relatively easy from the ninja standpoint, had a lot of variables. This area was forsaken by the shinobi population, so if anyone showed up, people would be suspicious and the gang would flee, or worse, take hostages. It was imperative that the team didn't appear as shinobis, hence why Asuma instructed them to take off the headbands for later use. With that done, they split up in twos, Naruto with Choji and Ino with Asuma. Obviously, the Jounin used a minor henge to change his clothes, since he was the only one with the standard Konoha ninja uniform. They were only supposed to look around and observe the population for a couple of hours. The drug dealers weren't that good in hiding their activity, probably because they believed the area to be of no interest to the Hokage. Despite that being the case, the Hokage realized his omission and called in Team 10 to clean up the location, so to speak. Although it was considered a forsaken zone, there was no heavy crime being committed, like murder, because if that were the case, Anbu would come and sweep the entire area. The boys appeared to be chatting amongst themselves while looking around for clues as to the gang's activities or, if they're lucky, their hideout. The condition of the villagers was below poverty, if the street's condition was any indication. The houses were almost on the verge of collapsing due to lack of maintenance, and the only attempt at commerce was a local magazine shop that happened to be closed. Apparently, no self-respected businessman would want to invest in this place, at least not before Team 10 dealt with the drug dealers. After walking for about an hour, the boys met their sensei and their teammate at the same place where they separated. Naruto reported to Asuma that they had little luck in finding anything. However, the triumphant look on Ino's face showed a different story on their part. We saw a man selling 10 grams of opium as soon as we separated and we followed him to a dark alley. Ino, then, used her clan's jutsu and gathered enough information about the gang's activity here. She also hit the jackpot. We know their hideout's location. The boys nodded and even congratulated Ino for a job well done, which she appreciated. Choji's compliment wasn't such news as Naruto was, and it still surprised her how he could be this nice while on missions and completely distant afterwards. Asuma decided to just lay low for a while, until nighttime. According to the intel, the gang would have a big meeting tonight regarding their operation and how much money will be split between the dealers. It was the perfect opportunity to swoop in and beat the crap out of them until no one was left standing. Both Naruto and Choji would handle this part as he had a different plan for Ino. Their unwillingly source gave them the identity of the gang leader. With a Shintention, she will command his body and walk straight at the authorities, confessing every one of his crimes. Takeshi's rule of terror would meet his end tonight. There wasn't any need for the team to remain there the entire time, though, so Asuma took his team for a quick meal located on Konoha's merchant district. Asuma turned to Naruto and decided to ask to the boy, hence leader of the team, what would be his strategy to beat everyone along with Choji. I'll sneak inside the house and cut the lights off. When the lights go off, it will be Choji's signal to barge inside the house with his human bullet tank technique. With that alone, he would be able to deal with quite a few of the criminals. I'll, then, enter the fight and knock the rest down with Taijutsu. I'll leave the leader untouched for Ino to take possession of his body. At least, that's what I was thinking about doing, Asuma-sensei. Is that okay? The bearded Jounin just smirked as he flipped his cigarette from the left side to the right side of his mouth. He was sure that Naruto would use either fire or earth jutsus, hence why he would have to bring in another strategy. He smiled at the blonde. I think that's okay, Naruto. Just don't take any chances. We don't know if any of these goons had ninja training or if they'll carry weapons inside. If that's the case, use one of your ninjutsu. Everyone nodded before Asuma paid the meal. It was already getting dark outside, so the team rushed back to the poor side of the village, which right now happened to be empty. No one was stupid enough to roam throughout these streets at night. To the ninjas, it was perfect. Naruto and Choji saw the house where the meeting was being held and they could hear lots of noises inside. Probably, they were busy getting wasted with opium and sake. It worked for the best in Naruto's opinion. He signaled for Choji to hide until the lights were cut off. Naruto, then, jumped to the roof and entered through a small crack on the roof. He slowly increased the hole with his kunai before jumping inside. Once inside, he activated his Sharingan and started looking for activity near him. The room wasn't much spacious, and Naruto only saw one guard, who, instead of doing his job, was drooling on top of a naked geisha. The room reeked of alcohol, but his young mind couldn't understand what happened here. He didn't feel the need to understand though as he located his target. Dropping slowly, he reached the electric box located on the far wall of the room and opened, before cutting every wire he could see with a kunai. When the lights were out, every member of the gang started screaming, asking what the hell was going on. They were all surprised upon hearing someone screaming outside. Nichiren Sensha, human bullet tank technique. All of a sudden, a giant ball invaded the house and smashed quite a few enemies before Chaoji smashed himself in the wall. He immediately let go of the technique as he looked at the rest of the gang. Their eyes screamed blood murder at the Akimichi, but Chaoji wasn't threatened by them. Mostly because it didn't take 1 second for Naruto to appear and engage everyone from behind in a clean taijutsu match. With the group's attention divided, Chaoji got in the fight as well and used his superior strength to deal with the bandits. Asuma and Ino were outside the house, just watching the spectacle. Ino even flinched once she saw Chaoji landing a kick on a man-sensitive member. Asuma saw one man picking a sword from behind his back and worried for his students. However, Naruto was using the Sharingan right now, so he was able to escape the attack before the man even moved and landed a fierce punch on his abdomen. He was out the next second while the genins dealt with the rest. A shadow was seen trying to escape before Ino appeared in front of him with 2 shurikens on her hand. When the moonlight illuminated the man's face, Ino smirked upon seeing the leader of the gang in front of her. She placed both hands in front of her and used her clan technique, the Shintention. Asuma caught her body while she was in possession of the leader's body. Taiji and Naruto came out of the house before joining their team. The mission was complete now, and their last part was to walk towards the authorities where the leader, Ino, would confess the man's crimes and request his arrest. With the gang dealt with, the area would be cleaned of crimes and, quite possibly, resurrect once more. The Hokage had a business plan for the neighborhood. But the gang gone, the next day, contractors would come, with security of course, and build some shops and even a neighborhood hospital. The best part of the contract, in the Hokage's possession, was a new bank agency there. Possibly, in about 3 to 4 months, the area would grow, financially, and even attract future residences. The good thing about Konoha being a ninja village was that ninjas tend to protect the area where they live in. So, if anything happened, a shinobi would deal with the situation or at least report it to the Hokage. With the mission accomplished, Asuma relieved his team for the day. Ino and Chaoji nodded to each other and approached Naruto, inviting him for dinner. The blonde looked at them for one instant and everyone already expected a no for an answer. Surprisingly so, Naruto nodded his head and asked them where they wanted to go. He was surprised, though, when they asked him where he wanted to go. Asuma smiled at the change in interaction before leaving the area. The team bid him goodbye before Chaoji and Ino turned to Naruto once more. He was still due to give them his answer. "Well, Naruto, where do you want to go?" Ino questioned him. "I do enjoy some ramen, if you're both okay with it." Both Ino and Chaoji wondered why the sudden reluctance in his tone, but none of them said anything. It was the first time Naruto said yes to anything, and they would seize the opportunity. They followed the blonde towards the ramen stand, both with a smile on their faces. The talk with Ino and Chaoji's parents were still fresh in their minds, as after that, they saw Naruto in a new light, so to speak. They still didn't see the bigger picture, but at least concerning the Uchiha incident, Naruto's reputation was cleared. At the time, both Ino and Chaoji heard from their parents what really happened at the time of the Uchiha massacre, and Ino even remembered how she flinched upon hearing that Naruto was there that night because he was searching for food. Until then, neither Ino nor Chaoji knew that Naruto was an orphan. It was Ino's father, Inoichi, who told that Naruto received a direct Kaiten jutsu to his face, and his eyes were scorched because of it. And seeing that Sasuke was declared deceased due to a strong genjutsu on his mind, the Sandaime decided to implant his eyes into Naruto, hence why he was the first non-Uchiha with a Sharingan. Upon arriving at the ramen stand, Naruto greeted old man Tuchi and his daughter Ayame before introducing them to Chaoji and Ino. The team talked about a lot of things and the majority of them concerned Naruto. He ended up revealing what happened after the massacre. He said to them that he received training from a jounin called Hada Kakashi in how to use the Sharingan. He ended up saying that his eyes was fully matured and even showed them to his teammates. "Wow, it's so cool," Chaoji spoke, earning a nod from Ino. "So, that means that you can predict the enemy's movements before they even occur, as well as copy any ninjutsu and genjutsu?" The Yamanaka asked, earning a nod from Naruto before he deactivated his eyes. His teammates' enthusiasm wasn't so much shared by the blonde, seeing as, despite getting his sight back, he considered the eyes to be cursed. On occasions, he would look at the mirror and see Sasuke instead of him, and 2 times a week, he dreamed of memories from Sasuke's life inside the Uchiha compound. He chose not to tell them that and decided to ask some questions this time. One thing he was curious about was their clan's ability to work together so fluently. Ino and Chaoji nodded, but it was Ino who explained. Our fathers formed a team about 20 years ago and became insanely famous. They were called the Ino Shikacho team. Since their creation, the three of them devised teamwork attacks that were unbeatable. The three of them passed their knowledge to me, Chaoji and Shikamaru. Only problem was that, for some reason, Hokage-sama placed you in Shikamaru's place, but our fathers still train us three on occasion. Naruto, suddenly, found himself questioning the same thing. Why he was placed in this team for. He knew about their parents' reputation and wondered if it would have been more prudent to form a second generation of the team. Not that I'm complaining or anything, but I could ask a Hokage to switch places with Shikamaru. Naruto's idea surprised them, and suddenly Ino felt ashamed at explaining about the three clans' bond. Naruto was stronger than Shikamaru, and while he wasn't as intelligent, he came up with good strategies for them. No, you don't have to. I mean, Shikamaru is nice, and he's been with us since we were born, but he is far too lazy at times, right Chaoji? Ino asked, calling for help. Shikamaru is my best friend, but even I know that his laziness gets in the way. Both Ino and I got stronger because of you, Naruto. Upon seeing Naruto's questioned look, Chaoji elaborated. You are way better than the both of us combined and, besides that, not once did you belittle us for it. Every time we sparred, I felt the need to improve, and I think Ino feels the same. Even our parents commented on our increase in drive. Shikamaru may be our destined teammate, but looking at it today, his methods of work would piss both me and Ino. Shikamaru may be our friend, but he's not our teammate and our leader, you are. Ino nodded at each word as she felt the same, strangely enough. What was even stranger was that after Choji finished talking, they all saw Naruto's mouth bending lightly towards a smile. The strange part wasn't the smile itself, but the fact that it somehow showed them a different Naruto than he portrayed. It didn't suit him, she concluded, to be bitter all the time. Thank you Chaoji, Ino. Both smiled before the meal was served. The three of them ate in silence, but the aura around them was softened, indicating that the team just overcame an important obstacle. This earned a smile from Asuma, Kakashi and Kasumi, who happened to be passing by the ramen house and listened to the whole thing. Their topic of conversation was precisely the team's lack of interaction and ways to solve it. They heard Naruto's idea regarding his replacement with Shikamaru and frowned in worry. It was, indeed, a questionable call from the Hokage at the time, but now they were teammates. In the end, though, Chaoji and Ino managed to break Naruto's invisible barrier created around himself in order to avoid outside interaction. It seems we worried over nothing, Asuma. Kakashi said, earning a nod from the bearded Jounin. Next day. Asuma could see the difference in interaction between the three as they practiced more chakra control exercises. Because of Ino's smaller chakra capacity compared to Chaoji and Naruto's, she managed to finish the tree walking and was now attempting the water walking. Chaoji wasn't much further behind, and he even managed to reach the top of the tree he was in. However, instead of going to the water, Asuma told him to stick with the tree climbing for now until he could fully master the exercise. Naruto's time with the kunai increased only a couple minutes, but at least it was an improvement. He wanted another thing from the blonde student instead of chakra control, so he ushered Naruto to stop for a moment. Naruto, I understand you're learning the arts of Kenjutsu, correct? The blonde nodded, not even interested in keeping that a secret. I wanted to practice my skills with these little babies against you, if that's okay. Asuma took out of his kunai holster 2 trench knives before falling into attack position. The blonde smiled and unsealed his tiger sword, a Kadashi. Activating the Sharingan, Naruto charged Asuma, who for his part, smiled at the speed of his student. He used to use his weapon laced with wind chakra, but by doing so, he would damage Naruto's sword. The blonde was onto him in an instant, however Asuma was quick enough to parry it with one of his trench knives before he used his free hand to strike at Naruto. The genin evaded quickly to the right and flipped his sword so that the cutting side was aimed at Asuma. He, then, performed a vertical strike as if he wanted to slice Asuma in two. The Jounin placed both trench knives in front of the sword, stopping its path. The stalemate was momentary, seeing as Asuma had much more strength than Naruto. The blonde let loose of the sword for an instant and Asuma lost his balance because he was holding his weapon still and without a force to stop him, he stumbled. Naruto took advantage and jumped high into the air, already flipping his body to land a strong kick at Asuma's head. The Jounin just resumed his momentum and avoided the kick. He let go of the trench knife on his right hand and closed his fist for a punch. Despite the fact that Naruto's body couldn't react as fast as his eyes could, he managed to dodge. He aimed his Kadashi at Asuma's torso, but Asuma defended it with one of the knives. He used the other to attack, but Naruto parried with his sword as quickly as expected from the Sharingan. Naruto focused some chakra to his legs and increased his speed. He appeared behind Asuma and aimed a powerful strike at the Jounin. Asuma managed to dodge, though, by creating some distance between the two. He took some shurikens from his holster and threw at Naruto before doing some hand seals. Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto smirked at yet another technique acquired before he started a quick series of hand seals. He gathered a great load of mud inside his mouth while molding necessary chakra. Otendoryu Heki, Earth Release. Mud Wall Technique. Naruto took the cover supplied by the wall of mud and took some projectiles of his own. After throwing at Asuma, he used the same technique that the Jounin used on him. Asuma was surprised upon seeing the shurikens multiplying and realized that Naruto must have copied the technique. Still, the man used a simple substitution jutsu and vanished from sight just as Naruto appeared to deliver a powerful strike. His Sharingan showed him the source of chakra coming from behind him, but he couldn't follow the speed of a seasoned Jounin. He used both arms in front of his exposed face in a weak attempt to block Asuma's punch, but to his surprise the punch never came. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Asuma's hand in front of him. The Jounin was smiling the entire time. Naruto, nice spar, but you shouldn't focus on copying every technique you see before you. Perhaps, focus on those who would be useful to your fighting style and nothing more. Be ready for future spars like this as I expect you to improve constantly. Now, gather around everyone, we're about to start the real missions. Quite possibly, Asuma was the most enthused of the four regarding the initiation of C-ranked missions. Ino was actually dreading the possible outcomes as she knew what C-ranked mission represented. It was their first and quite probably it would be outside the village's perimeter. Once out of the protection provided by the village's walls, who knows what could happen. Daoji, being Chaoji, only thought about the amount of food that he would have to pack once he went home. Naruto, on the other hand, was more interested in meeting new enemies to face in battle. The Hokage's office. And so the team marched towards the Hokage's office, where the Sandaime Hokage was busy smoking his pipe. He was expecting his son's team to show up any time now. Meanwhile, he was busy analyzing the team's charts with a smile on his face. His decision to prevent the Ino Shikacho team's second generation allowed for a much more balanced team, and at the same time, he formed a team with playing condition for tougher missions in the future. Asuma was considered an elite Jounin and Naruto, with his Sharingan, had the potential to surpass his sensei. Chaoji and Ino were well on their way to surpass their fathers. Shikamaru, for his part, was mostly brains and very little effort, hence why the Hokage believed that he would be better in another team where he could be tested. Plus, there wasn't one situation that Kakashi couldn't fix if needed. All in all, his team decision ended up being the correct one in his decision. A knock on the door was heard and his son entered followed by his genins. Team 10 presenting for duty, Hokage-sama. The old man Hokage looked at the team with pride as he threw a scroll to Asuma with the letter C engraved on it. As I said yesterday, this will be Team 10's first C-ranked mission. It will be a simple escort mission towards Wave Country. Please come in, Tazuna-san. The door opened to reveal the client. He was pretty old, as they could see from the gray hair and gray beard. His outfit didn't show much as they later knew his profession to be a contractor. He wore reading glasses and he was holding a bottle of empty sake on his right hand. The rotten smell that exuded from the man was quite evident and Ino was forced to cover her nose. Azuna-san, here is the team that will protect you until you reach your home. The client snorted at the Hokage before attempting a sip of his sake, not even aware that the bottle was already empty. I paid a lot of money to be protected by ninjas, but not by a team of brats, especially the blonde midget and the fatso over there. At this, both Chaoji and Naruto saw red, however neither of them could hit the client and in front of the Hokage no less. It didn't mean that they couldn't respond in kind. Yeah well, I'm not too thrilled to be protecting a drunken old fart either, so I guess we're even, Naruto replied, earning a silent snicker from Chaoji. Ino and Asuma enjoyed it as well, but none of them said anything for a while. Tazuna just snorted once more and complained about lack of respect from youngsters. Do not worry, Tazuna-san. These three represents one of the best teams Konoha has to offer. And besides, if something happens that they can't handle it, I'll be there as well. You don't have anything to worry about. Tazuna snorted before leaving the office. Probably, he would go to a bar of something. Asuma then turned to his students and gave their orders. The mission will officially start tomorrow morning at 0800 hours. Take the rest of the afternoon to train if you so wish, but I'd advise a good rest. Wave Country is a good walk away from here and we won't be able to use chakra while traveling. The team nodded before leaving and going their separate ways. Ino and Chaoji went to their respective homes, but Naruto wanted to train some more. It was only 2 in the afternoon after all, and he wanted to practice some fire techniques. The chakra control exercises aided him in how much he needed for the technique, so he wanted to practice a bit more. Asuma was alone with his father for a bit as he reported the events from yesterday and the bond formed by his team. The Hokage nodded in appreciation that Naruto found, at least, acceptance from his teammates. With the Uchiha incident out of the way, the only obstacle left to overcome was the QB. However, the Hokage had faith that his teammates wouldn't resent the blonde. Only time would tell, though. With Naruto. Once on his own, Naruto went to a nearby training ground in order to practice a new technique that Kakashi taught him. It was extremely difficult to perform since it involved a lot of pure fire manipulation. It was a B-rank jutsu named Kainki no Rashi, fire release. Firestorm technique, and it consisted of releasing a powerful and thick fire stream before manipulating it to form a fire hurricane in front of him. It was considered a mid-range jutsu, but Naruto could adapt it to becoming a short-ranked one by manipulating the fire a bit earlier than normal. He already managed to perform it once or twice, but it was mandatory to practice the technique more in order to master it. First, though, he looked up the sky with a smile on his face at his growth in skill. His fight against Asuma showed him that, but at the same time, showed him what he had to improve in, his speed. The Sharingan could very well anticipate the enemy's movements. But what good would that do if his body couldn't react in time to prevent it? He would take today and practice the fire technique, the new one he copied from Asuma, and finish with a couple of physical exercises meant to increase your stamina and speed. He would overcome every obstacle in front of him as he grew up. This mission could very well bring forth new challenges that will help him improve, possibly, new enemies to face, who knows. Maybe, Naruto may run into some missing nin from another village or something. If only he knew. The mission day was finally upon Team 10, as this was the first time that they would leave Fire Country. Both Ino and Chaoji had already traveled to some locations throughout the country with their parents, but none of them ever crossed any borders. Naruto had traveled only once with Kakashi in order to learn how to use his Sharingan. Asuma ushered everyone to arrive at the gates at 0800 hours. Realizing that he still had 2 hours, Naruto shrugged it off as he managed to parry Tori's sword strike with the help of his Sharingan. The duel was light today, considering that Naruto would need his strength and chakra for his C-ranked mission. 1 hour and a half later, the two decided to stop the training, as Naruto would need to meet his sensei shortly. After hearing of the mission, Tori ended up giving some advice to Naruto. I know it's a C-ranked mission, and normally you shouldn't expect more than bandits or thugs, Naruto. However, as you evolve in your career, you'll come to know that rarely ever does a mission go according to plan. There are a lot of variables in which you must take into consideration. Your team is heading towards a different country, and you won't have the protection of any Konoha shinobi, with the exception of your team. A good ninja must adapt to whatever situation lies in front of him, even if in the middle of a fight. Remember this and you'll be fine. Naruto nodded and bowed to his Kenjutsu partner before sealing the sword and turning towards the direction of the gates. Naruto knew that Tori would vanish as soon as Naruto turned, so he didn't bother asking for anything else and just walked casually towards the gates. Except for him and a few others who woke up earlier, the day in Konoha was only now starting, so Naruto spotted some random faces as he walked along the street. Normally, he would take another route to rooftops, but there were no buildings that lead to the gates, so Naruto was forced to walk there. Because of this, he could feel a few civilians who were up and about glaring at him. Ignoring them was his routine every day, so he simply shrugged it off and placed both hands inside his pockets as the gates finally appeared on the horizon. When Naruto arrived at the gates, he realized that no one was there yet. He admitted arriving a little bit earlier than schedule, but that didn't mean that his entire team needed to arrive precisely at the time or a few minutes afterwards. Naruto, though, realized that he was complaining without necessity. After all, Kakashi wasn't going on this mission, and absolutely no one in Konoha was later than him. After a few minutes of waiting, Naruto suddenly felt a bit of pain in his left arm and realized that he took things too far with Tori this morning. It would fade with time, but Naruto wanted it to heal before the mission actually started. He started rubbing the sore muscles in order to relax them when Ino and Chaoji arrived. Where is Asuma-sensei? Ino was the one who asked and Naruto just shrugged. He isn't here yet, neither is that drunken excuse of a human being, aka our client. So I'll guess that Asuma is coming with him. Naruto's distaste for Tazuna wasn't a mystery, and Ino even let out a small laugh at his comment. True to what Naruto said, the team sensei appeared with the bridge builder Tazuna behind him. Asuma was surprised that his team was this punctual, while Tazuna was looking at the blonde kid who disrespected him in front of the Hokage yesterday. He didn't need to be a genius to know that the kid didn't like him at all. Probably it was the judging remark he made yesterday. Tazuna, though, had other problems at the moment. After a quick word from Tazuna regarding the time needed to reach Wave Country, the team left Konoha walking towards Wave Country. Of course, Ino protested seeing as they could travel far faster than this. However, she didn't take into account that Tazuna was a mere civilian and couldn't travel like ninjas could. Ino had the decency to blush in embarrassment when she and Tazuna exchanged glances. After that, the trip went uneventful for the most part. Team 10 wasn't very talkative, with the exception of a few questions here and then about Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. Nothing secretive, but only what Ino and Chaoji can and will learn in the future, aside from the training with Asuma. After talking with the team, Ino turned to Tazuna, who was busy talking something with Asuma. "Excuse me, Tazuna-san, but I'm curious about something." Tazuna looked at the girl and ushered her to ask. "Isn't there a ninja village in Wave Country? Why come all the way to Konoha to get protection?" The man sighed in response to that. Wave Country, although close to Water Country, doesn't have a ninja village like Konoha or Kurigakure. As a matter of fact, our land lacks the necessary income to maintain a ninja village. However, that will change when I manage to finish the bridge I talked about. It links Wave Country to Fire Country, and through it, we can re-establish trading routes and expand our economy. The man was boosting in self-confidence upon mentioning his pet bridge. Ino nodded at the answer before the conversation ceased for the time being. The group walked for a couple of hours until they spotted two small puddles of water. Asuma immediately sensed the presences when something in his mind clicked. So far, his team hasn't engaged a fierce enemy before. That mission in Konoha hardly could be considered a test. The team simply passed by the puddles as if nothing happened. Suddenly, two identical shinobis appeared from within the puddles and went after the strongest enemy, Asuma. Quickly wrapping the seemingly surprised shinobi, the pair, called the Demon Brothers, pulled their chains at the same time and ripped Asuma in half, shocking his team upon seeing the death of their sensei. After arrogantly stating that they've already taken care of one, they moved on to the next, namely, the Genins. Taoji and Ino managed to overcome their fear and jumped in front of the client. Naruto, meanwhile, unleashed a couple of shurikens before going through hand seals. Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The two shurikens had suddenly multiplied into 20, forcing the Demon Brothers to use their chain in order to block them before moving on with the attack. By that time, though, Naruto was already upon them, standing between the Demon Brothers and the Genins, which were protecting Tazuna. The Demon Brothers charged once more with their chain, ready to envelope Naruto. The Genin, though, managed to parry it and aim a Taijutsu strike at the one from the right. His attempt was blocked though, but Naruto managed to dodge an incoming swipe from the brother from the left that would pierce his heart. Quickly grabbing a kunai, Naruto charged the one from the right once more, knowing that the other one was behind him. As he knew that the Demon Brothers were focusing on him, he managed to take their attention away from the client, Ino and Chaoji. Naruto started dodging the attacks while locking eyes with Chaoji for assistance. Chaoji nodded and looked at Ino for a moment before expanding his right arm and extending it towards the one that was closest. He was successful and used his strength to hold the brother in place, while Naruto activated his Sharingan with a smile on his face. Slicing the chain with his kunai, he started pounding the only free brother to the ground with supreme taijutsu and the ability of anticipating the enemy's movements. The enemy was sent to unconsciousness, and Naruto looked at Chaoji with a smirk on his face, as now it would be the other one. His Sharingan showed him seconds before the demon brother used his claw to hurt Chaoji's hand, which resulted in him being released. The enemy was charging at Ino, who grabbed a kunai in order to protect Tazuna. Both Ino and the demon brother were surprised upon seeing Naruto appearing right in between them and performing hand seals. Otendoryu Dangan, Earth Release. Mud Shot Technique. The first ones the enemy was able to evade, but Naruto adapted the mud projectile's path based on the position supplied by the Sharingan. The enemy screamed as the mud shot hit him right on the chest. He was about to get up in rage when Asuma appeared from within a wind shunshin and stomped on the fallen brother, shocking Naruto, Ino and Tazuna. The blonde later wished to punch himself upon seeing the wood log sliced in two where Asuma stood a few moments ago. He then looked at the fallen Chaoji while Asuma was busy tying the demon brother to the tree. Naruto kneeled next to his partner. "Chaoji, what happened? Are you alright?" Naruto helped his team comrade up before seeing the bleeding hand and remembering what the enemy had done to free himself from Chaoji's strong grip. It was Asuma who figured out what it was after appearing behind Naruto. "Oh man, it's poison. Ino, come here. I believe you have your family kit with you to extract poisons." The female member of the team came running and looked at Chaoji's hand before grabbing some plants inside her kit to make some healing tea. One great aspect out of having a flower shop was that her family managed to learn a lot about healing poisons from plants. It didn't take more than 5 minutes for Ino to prepare the herbal tea. Chaoji drank everything and sighed in relief upon feeling the pain going away. Asuma was relieved as well, because poison wasn't actually his favorite subject. "Great job all of you. Now Tazuna, I wish to talk to you about why there are 2 C-ranked missing nins from Kurigakure after you." Tazuna began to sweat as he saw the look on Asuma's face. Seeing as he was out of alternatives, the drunken bridge builder decided to come clean about this entire mess. He realized that the fat kid got hurt due to the fact that he had lied about the mission parameters to the Hokage. The very reason for that was that he didn't know how eager Gato was to seeing him killed. However, from the Jounin's angered face, Tazuna knew that he couldn't play the naive part. Even he wouldn't believe in this crap apology. "I'm sorry that I lied to you all. Like I said before, Wave Country is not very rich and my case is no exception. I couldn't afford a B-ranked mission, but I needed protection so that I could finish the bridge that will link my home with Fire Country, thus opening trade routes between countries. I'm so very sorry that one of your genins got hurt, Asuma-san, but I didn't know that Gato would resort into hiring high-level missing nins just to kill me. The fact remains that our country is the way it is because of his acts of tyranny. The man conducts a lot of the dirty activities there. Opium traffic, women's slavery, you name it. With the bridge, I was hoping to end his reign for good." Asuma kept his stoic facade throughout the explanation. He knew a thing or two about the Gato Corporation and how the man was responsible for many illicit activities. "I know a bit about this Gato, Tazuna. I also know that the Sandaime Hokage would do everything to help you if you came clean with your problem. What you just did not only endangered yourself, but also my genins, as this is the first time they ever faced a higher level shinobi. You were lucky that we haven't encountered Jounin level ninja, or else we would be in serious trouble. The presence of the demon brothers here raises this mission to B level, if not A ranked, should we encounter more threats up ahead. I'm sorry Tazuna-san, but I will have to consult my genins to see if they are up for the task." Tazuna could only nod with a sad look on his face as he watched the Jounin turn his back and walk towards the genins that were sitting on the ground. How was he supposed to know that he could come clean with the Sandaime and ask for a B rank for the price of a C ranked? Once far from the client, Asuma kneeled next to Ino, who was busy tending to Chaoji's poison wound. By this time, the poison was fully extracted and Ino was wrapping Chaoji's hand with bandages to close the wound. The man knew a thing or two about first aid kits, but the job performed by Ino far exceeded his expectations. If he didn't know any better, the woman may have potential as a future medic nin. Something he would write down somewhere to train the girl in. Perhaps, he could ask someone to train her in that regard when or if they returned home. "Okay, now that we know of the real situation, I ask if all of you feel like continuing with the mission. My experience tells me that we may encounter a Jounin up ahead." All three of them looked at the Jounin with a surprised look before looking down in deep thought. They weren't too happy to hear that the client lied to them, but all three of them understood the reasons behind it. The man was doing this in order to save his country. Ino, Naruto and Chaoji looked at each other for a while before Ino and Chaoji nodded to Naruto. There was no going back as far as the three were concerned. "We would like to continue, Asuma-sensei. He may have lied to us, but he did it for his country." The Jounin smiled at his team. He didn't have a problem with going, but the genins were his responsibility. Those were my thoughts exactly. We'll proceed then. However, I ask that all three of you keep your eyes open from now on and listen to me at all times, understood?" All three nodded before Asuma left to tell Tazuna of their decision. The bridge builder was happy and repeatedly thanked them for their kindness and apologized also repeatedly for lying to them about the contents of the mission. He only stopped when the entire team shut him up by saying that it was enough. So, after leaving the demon brothers for Konoha to pick up, Asuma's team left once more towards Wave Country. Asuma nominated Naruto as sub-leader of the group so that he could protect Chaoji, who, despite being clean of poison, was weaker than before. Because of this, Ino and Naruto ended up flanking the Akimichi, much to his protest, saying that it wasn't necessary. "Chaoji, you would do the same thing if I was the one with the injury, wouldn't you?" Naruto said, smiling at his comrade. The Akimichi nodded with a smile as well. Eventually, the team managed to reach the river when a small boat was waiting for them. Right now, the fog was so dense that none of them could see a thing. Everyone quickly came aboard the boat before the man to whom Tazuna knew steered it towards their destination. The trip towards the other side took almost 15 minutes as the team from Konoha got to see the enormous steel bridge that Tazuna was building. The man beamed with pride when Ino complimented the construction. Tazuna's friend wished them good luck before vanishing within the heavy mist that flooded the area. Asuma's instincts immediately went on high alert the minute he made the first step and ushered his team to focus. "Naruto, please activate your Sharingan and tell me the minute you see any source of chakra." The blonde nodded and activated his Dijutsu. Asuma had faith that Naruto's chakra wouldn't be reduced by overusing the Dijutsu, and with Naruto's help, he could anticipate any movement from the enemy whoever he or she is. Naruto was looking all around the group for any signs of chakra residue around these parts. He never used his eyes for such a thing, but he never was in a situation where he couldn't see a thing before. Suddenly, as he looked to the right, his eyes caught it. "Asuma-sensei, there is one to our right." Asuma nodded and screamed for everyone to get down as he went for the client and Ino, while Naruto helped the surprised Choji. All of them sensed a strange weapon passing above them before it was embedded to the tree to their left. Asuma then got up and saw the man that was standing on top of the sword. His eyes immediately widened as he recognized his enemy's identity immediately. This mission started out as a C-ranked with the prospect of facing nothing but bandits and thugs. It escalated to a B-ranked as they faced the Demon Brothers. Now, it was easily A-ranked, as right in front of him was one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Momochi Zabuza. Whatever happened to his life that warranted such bad luck, he'll never know. Tsurutobi Asuma, I believe. No wonder the Demon Brothers were so easily defeated. I don't have anything against you or your pathetic genins, so give me the old man. Momochi Zabuza, A-ranked missing nin from Kurigakure and former member of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist. Sorry, but Tazuna's safety is my mission. You'll have to get through me. The two jounins looked at each other for a while. The killing intent liberated by both of them was staggering for both Ino and Choji, as they had yet to experience this level of battle. Naruto, being targeted multiple times by other ninjas, was better accustomed to it. But it didn't mean he was unaffected as he had yet to face a jounin in battle. He saw Ino shaking and placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to relax his comrade. Asuma was aware of his genin's suffering as he turned his neck a bit. Ino and Choji protect the client. Naruto, stay between me and them so that you can be my support and protect them at the same time. Use your Sharingan to pinpoint his direction and attack, but only from a secure distance. He is way out of your league for the time being. And all of you do not worry. I won't let any of you die, that's a promise. The genins nodded and were a bit relieved because of Asuma's speech. By this time, Asuma was already equipped with his favorite weapon as he locked eyes with Zabuza, who had yet to move from his sword. Suddenly, he vanished from his position before falling on the lake. Bold words coming from a man who is about to get killed. Prepare yourself, Tsurutobi. Zabuza focused on a single hand seal and used his favorite technique. Ninpu Kurigakure no Jutsu, ninja arts. Hidden mist technique. The dense fog now transformed into a heavy mist as no one could see a thing. Asuma focused chakra to his eyes in an attempt to spot Zabuza's position. When it became clear that the man was taking too much time, he widened his eyes in surprise, knowing that Zabuza wouldn't target him, but the client instead. He quickly turned and was surprised to see the enemy appearing behind Tazuna. He was more surprised to see Naruto standing in front of the enemy as they exchanged swords together. The swordsman was surprised with the blonde speed before looking at the kid's eyes and cursing the damned Dijutsu. He didn't have time to force the sword and kill the brat as Asuma charged at him. Zabuza had to dodge Asuma's trench knives to best of his abilities. The man wasn't used to the agility represented by smaller blades. So he vanished towards the lake once more in hopes that he would escape Asuma's knives and return to his element. I should have done this from the beginning, Zabuza. Fuetin Tatapa, wind release. Great breakthrough technique, Asuma shouted before gathering as much air as possible inside his lungs before expelling wildly. The gigantic wind force managed to dispel the heavy mist and even threw Zabuza a great distance as the man cursed his luck. Zabuza's style consisted of using the mist and sneaking behind the enemy for a quick and silent kill. He lost his chance to kill the target because of the damn kid with the Sharingan. Zabuza, now, was out in the open as he faced the smirking Asuma. Gone was Zabuza's missed advantage, but by no means was he defeated because of it. Both Zabuza and Asuma charged against another before their weapons clashed fiercely. The aftershock managed to create a tidal wave around them as both attempted attacks at the other. Eventually, Zabuza managed to connect a heavy kick on Asuma's chest and sent him flying long enough to make a long series of hand seals. Suddenly, from both his flanks, 2 small whirlpools appeared before 2 torrents of water emerged towards Asuma's path. Suitin Suryuitin no Jutsu, water release. Water dragon projectile technique. Asuma saw the 2 creatures approaching and performed a quick replacement technique before appearing the lake margin. He threw a couple of shurikens at Zabuza, who managed to dodge before blocking Asuma's attack with his gigantic sword. At the same time, he made a single Mizubunshin behind Asuma, who managed to hold him long enough for Zabuza to create a water prison and trap the shocked Asuma inside. With an arrogant laughter, Zabuza created a small army of Mizubunshins and told Asuma that he would send them against the genins and that Asuma would watch their deaths. Asuma snarled at the man but he couldn't do anything. He was about to scream at his genins to run when he saw it. Haten Dienden, fire release. Great fireball technique. The gigantic fireball crossed the river with its majestic power and went straight for the clones and Asuma's dome. The clones didn't have the chakra to perform techniques, so they were caught in the blast. Asuma was protected by a dome of water, which managed to absorb the fireball's power a bit before it couldn't handle anymore. Asuma managed to fall beneath the water in safety. Only the real Zabuza managed to stop the firebolt by lifting a water wall in front of him. Looking at the distance, he snarled once more when he saw Naruto Sharingan spinning madly at him. The boy managed to predict Zabuza's entire plan and perform the technique before he had time to summon the clones. Zabuza was so frustrated that he recovered his attention 2 seconds too late, allowing Asuma to perform the needed hand seals for his technique. Gyuuten Fuijin no Jutsu, Wind Release. Dust Cloud Technique. After finishing the sequence, Asuma placed the palm of his hands together and blew wind chakra through them, creating a strong burst of cutting dust. The attack hit Zabuza dead on as it not only sent him flying, but managed to cause a great load of damage to his body. His body ended up hitting a considerably thick tree, which resulted in a few ribs being cracked. Asuma, then, positioned in front of Zabuza ready to deliver the killing blow when he spotted a couple of senbons hitting Zabuza's neck. The demon's eyes immediately lost their color before Asuma placed 2 fingers on his neck to feel any sign of heartbeat. There wasn't one. "I appreciate your assistance. I've been hunting Zabuza for quite some time now," said the hunter nin who appeared right beside his prey. Asuma took a while to observe the situation before nodding. Right now, his mission was to protect Azuna. The hunter nin vanished with the body before Asuma went over to the other side of the river where his genins and the client were waiting. He congratulated Naruto on the job well done before continuing with the trip towards Wave Country. Azuna was so grateful for their protection that he ushered everyone to follow him to his house, which was nearby their current position. The Konoha. The sun has already begun its descending journey as one Nara Shukaku was found walking through the forest of his property. It was a habit he came up once and that it stuck. Where he stood, there was no one who could bother him other than the animals that lived there. Suddenly, though the man looked to his right at the shadow of a tree before he sighed in dismay. "So much for peace and quiet," he mused. "Evening Itsuko, how can I help you?" Shukaku heard the woman emit an angry sound and smiled before looking forward. "How many have I asked you not to call me by my name, Shukaku-sensei?" The eagle-masked Anbu said as she appeared in front of him with her arms crossed. The Nara patriarch smiled in return as the image of his ex-student's angered face appeared in his head. No matter how many times he did it, it was always amusing to set her on edge with his habits. There was only one thing that managed to infuriate the woman, more than the possibility of revealing her identity, and that was hearing the word that every traditional Nara shinobi used so as to justify eventual negligence or lack of will in doing something. "And how many times have I told you it's too troublesome to remember?" The Anbu started shaking, but managed to control herself from not shouting at the man who trained her. "Ah, forget it. Hokage-sama asked for your presence at his office immediately." Shikaku nodded and left, knowing that his ex-student would do the same, but through the use of a shunshin. It became another habit of his to infuriate the Anbu every once in a while. He knew that every time the Hokage needed him, he would ask her to come and call him, because only she, as well as her old teammates who became jounins just a while ago, knew where their sensei was all the time. Other Anbu operatives took so long to find Shikaku that by the time he arrived at the Hokage's office, Sandaime had given up on expecting his presence and dealt with the situation. However, if it were up to the Nara patriarch, he would have preferred if others came instead of his ex-student. This way, he wouldn't have to perform troublesome duties as much. At Wave Country. After the fight with Zabuza, it didn't take too long for the team to reach Tazuna's place. Once inside, Chaoji was taken by Tazuna's daughter to one of the rooms as he needed to rest. After taking her time to appreciate the help of each shinobi for protecting her father, she went back to the kitchen, leaving Team 10 alone for the time being. Naruto was a little bit drained of chakra because of his continuous Sharingan usage and his support at the fight. Asuma was a jounin, but fighting an A-ranked level missing nin like Mamachi Zabuza would be tiring to anyone. Quickly addressing to his genins, Asuma explained to them that they would remain in Wave Country until the bridge is finished as per agreement with Tazuna. "At your rest you two. Tomorrow, we'll begin a rotation in protecting Tazuna while he gets to finish his bridge. We'll be doing some training as well. So, here's how it's going to work. Tomorrow, Naruto and Chaoji will be protecting Tazuna while Ino and I will train. The next day will be the opposite. I'll take tonight and gather a couple of exercises for all three of you to perform, now get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow." With Asuma. At night, Asuma was busy thinking of the exercises he would put his genin through. However, something was on his mind and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was forgetting something important. Thinking back at the fight with Zabuza, he remembered the senbons thrown by the hunter nin who appeared out of nowhere and took Zabuza's body away in order to dispose of the demon of the mist. The procedure stood out as odd in Asuma's book because normally a hunter nin wouldn't wait and simply destroy the body. Why take Zabuza away for that? Also, senbons shouldn't be able to kill a person. It's only meant to paralyze the enemy. He kept thinking a couple minutes about it as he tried to come up with some legitimate reason for the hunter nin's actions. He frowned deeply upon realizing that he couldn't find one. It didn't make sense. If Zabuza was already dead, then why did the hunter nin take his body elsewhere? Suddenly, though, the Jounin felt like punching himself or even asking for Tsunade of the Sannin to do it for him, for his stupidity. 1. Zabuza wasn't dead at all. Senbons indeed are meant for paralyzing the opponent, and the hunter ninja knew that, hence why he hit that area of the neck where it shuts down the entire body, making it look like the man was dead. That means that the hunter ninja was protecting the demon of the mist. Asuma's realization ended up escalating things. He at first agreed to stay in case Tazuna was attacked by Gatu's thugs. Now, he would have to prepare himself and his team to face not only Zabuza once more, but the hunter ninja as well. Things could not be worse, Asuma reasoned. If the hunter ninja joined the company of a man such as Zabuza, then it's more likely to assume that his skills are similar if not stronger than the swordsman of the mist. Asuma was having trouble fighting Zabuza alone. Unfortunately, asking for backup wasn't an option as it could take too long for another Jounin to arrive. He didn't know when Zabuza would strike next, but at least he knew that the man wouldn't be 100% based on the wounds received by his wind attack. He estimated at least a week and a half to prepare the next strongest of the team, Naruto. Next day. After a quick breakfast, the team was divided like Asuma ordered last night. Choji and Naruto would accompany Tazuna today, while Asuma and Ino would train. The news of Zabuza still being amongst the living was received with surprise and fear in Ino's case. The killing intent was surreal back then, and she didn't want to relive it. It only got worse when they knew that the hunter ninja was actually aiding Zabuza instead of after his head. Asuma explained that he would take the time needed for Zabuza's recuperation and train the three of them. He already devised a couple of exercises for all three of them. With Ino, he would focus on water walking and physical exercises in order to increase her control and her stamina. Taoji would receive strength exercises mixed with chakra, so it was required of him to learn water walking as well to further polish his Akimichi-based techniques. He would spar constantly with Naruto in order to increase his speed as well. Last but not least, Naruto. Asuma ended up admitting in front of Choji and Ino that he was counting on Naruto the most to stop the hunter ninja. So, Asuma would have him perform advanced chakra control exercises and increase his speed by facing Asuma in constant spars. Choji and Ino weren't affected by Asuma's words because they actually thought Naruto to be better than them. After all, he was the appointed leader of the team. Asuma smiled at this and asked Naruto if he felt like including elemental manipulation in his training. The blonde nodded but assured Asuma that he already had exercises taught by Kakashi in this regard, so Asuma shouldn't need to worry about that. The truth was that Naruto already took the morning to practice his fire manipulation, and while accompanying Tazuna, he would move to earth manipulation. Asuma nodded at that and took Ino towards the woods to begin her training, while the male genins followed Tazuna towards the bridge. The team would meet after Tazuna returned home in order to train together. Alright Ino, first order of business is chakra control. I know that all major clans tend to attribute extra focus in chakra control exercises, so you already know tree walking. Ino nodded, so Asuma continued. Now, the next exercise is water walking. The concept is similar, but instead of focusing chakra through your feet at all times, you'll have to adjust the amount of chakra according to the water depth. At the beginning, just focus on standing on top of the water surface. After that, you can walk albeit slowly. Any questions? Ino nodded and went towards the nearby lake. Normally, she would take off her clothes, but that was obviously not possible. So, she decided to remain near the water margin as she attempted to step on the water and remain afloat. The water depth where she stood was almost non-existent, so she barely sank that much on her first try. Asuma was confident, though, that the girl would master it by the end of the day. Her low chakra capacity helped her use it more effectively. His goal was for her to increase her chakra capacity rather than only controlling it better. With Naruto. Watching the workers diligently doing their jobs, Naruto and Choji were left with little to do, so it was easy to get bored. The Akimichi opened a bag of potato chips and ate one chip after the other faster than Naruto took to activate his Sharingan. Naruto was using his hand to hold his chin as he observed the works when Choji's bag appeared below him. Naruto looked at his comrade for a while and nodded, accepting the invitation. Choji smiled at this and resumed to eating as if nothing had happened. He felt a surge of chakra next to him and saw Naruto seating on the ground, looking down for a minute. He was about to question what was going on when he saw Naruto's concentrated visage. The Sharingan user extended his hand and slammed the palm of his hand on the ground. To Choji's surprise, a small hole no wider than Naruto's hand opened in front of him. The blonde, then, performed a couple of hand seals before slamming his hand once more. Choji saw, amazed, that the hole was covered once more as if there wasn't there in the first place. Noticing that Naruto performed the same ritual continuously and repeatedly, he assumed it had something to do with earth manipulation. Upon asking the question, Naruto nodded and explained that by constantly manipulating the element, he could perform techniques more effectively with less chakra. Naruto explained that his chakra capacity ends up hindering his progress as far as chakra control was involved, so it was mandatory that he practiced constantly. Choji nodded and decided to perform a couple of exercises as well to train and pass the time. He would use his partial expansion technique and constantly expand his limbs before using them to crush the nearby stones. Choji also performed the tree walking exercise on a 20-meter trees near the bridge's entrance. Naruto maintained his exercise for a while, not at all acknowledging that he ended up attracting the workers' attention. While they had to resort to tools in order to dig holes, Naruto didn't. In the end, Tazuna ended up hiring the boy to assist making holes where needed before covering them, sometimes using mud techniques in order to hold the metal structures that would sustain the bridge. Naruto didn't mind because it served as training in his book. And if Tazuna was correct and it increased the construction speed, then their mission would be over sooner than expected. At night, once Tazuna returned home, the team was reunited once more for training. Ino, like Asuma expected, managed to master water walking and was now enjoying herself going up and down from trees in order to expand her chakra capacity. Meanwhile, Asuma set Choji against Naruto in order to practice his agility further. The two bowed in respect to one another before going at it fiercely. The only limitation was that Naruto couldn't use his Sharingan. Choji expanded his limbs and stretched it towards Naruto, who effortlessly dodged and ran next to the extended limb towards his partner, who was busy retracting his arms while following Naruto's approach with severe scrutiny. Naruto arrived earlier than the arm, and Choji aimed a front kick towards Naruto's chest. The blonde maneuvered himself in order to appear behind Choji and aimed a strong punch on Choji's face. Choji blocked the punch and gathered a couple of shuriken before throwing them at Naruto. The projectiles were actually aimed at a different direction, since Naruto managed to land a blow on Choji's wrist. The Akimichi didn't relent to the Uzumaki's speed and pressed forward, now going for the meatball tank technique. Asuma acknowledged the increase in jutsu speed before seeing Naruto doing hand seals as well. Asuma could see that whatever was coming wasn't fire-oriented, as the hand seal sequence was slightly different. Odendoryu Heki, Earth Release. Mud Wall Technique. As the meatball tank approached, Naruto released a great torrent of mud towards the ground and already moved from his old location. The wall would rise even if he wasn't there. Choji's body slammed hard and was disoriented, allowing Naruto to appear behind him and merely place a kunai near his neck, ushering Choji to yield. The Akimichi took a while because his eyes were spinning because of the crash. Asuma smirked at this and ushered everyone to go to Tazuna's house for dinner. Tomorrow would be Naruto and Choji's turn to train, while Ino went with Asuma to the bridge along with Tazuna. Asuma asked Naruto to teach water walking to Choji, which he nodded. 1 week later. The rotation went by for 7 days, and Asuma couldn't be happier for his team. Ino managed to expand her chakra capacity because of the exercises, and even managed to increase her stamina a bit. Asuma sparred with her as to check her taijutsu and was surprised that it was quite flawless, even if it was the academy style. He managed to correct some flaws in her form, and with that, she increased her close-range capabilities. Her Yamanaka jutsus were practiced as well, and Asuma had made sure to direct her targets to either him or Choji, because getting inside Naruto's head was simply off limits. Ino, though, eased the situation, saying that she could perform her jutsus on animals. Choji and Naruto sparred constantly together and even on water as per Naruto's request. In his book, mastery of water walking was only possible when a ninja could fight on top of the water without it being a hindrance. Naruto, for his part, sparred with Asuma, this time, with the Sharingan active. The Jounin's hope in Naruto had only risen as the boy managed to anticipate the great majority of Asuma's moves, only missing one because Asuma performed it behind a tree. Asuma considered his speed on par with Zabuza's, and the hunter ninja must be on their level as well. The blonde won't have any trouble, at least as far as speed was a concern. Unfortunately, he knew little about the hunter's other capabilities, such as ninjutsu, taijutsu or jinjutsu. So Naruto would have to improvise in the middle of the battlefield. He had confidence, though, that Naruto will prevail. By now, Zabuza must have healed and could be on the move soon, so his team would have to be vigilant now. That meant that their training would end today. Actually, from his team, only Naruto asked to remain his training as the other two were quite exhausted from training. He was practicing fire techniques when a sudden feeling of being watched stopped him. Grabbing his sword, he warned the person to review his or herself. He was surprised when a teenage girl emerged from the woods in front of him, holding a basket. Long black hair and white porcelain skin, her appearance appeared fragile, but he couldn't ascertain. I'm sorry to disturb you, I was just walking around these parts, gathering herbs for my master when I saw you practicing. My name is Haku, pleased to meet you. The girl showed an affectionate smile, and Naruto sighed before putting away his sword. I'm Naruto, nice to meet you. Now, I must presume your master is sick if the herbs inside the basket are any indication. Haku nodded and gave a brief, well fake, explanation about her master being poisoned while fishing at the lake. Naruto didn't much care about it, hence why he just nodded and turned towards Tezuna's house after saying his goodbye to the girl. Something really stuck out as odd in Naruto's opinion. He was by no means a censor-type shinobi, but if anyone was that close to him, he would be aware of her presence. Because of this, two thoughts immediately appeared in Naruto's mind. The first one was that perhaps the girl's chakra capacity was that of a civilian, so he wouldn't be able to feel it. The second, and that may be counted as paranoia, was that the girl had the ability to reduce her chakra so as to make others believe she is a mere civilian, when in fact she is a powerful ninja with a superior knowledge of chakra control. Usually, he chose the more dangerous thought. This way, it wouldn't be a surprise. However, in this situation, he wasn't sure about it. He could follow the girl and use his Sharingan on her, but he didn't know what to expect. Plus, Asuma was expecting him any minute now, so he needed to return. Haku looked at the direction that this Naruto person left and immediately lost her smile, replacing it for a cold and calculated expression. She was hoping to ask some more questions to him in hopes of extracting as much information as possible. His usage of fire techniques was no mystery since Naruto ended up using it to save his sensei from Zabuza-sama's water technique. Zabuza's plan was pretty much the same as the one Asuma was planning, even if neither knew about it. Zabuza would fight Asuma, while Haku was to engage against the blonde kid and the other two. Although to be honest, Haku wondered if the other two could even count as a disadvantage for her. Next day. The next day, the entire team was following Tezuna towards the bridge. As per Asuma's instructions, Tezuna's daughter took her 8-year-old son and went to a friend's house located on the other side of Wave Country. The location was only privy to Tezuna, so she would be okay for the time being. Tezuna asked if Zabuza was likely to show up once more, and Asuma explained to him his theory of the demon's wounds and how long it would normally take for the enemy to heal. He concluded that Zabuza would be up and running right about now and could very well show up any time. The bridge builder nodded as a little sweat appeared on his forehead. If it wasn't for the blonde kid, Tezuna would be sliced in two. He remembered the enemy's cold eyes, and he was already prepared for death back then. He didn't want to feel that ever again. It was the first time he preferred dying of old age. As they approached the bridge, a heavy mist started to gather. Man, not today. Nature seems to stop us at any cost as well, huh? Tezuna complained, being oblivious to the ninjas' faces. Tezuna, this mist is laced with chakra. This isn't nature. We must go. The workers might be in danger. The bridge builder looked at the Jounin for a while before running frantically towards the bridge's location. Upon arrival, he saw everyone on the ground dead, lying on top of an enormous pool of blood made by their own. The sight was awful in Tezuna's eyes and even the Genin's. Asuma was already equipped with his trench knives when the voice appeared from within the mist. Once more, the amount of killing intent flooded the bridge, reminding everyone of what happened a week ago. It took you quite a while to come, Sarutobi. I hope you didn't mind that I killed them, I was getting bored of waiting for you. Despite the seemingly evil comment, Asuma knew it was only meant for a show of some kind. He could see the hunter ninja next to Zabuza and turned to Naruto. The blonde nodded, even if Asuma never opened his mouth. He knew what the man wanted to say anyway. Zabuza noticed it too and quickly summoned 5 Mizubunshin at them. Unleashing his Kadashi, Naruto sliced them faster than before, earning smiles from Asuma and Zabuza. Asuma smiled because his training worked and Naruto was much faster even without the Sharingan. Zabuza smiled as well and turned to the hunter ninja. It seems you found your rival for speed, huh? The hunter nodded before seeing Zabuza unleashing his Zanbato and charging Asuma. The Konoha Jounin ushered Choji and Ino and protect the client before Zabuza was already on him with his Zanbato. Asuma parried the attack with his chakra-infused knives and managed to send him away with a kick on Zabuza's chest. Naruto eventually remained alone with the hunter ninja as they took their time staring at one another for a while. The mask made things difficult for Naruto because he couldn't use the Sharingan to its full effect. He could however use to trace the amounts of chakra residue left by the hunter ninja's movements. He didn't know if his eyes were necessary now, but it was a nice backup plan if the enemy was too strong for him to deal with without the Sharingan. Positioning his sword accordingly, Naruto's body dropped into a battle formation. He held the Kadashi reversibly and in front of him so as to attack and defend at the same time. Let's see if you have the skills to stop me, Genin. The voice sounded familiar to Naruto, but he didn't have time to ponder on it as Haku vanished from her position and quickly threw senbons at Naruto. He parried all of them with the Kadashi and met Haku halfway, surprising the woman with the same level of speed. In order to parry the Kadashi, Haku positioned 3 senbons on her left hand and stopped the blade. Naruto trained too long with the Anbutori to realize that holding a battle of force was never the right way of Kenjutsu. He released the grip of the sword a little bit and moved when Haku bended her body slightly in order to accommodate with the sudden loss of force. Naruto positioned to her side and swung his Kadashi in order to end it, but Haku had more speed than that and evaded the attack before using the senbons as claws, aiming them directly at Naruto's stomach. His sword was too far from the attack to be used, so Naruto performed some backflips before grabbing some shurikens from his kunai holster and threw the projectiles at Haku. She was about to use the senbons and deflect them when she saw Naruto doing hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The 4 shurikens multiplied into 20, forcing Haku to use the water wall technique and block them from impaling her. When the water attack was released, the woman was surprised upon seeing Naruto charging at her so suddenly. She managed to block the sword once more and started one-hand seals with her free hand, shocking Naruto because he never once saw someone doing one-handed seals before. A strong geyser erupted from the sea below them before Naruto saw a whole lot of needles being formed from the column of water. He immediately moved from his position, if not the needles would be the end of him. Haku took advantage of Naruto's lack of attention and landed a fierce kick on his stomach, sent him flying. The kick was laced with chakra and it hurt quite badly. Naruto saw the same technique being used once more and realized that he was in midair and couldn't evade. Looking to his surroundings, he spotted a piece of debris and used it for the replacement jutsu, along with a nice present for the hunter nin. The needles managed to pin Naruto, and the hunter nin approached his body to ascertain his death. She was surprised when a piece of debris appeared laced with an exploding tag ready to blow. But Asuma. So far the battle between Jounins was setting Asuma on edge. Zabuza's method of strategy consisted of lifting the heavy fog and waiting for Asuma to use a Futon jutsu to get rid of it before Zabuza appeared and attempted to kill Asuma when he was busy. Despite knowing the MO, Asuma couldn't let the mist remain or else Zabuza would be in his field of expertise. As soon as Zabuza lifted the mist once more, instead of using a Futon jutsu, Asuma decided to attempt something else. A jutsu of his own creation would surprise Zabuza a lot as he wouldn't be expecting a different kind of mist. Heitan Hasekishu, Fire Release. Burning Ash Accumulation Technique. Asuma expelled ash from his mouth until it mixed with the mist. He saw Zabuza looking around wondering what was happening when Asuma smiled before he clicked his teeth. Zabuza ended being engulfed in the explosion. He managed to escape the blast, but his body received second-degree burns. Zabuza looked at the man in front of him with anger written in his face. Nothing mattered right now, just Saratobi Asuma's death. His eyes were red with anger. He placed his sword on his back before going through hand seals, a long series of hand seals. Asuma was already on edge. He cursed himself from not moving as soon as Zabuza started the sequence and got prepared for anything. Zabuza finished the hand seal sequence with a bird seal before 2 gigantic geysers of water rose from both sides of the bridge. Asuma noticed the columns transforming into dragons. Suiten Suryuiten no Jutsu, Water Release. Water Dragon Projectile Technique. The 2 dragons rushed straight at Asuma, who lifted a wind barrier around him. When the first one hit the barrier, it dissolved instantly and still had enough power to land a fierce blow on Asuma's chest. The Jounin saw the second one coming with its jaw opened wide, ready to land a hit that would knock him down for sure. After that, Zabuza would just take his time and slice Asuma's throat with a kunai. The Jounin couldn't allow this. Going through hand seals in midair, Asuma decided to stop the jutsu before it ever reached his position. This jutsu would just serve to stop Zabuza's or at least slow it down so that Asuma could escape in time. Heitan Dienden, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. The 2 techniques met each other and the fireball was quickly extinguished by Zabuza's dragon. The white smoke produced allowed Asuma to escape and hide at the same time. With Naruto. Haku managed to escape from the blast, but as soon as she evaded the explosion, she landed exactly where Naruto was expecting her to, allowing him to make hand seals. Heitan Dienden, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Haku turned to the sudden ball of fire but couldn't evade in time. Naruto became prepared for anything, realizing that if he dropped his guard prematurely, he would be dead. So far, the hunter showed much more skill than him, he realized. If that single piece of debris wasn't there, he would have to resort to his eyes, and that would show that he wasn't strong enough without the Sharingan to stop this foe. He saw the water wall technique being used once more before the hunter ninja materialized from within the fire, walking towards him. The enemy's clothes were seriously burned as well as the mask, but Naruto wasn't sure if his or her body was affected by it. Water-natured attacks tend to overcome fire jutsus more easily. With a smile, Naruto realized that perhaps it would be more prudent to use other type of jutsus. Water's main weakness was earth. You're very skilled for a genin. However, it's time to end this as Zabuza-sama needs me. Hyoten Maku Hyoshu, Ice Release. Demonic Ice Crystal Mirrors Technique. Naruto looked around as mirrors started forming around him, trapping him inside. Haku, then, literally entered in one of the mirrors before his image appeared in all of them. Naruto, sensing the danger of the technique, grabbed his second sword for the first time in a battle. He has been practicing in secret how to use two swords, and he had the feeling that he needed to use them. Looking around, he cursed upon not knowing which one was the original opponent. Therefore, he realized that the Hunter Nin could attack from all positions, and he wouldn't be aware. He doubted if his swords would be enough to defend himself against whatever came. There is nothing you can do now, since you're trapped in here. I don't wish to kill you, but if you prevent me from aiding Zabuza-sama, then I must. For some reason, Naruto found this amusing. Perhaps you'd be the first opponent who doesn't want to kill me. Forgive me if I remain skeptical. Your technique may appear threatening, but I have something that will aid me better than you think. Now it was not the time to test yourself, Naruto wondered. If he didn't use it, chances were that this foe might actually kill him. Haku saw that Naruto's eyes were different now. Instead of the usual black eyes, now it was red with 3 tomes. I wonder how long can you hold this technique of yours until you exhaust your chakra supply, Hunter Nin. Naruto got into position with his swords as Haku initiated her attacks, throwing a rain of senbons from all directions. Her eyes, though, couldn't be deceiving her. The genin in front of her was using his swords to deflect all of her senbons, doing so at a speed that even outmatched her own. Haku didn't relent, however, and bombarded Naruto once more. Much to her ire, however, the conclusion was the same. The blonde genin managed to block each and every one of the senbons. What's the meaning of this? You weren't this fast a minute ago. While throwing senbons, she questioned him. Perhaps, you know very little about the Sharingan, then. With it, I can see the movements coming at a far slower pace. Naruto deflected the last one, before placing both swords on the ground. Going through hand seals, he chose a jutsu that would be able to eliminate all mirrors at the same time. Odendoryusu, Earth Release. Earth Rising Spears Technique. Slamming both hands on the ground, he manipulated enough earth chakra to extend the earth spears longer than normally would be. He directed each spear to one of the mirrors, and since earth chakra beats water, the mirrors were defenseless against the onslaught. One by one, the mirrors cracked due to the pressure of the spears, and one of them managed to pierce the mirror that Haku was in. In result, the spear ended piercing the hunter's stomach. Haku was an ice user, having both water and wind affinities. Therefore, her body was weak against both earth and fire techniques. Naruto was perhaps the worst opponent she could ever face. As soon as the mirrors shattered, Ino and Choji saw the hunter down and Naruto standing. Both of them managed to breathe more easily, only now acknowledging that they were holding their breath in anticipation. Naruto went to help Asuma, but he didn't need to worry as he could see that Zabuza had his right arm broken and his other arm bleeding severely. His threat is ended. Asuma noticed that Naruto was next to him and asked what became of the Hunter Nin. He turned and saw the Hunter Nin on the ground, not moving. You had to use your eyes, didn't you? An embarrassed blush appeared on Naruto's face, but he merely nodded. I can't believe that someone actually beat Haku. You're someone else, kid. Zabuza was almost closing his eyes because of the amount of pain caused by Asuma's wind techniques. Well. To believe that the great demon of the mist was beaten by mere kids, oh how the mighty have fallen. As a matter of fact, these goons ended up aiding me, as I never intended to pay you, Zabuza. The voice of his contractor infuriated the demon as he turned to see the midget flanked by his samurai goons. At you, Zabuza snarled so fiercely, before turning to his ex-enemies. Asuma, you managed to beat me, and I'm no longer your opponent. I only ask one thing of you. Asuma nodded, waiting for the question. Please give me a kunai. I've always wanted that midget's head. The Jounin smiled and threw a kunai up in the air towards Zabuza, who simply nodded and grabbed it with his mouth. The bloodbath followed next as Zabuza used a mere kunai to kill all of the goons, before decapitating Gatu's head. His face was one of shock, even in death. It had been a couple weeks since Team 10's return from Wave Country, and they managed to accomplish a good number of 10D ranked missions since then. The genin spent the great majority of their time honing their skills both under Asuma's and their respective clans' teachings, in Ino and Choji's case. In Naruto's case, he was now practicing advanced genjutsu against his Anbu partner Tora. Both of them were using two swords this time, and Tora could see Naruto's improvement since they started the training session. The man even dared to believe that Naruto began to aid him as a formidable genjutsu partner for regular spars. But in Anbu, there weren't many specialists in the art of swords that could go toe-to-toe with him, and even if Naruto was using the Sharingan, the genin was showing some advanced skills for someone so young. The two has been going at it for more than half an hour now, and neither began to show any signs of being tired. However, Tor realized that he overstayed his welcome today and that he needed to be at the Anbu compound in a few minutes to meet a new member for his team. He parried one last strike from Naruto's sword before he created some distance from the genin. "I'm sorry Naruto, but I must cut our training short. I have to present early today." The blonde nodded before placing his swords inside its respective scabbards, which were located on his back. "Okay Tora-sensei, I guess I'll see you tomorrow then." The Sharingan genin bowed in respect before seeing a scroll being tossed right in front of him. Naruto lifted and looked at his sensei with a questioning look. "From your file, you have both fire and earth affinities, both of them quite strong in their own right. That scroll before you contains advanced level manipulation exercises for both affinities. Consider it a gift for improving in your kenjutsu." Naruto grabbed the scroll before looking at the man one more time. "Isn't this supposed to be Anbu restricted knowledge? I don't have access to this." He could hear a snort from Tora. "I won't tell anyone if that's what you're worried about. Plus, I have a feeling that with that, your elemental techniques will catapult in strength with less chakra required. You've earned my respect as a shinobi, Naruto. That is not only a gift for your improvement, but also a gift from one kenjutsu master to another. It's been quite some time since I've been tested in the art of swordplay, and I can see it's just the beginning of your strength and skill. I bet that in no time you'll surpass me, even without those eyes of yours." Despite being rather reserved for his age and not emotionally open, Naruto couldn't help but smile upon being acknowledged by a high-ranking shinobi and his sensei. "Thanks Tora-sensei, I won't let you down." The man nodded before vanishing within a shunshin. He knew that Naruto would be immediately hooked by the info on the scroll, so he didn't even bother saying goodbye. Naruto didn't even acknowledge his partner/sensei's presence or absence as he began to study the scroll with extra focus. He would normally jump to elemental training after the kenjutsu practice against Tora. However, if he managed to increase his knowledge regarding fire and earth elemental manipulation, he would then be able to increase the power of his elemental techniques and diminish the chakra necessary for it. It was a marvelous gift, and he remembered to thank Tora for it tomorrow morning. Inside the Anbu HQ. As soon as Tora entered inside the compound, he went to the specific Anbu training ground where his team usually met before assignments. As expected, the two members of his team were already there flanking the third and new member he was supposed to meet. Another kunoichi, but this one was different, his superior said. Tora wasn't against women inside the Anbu, seeing as his team was composed of 3 kunoichis. However, one got terribly hurt during a mission last week and had to face early retirement. Now, with one member short, his team was reduced to simpler missions and within the village's perimeter. This new recruit happened to be a junior Anbu, so he was more relieved just by this fact. The thought of training a normal jounin into Anbu routine was too troublesome right now. Her long blue hair could be seen from a distance as Tora approached the middle of the training field. Much to his surprise, the kunoichi was quite beautiful with her fringe that covered her right eye. She had dark blue eyes that showed a much more serious expression. Her clothes were standard Anbu with fingerless gloves and black arm protectors. Holding her eagle mask, Itsuko was busy conversing with her new teammates while awaiting their captain. "Welcome recruit Itsuko, codename Eagle. As you already know, I'm your captain Tora. Even if you're already part of this team, I feel compelled to run a test to see your skills firsthand. First, though, can you give me an estimate of them?" "Certainly, Tora Taichu. I'm a Taijutsu specialist with extensive knowledge of Doten and Raiten ninjutsu. My Jinjutsu skills are rather limited as I'm able to only detect and dispel up to B-ranked illusions." The captain nodded while wondering about the ninjato strapped on her back and the fact that she didn't mention her kenjutsu skills. It wasn't mandatory for Anbu to know kenjutsu just to have adequate control. He turned to his already existing subordinates before nodding at them to test the new member. "Okay, then, I'll access your strength in a straight combat against your 2 teammates. Don't hold back or they'll wipe the floor with you." Itsuko smirked at the test before falling into a taijutsu formation as she faced her teammates. One thing she enjoyed the most was a good fight. With Naruto. The boy just kept reading the scroll without even acknowledging the fact that it has been 2 hours since Tora left him towards the Anbu headquarters. Every piece of information hooked him worse than cocaine to a junkie. Manipulating fire like it was explained on the scroll was unheard of. Diminishing and increasing fire was something he never thought of before. Also, creating figures from manipulating earth was a brilliant idea. Not only did it allow him more control, but also could give him more ideas for new jutsus. The objective behind the manipulation was to diminish his chakra expenditure for each and every technique. Looking at the time, though, he realized that he wouldn't have time to put what he studied into practice, so he settled to read the entire thing. It took him half an hour to finish the contents for fire and earth manipulation. If the contents of the scroll weren't enticing enough to him, certainly the last phrase of the scroll was. The amount of control over fire and earth elements can lead to the creation of a new power, which is the union of both elements, called Uten, lava release. Theories believe it to be a bloodline, but there were many who already achieved said level without any known background. The union of elements wasn't a foreign concept to Naruto. He did read something about ninjas from other lands with the ability of merging wind and water elements, creating ice. He was alien, though, to the possibility of merging earth and fire to create lava. Perhaps, if he trained both elements hard enough, he could achieve such level of manipulation. Naruto considered asking either Asuma or Kakashi about the possibility, but for now he would consider it a hidden experiment. For now, he was still due to master the exercises that were described on the scroll. One thing that it could be said of Naruto, though, was that when an idea came, it was rather difficult or almost impossible to get rid of it. Right now, though, he needed to run because his team meeting was about to start. As he calmly headed to the meeting place, though, he couldn't get his mind away from the last phrase on the scroll about the possibility of achieving the ability to merge the elements. With Team 10. After arriving, Naruto was surprised to see that he was the last one to arrive. He saw both Choji and Ino practicing some advanced chakra control exercises for warm-ups. It wasn't considered a spar, just a game with Choji chasing after Ino from the trees. Ino would use her agility together with tree and water walking as she escaped from Choji, who needed to do the same in order to catch her. It was an ingenious idea created by Asuma-sensei as it not only increased their chakra control, but also their chakra capacity and agility. Naruto settled for looking at them as he approached his sensei's position. The Jounin noticed and turned to greet the blonde. "Good morning, Naruto, I thought that something happened to you, since you're usually the first one here." Naruto eventually told Asuma that he trained with an Anbu every morning, so he didn't need to lie about it. "Got a little excited with the Kenjutsu practice, and we took it longer than usual. What will happen for us today, Asuma-sensei?" "Just a little practice before we go to the Hokage's office. I think it's due time we grab another C-ranked mission today." Naruto nodded before joining Choji and capturing Ino, much to her complaint. Asuma smiled upon seeing his team's interaction. At first, it was difficult because of the rumors, but now Choji and Ino were normal around their third teammate. It didn't take long for the boys to get Ino before both Ino and Choji joined together after Naruto. At the beginning, they had trouble catching Naruto, and when they did, he was already tired of continuing with the game and simply stopped running. Now, though, they managed to give him more challenge by using a couple of clan techniques to slow him down. Eventually, Asuma ended the warm-up exercises and took his team to the Hokage's building for a new mission, preferably a C-ranked. Asuma knew that his team was ready for another, since the one in wave ended up being an A-ranked and they still came out unscathed. He had high hopes for all three of them throughout the years to come. He was the one leading the team throughout the village, with Naruto following right behind and the rest behind him. Ino and Choji were talking about their respective clan trainings and new techniques that they were hoping to learn quite soon, while Naruto was silent, with a clear look of contemplation. Were he to realize the rather ambitious thoughts that passed through Naruto's head right now, he would be hard-pressed not to consider the possibility of merging elements. The blonde, for his part, considered studying as much as he could on the subject of Uten and Jutsu. Quite possibly, the library could provide him with information about the subject. Obviously, he wasn't expecting to find a book called How to Merge Elements, but he was sure that any data recorded throughout the years on said special manipulation would be there. He just had to grasp through the many books and gather as much information as possible. Meanwhile, he needed to train both his fire and earth nature to the maximum of his ability. Before even starting the new element, he must have a firm grasp on both of his already existing natures, preferably mastering them. So involved in his thoughts was Naruto that the genin didn't even register that his team had already entered the Hokage's building and was standing right in front of the old man's office. After knocking on the door, Asuma opened the door before presenting his team for duty. "Oh, Team 10, here for a mission, I see." The Jounin Sarutobi nodded to the senior Sarutobi. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I believe we're ready for another C-ranked mission, if there's any available." The Hokage nodded, letting them know of the existence of said mission. "Ah yes, I have one right here. A group of merchants desires to deliver some goods in Snow Country and are in need of protection. It's a rather long trip and a rather cold one. The travel shouldn't be too difficult, with only bandits being expected throughout the journey. The mission should begin tomorrow morning, and your team should meet the client at the location described on a map that is inside the mission scroll. Your team must leave quite early in order to make it. I take it from your smile that you accept the mission, Asuma." The Jounin nodded once more, never losing the smile off his face. "We'll take it, Hokage-sama," Asuma said before talking to his genin. "Meet me tomorrow at 0600 hours here at the Hokage's building. It should be a long trip, so pack accordingly." And don't forget to bring clothes for the cold weather. Snow Country isn't just a name. The Genins nodded before the team left the Hokage's office. Naruto, for his part, couldn't be happier that the mission would only start tomorrow, meaning that he had enough time to reach the library and gather some intel on Yuta ninjutsu. Afterward, he could even practice some of the exercises described on the scroll that he received from his Kenjutsu instructor. He bid his teammates and Jounin sensei goodbye for today, before vanishing. Neither Ino nor Chaoji believed in doing some training today, as they needed to rest as much as possible today for their mission tomorrow. Asuma, for his part, figured that he could find a certain brunette Jounin and ask her out. Next day. As soon as the sun was up, Team Asuma was waiting in front of the Hokage's building for their sensei. All three of the Genins were on time, and Ino was already planning on beating her sensei for forcing them to wake up so early just to wait his sorry ass. Naruto was busy reading a scroll of notes he gathered from yesterday. When he attempted to enter the library for the first time, the librarian didn't allow him entrance for obvious reasons. He had to henge into Kakashi in order to grant entrance, and he even had access to Jounin reserved material. He even informed his surrogate brother of what he did, and he got clearance from said man. Naruto heard that he would talk to the Hokage about it. Naruto, though, wasn't even worried about that as the information he managed to acquire was quite extensive. He managed to find a lot of material on a couple of shinobis from other villages that are known to be able to merge fire and earth ninjutsu. According to his info, he found 2 ninjas from Iwagakure and 1 from Kumagakure with the ability. He even wrote a couple of known jutsus for later. Taoji was busy having his own breakfast consisting of a bag of chips. The team waited for 15 minutes before Asuma arrived via Shunshin. He had an embarrassed look on his face as he tried to apologize for his lateness. Naruto wasn't much affected, seeing as he knew that no one would be later than Kakashi, and Chaoji was more interested in finishing his bag of chips. It was Ino, though, who yelled at him much to his expectations. The pounding took close to 5 minutes when Ino abruptly stopped and smirked all of a sudden. Asuma's danger sense was tingling as he saw the look on Ino's face. It was the look of a predator upon catching its prey. "What's that on your neck, Asuma-sensei?" The Jounin's eyes widened immediately as both Chaoji and Naruto looked at Asuma's neck, only to see that a small area was slightly red in color. "Oh, it was nothing. Just a training accident," Asuma said, trying to dissuade his Genins of the truth. "It's quite similar to the one I found on Kakashi's neck the other day, Asuma-sensei. And I'm pretty sure his wasn't caused when training. One thing about the Sharingan was that Naruto learned to interpret body language. Also, he had caught Kakashi and Kasumi on the act once on top of a rooftop. It was weird to see such a thing, but they stopped as soon as Kakashi sensed his presence approaching. Asuma looked at his blonde student and wondered who Kakashi was seeing. Deciding to drop the subject, Asuma told his Genins to go find the client. Unfortunately, he couldn't control Ino's need for gossip as the girl kept asking about Asuma's girlfriend the entire journey towards the client, who was stationed a few miles near the Fire Country's capital. The team managed to arrive just at the nick of time, and Asuma approached an elder man who appeared to be the leader of the bunch. "Greetings, Kurisuki-san, I presume." The man nodded before Asuma smiled. "My name is Saratobi Asuma, and this is my team, Uzumaki Naruto, Akimichi Chaoji and Yamanaka Ino." Asuma pointed as he said each name. "We are here to provide protection for your caravan towards Snow Country." The man named Kurisuki maintained his arms crossed as he studied the Jounin for a while. He, if possible, looked older than the Sandaime Hokage, and his eyes appeared closed because of the old and wrinkled skin around his eyes. He had gray hair and wore simple clothes, composed of a gray kimono and gray sandals. "I was hoping for more professionalism coming from Konoha, Asuma-san. I just hope your team makes up for the lack of punctuality." Asuma nodded and bowed to the client. His smile was evident, though. "Please accept my dearest apologies, Kurisuki-san. My team will not disappoint." The man grunted and turned to order his family to proceed, while Asuma turned to his team. "Okay team, we'll divide in 2. Naruto and Ino will be on the front while I and Chaoji will be at the back. There are a total of 3 caravans, so it should be quite easy to protect. Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. Naruto, remember to use your eyes every now and then to pinpoint chakra residues throughout the journey." His team nodded before getting into position. The weather, so far, was normal and no cloud was seen at the horizon. Naruto and Ino moved up ahead as the caravan started moving. 2 hours passed in a blink as the caravans were heading at Fire Country's harbor for the crossing towards Snow Country. By this time, Ino was seen with a bored expression on her face as nothing of notice happened. She turned to her teammate and saw him looking around with his red Sharingan eyes activated. His face showed complete focus on the mission despite the fact that nothing happened so far. As soon as he deactivated the eyes, Ino smiled knowing that he didn't see anything. So, she figured that starting a conversation would help pass the time. So, Naruto Ino said, as the blonde looked at her. Do you know who Asuma-sensei is seeing right now? Naruto wasn't much fond of gossiping, but he wasn't going to be rude to Ino. I don't know. He seems to act differently around the Jounin sensei of Team 8, but I don't know her name. Even if he didn't enjoy gossiping, Ino appeared satisfied with the answer as she absorbed the information and started processing it. She didn't know her name either, but as a girl, she recognized her description. Ino remembered seeing her for the first time and immediately became jealous of how perfect the woman was. Naruto saw that Ino became quiet all of a sudden and went back to his scouting. As soon as he activated his eyes once more, he caught chakra residues coming from their right. Ino, go and warn Asuma-sensei. I just caught 5 presences hidden behind those rocks to our right. The girl forgot her detective mode and nodded as Naruto remained focused. It didn't take long for Ino to return with a response. Asuma-sensei said to continue and act only if they attack. Naruto nodded as he continued walking. It didn't take long, though, for the group of bandits to appear, but Naruto was already prepared and unleashed 10 shurikens at the group. Choji immediately vanished and went after the bandits, while Naruto kept them occupied. The caravan stopped immediately upon hearing the threat, and Kurisuke appeared next to Naruto with a hidden dagger in his hand. Naruto's shurikens managed to hurt the majority of the bandits, allowing Choji ample time to use his cleanse technique and capture every one of the bandits before beating them up until they were unconscious. He tied them quite thoroughly, using a special rope made with chakra to amplify its resistance. Asuma sent out a letter to the local police in order to capture the criminals. Kurisuke returned his dagger to its hidden place inside his kimono, but said nothing in appreciation. Naruto wasn't expecting any, as it was their mission to provide protection for the caravan. An hour later, the caravan reached the harbor and got on board the ship that would take them to Snow Country. Asuma considered their mission so far and how far it extended. As far as they were concerned, the protection were due until they reached Snow Country. He didn't know if the client required protection after crossing the border. Before he had the time to ask the client about it, Kurisuke appeared and began a conversation with Asuma. It appears that I underestimated your genins, Asuma-san. They handled the threat with impressive efficiency. Now, I believe we should discuss the extension of your mission. Asuma looked at the man for a while, beginning to regret ever accepting the mission. I spoke with your Hokage about the possibility of us requiring further protection once inside Snow Country if we failed to find someone who could provide us once inside Snow Country. I'm prepared to pay the equivalent of a B-ranked mission if money is your concern. Asuma narrowed his eyebrows at the man. Traveling to a foreign country, even if a neutral one such as Snow Country, was ill-advised for his team. There were simply too many situations that could happen, and he had 3 genins to watch out for. He was already informed of this through the mission scroll, and he even asked his father about it. The acceptance would be his call, and if necessary, Asuma could call for backup. Before accepting it, Kurisuke-san, I need to know the cargo's destination. I know nothing of Snow Country's situation right now. The old man didn't want to, but he ended up revealing it either way. My cargo is to be delivered to a village located a few miles from the country's harbor. I'll deliver supplies to their rebellion against the current ruler of Snow Country. Once we deliver the goods, we'll turn and head back to Fire Country. My contact expects no retaliation whatsoever. The man's tone indicated to Asuma that he was assuming no retaliation. Nevertheless, he didn't find the need to back down from this, as he had no knowledge of a ninja force in Snow Country. That didn't mean, though, that he would carry out this mission. If it's considered a B-ranked, then chances are that he will be more involved. Together, his genins could take on Chunin-level shinobi, but Jounins were a different story. We'll proceed, Kurisuke-san, however if I see that the mission turns to A-ranked, you're on your own. Hokage-sama gave me authority to back off if the mission increases in difficulty. Asuma was beginning to grow tired of talking to clients who lied to Konoha about the missions. The client made no movement to show how outraged he was at the possibility of Konoha abandoning them. In his mind, the ninja shouldn't back down no matter what the cost. He just nodded at Asuma and went back to the ship's chambers, while Asuma went to check on his genins. Both Ino and Choji were asleep inside the vessel, but Naruto was wide awake and seating at the front deck. He appeared to be reading the same scroll he was reading in Konohagakure. The boy was so fixed on the scroll's contents that he didn't even register that his sensei was approaching. As soon as he saw Asuma's shadow, though, he casually closed the scroll before turning to his sensei with a surprised expression, as if he didn't realize that Asuma was already there. Asuma smiled at that, though, but didn't bother to comment. Why aren't you sleeping, Naruto-kun? The bags below his eyes were always evident, despite the fact that Naruto was never tired. Sleeping is rather difficult for me, Asuma-sensei. Every time I close my eyes, the same dream happens. Asuma frowned at that. He was informed of the content of Naruto's dreams, consisting of Uchiha Sasuke's memories. It was a pity that such tool came with such responsibility. Naruto could very well be the strongest shinobi out there, not only because of the Sharingan, but also because of his never-ending stamina and chakra supply. However, said power came with the memories of another person. Asuma wondered if Naruto would ever be able to rid his mind of the visions that plagued Sasuke's until the Uchiha massacre. From what Asuma gathered, Itachi used the world's strongest genjutsu on Sasuke, making him see his clan being killed many times. Now, the blonde inherited said vision. The Jounin was worried for Naruto's mentality. He thanked Kami that Naruto had friends to support him, otherwise he feared that Naruto's mind wouldn't take the strain. If it helps, I sometimes force different thoughts in my mind before sleeping. You should try that sometime. If you need anything, I'll be in my cabin. Naruto nodded before being left alone once more. Nowadays, it was better than before. He now had close to 3 hours worth of sleep, whereas before, he wasn't that lucky. That being said, Naruto only slept that period of time and woke up once the dream started. He would then take turns in sleeping and force himself to wake up if it starts once more. Itachi must have done something to Sasuke to force said memories to appear every time he tried to sleep. Next day. Naruto managed to get some sleep before the sun was up once more. As soon as he appeared outside, he saw that the boat was approaching the land in front of them. Despite the cape used, Naruto wasn't much accustomed to such low temperatures and focused some fire chakra inside him so as to remain warmed. His teammates didn't have his ability with fire chakra and were struggling to remain warm. Asuma smiled at that and explained to them that molding chakra would help keeping the body warm throughout their stay in snow country. It took half an hour for the boat to arrive before the group continued to travel throughout the only part of the road that wasn't covered by snow. The horses weren't very accustomed as well and struggled to pull the caravans. Naruto and Ino returned to their position as Ino was already trembling from the cold. Suddenly, though, she felt something warm near Naruto and smiled upon seeing a small flame on top of his hand. Stay close, Ino, the flame will help you. The girl nodded and took one step closer to her teammate as her body relaxed when in proximity to the flames. Thank you, Naruto, but wouldn't it be best to save some chakra? Naruto smiled, but nodded. What good would it be if you freeze to death? I have enough chakra to spare, so it's no problem. The girl shivered at that notion of freezing to death and appreciated the help. Maintaining the fire, though, wasn't straining his chakra capacity, but his chakra coils. It was one of the exercises shown by the scroll. Naruto had to constantly mold fire chakra in a small capacity so as to not endanger his chakra coils and keep the flame active as well. Like the client assumed, there were no danger on the way towards the cargo's destination. In the end, the severe blizzard managed to hide their presence to anyone who wished to attack. The client appreciated Asuma's help for the trip and handed him the money for a B-ranked mission. He also said that he would remain there and that he had no need for further protection. The Jounin nodded and bid him goodbye before returning to the boat. The group was slowly returning to the harbor when Naruto spotted something to his right. Despite the heavy blizzard, he could see the shape of a considerably sized white tiger with black stripes walking by. For some reason, the blonde felt compelled to approach the beast that appeared to be sniffing around for some food. Naruto stopped as soon as the animal stopped walking, before human and animal started looking at each other. Naruto's team stopped upon seeing this and looked at what Naruto was seeing. Suddenly, the eyes of the beast started glowing red and Naruto flinched instantly upon feeling his chakra being invaded. He immediately activated his Sharingan and saw with surprise that he was caught in a genjutsu. He could see what was happening, though, but didn't dispel the illusion. He was in a place where the only presences were himself and the tiger in front of him. I can see that you have the power of the Sharingan, young one. Thus you could see past my illusion. Naruto had to blink twice in order to grasp what was happening. The tiger was talking to him. My kind have been roaming these lands for a long time and search for someone with the same ability of illusions. I wonder if you have what it takes in order to be our first summoner. You certainly possess the eyes of a born warrior, but we are still due to test your heart and drive. Naruto's eyes widened instantly at what the tiger was saying. At first, though, he thought his mind was playing tricks on him. I can assure you, young one, that I'm quite real. I can see a powerful entity hidden within you. It's the Kyuubi no Yoko. Naruto could hear the apprehension in the tiger's voice, if such a thing even existed. I see, you are a Jinchuriki. I believe our clan has finally found someone worthy of being the first tiger summoner. If you manage to keep the beast at bay, then your will must be strong, young Naruto. How do you know my name and how do you know of the Kyuubi? Naruto asked as he wasn't sure of what was going on. Through our eyes, we can look inside you. Everything that ever happened in your life, we can see. You suffered a great deal throughout your life and yet you remain fighting. Said drive followed by your skill is what grants you the right to call upon us. Now, instead of signing a summoning scroll, you'll bear our summoning tattoo. Please extend the arm you wish the tattoo to be located. Naruto still couldn't believe this was happening. Why he of all people? Surely, someone was more valid candidate for the right to summon the tigers. The blonde started trembling as the tiger tattoo was being formed on his right arm. He swore that the tiger was smirking, though. Such humble thoughts you possess, Naruto. Now, every time you wish to summon one of us, just pass some blood on the tattoo and perform the hidden signs that I just engraved in your mind. Use us anytime you need, Naruto. On the outside world, Naruto's team was by his side and looking at him. Asuma saw the tiger vanishing as a yellow light started glowing on Naruto's arm. His teammates also saw it as both of them looked at their sensei for an explanation. Asuma was at a loss, though. He didn't know why that was happening. 1 second, Naruto was looking at the tiger, and then this mark appeared on his arm. Naruto's eyes returned to normal as he looked around, wondering what the hell happened. His teammates waited for him to explain what happened. "Naruto, what happened?" Asuma asked him, wakening the boy from his inner wonderings. It took him a while to wake up, but he eventually explained what happened since the time he found the white tiger. At the end of the explanation, he showed the tattoo, earning question looks from his team. Simply finding a summoning contract out of the blue was unheard of. Asuma never heard of tigers being summoned. He ordered everyone to return to the boat so that they could get home. On the way, Asuma would see Naruto looking at his arm as if contemplating the entire thing. It sounded strange even to him, Asuma reasoned. It didn't take 20 minutes for the team to arrive at the docks before they boarded on the boat that would return to Fire Country. As soon as they boarded, Naruto suddenly felt tired and went to his cabin, surprising Asuma. Naruto never once did such a thing. In Fire Country. The trip back actually took longer as the captain didn't want to risk the ship by facing a storm. It took 2 days total, and Naruto slept through the entire time, which worried his team greatly. It didn't mean that Naruto was so tired that he required 2 days of sleep, but rather the time it took for the procedure of being considered the first summoner of the Tiger Clan. During the time he slept, the entire knowledge of the Tiger Clan was infused into his mind. Not their chakra knowledge, mind you, but rather the names of different Torinins he could summon and the chakra necessary for each one of them. For some reason, though, Naruto felt refreshed upon waking up. His shoulder was more relaxed, and his movements were more fluid as his team traveled quickly towards Konohagakure. Asuma, Ino and Choji kept stealing glances at Naruto in order to see if he was okay. However, Naruto showed no signs of suffering from anything. Quite the contrary, though, as the bags below his eyes were no more and his shoulders appeared more relaxed. Something happened with him after the encounter with that white tiger, and Asuma would have to inform the Hokage of this immediately upon arrival. The entire trip took a total of 5 hours, and they arrived when the sun was setting down for the day. Because of the time, Asuma sent his team home as he would report to the Hokage. Naruto already had a place to go. During his 2-day sleep, it was suggested that he changed his clothes to one more fitting to the Tiger Clan. He already had a design in mind, and he was sure that the clothes shop would be able to supply for him. His dream outfit consisted of black boots, black Anbu pants with dark yellow stripes, plain black shirt with a tiger imprinted on his heart region, and the swirl symbol on the back also yellow. He had a clothes shop in mind that would supply the clothes he needed without a problem. He now had to think of a proper way to hide his tattoo, perhaps some white bandages on both hands, since covering only one would be quite stupid. Lastly, he had to check on a special accessory, perhaps a belt placed around his shoulder, meant to place his sword scabbards. Your host here. Imagine the one used by Kakashi when he had his father's tanto. At the Hokage's office. It took some time for Asuma to explain what happened before he saw the look on his father's face. Hiruzen had also never heard of a Tiger Clan, and that was saying something. There wasn't much he didn't know in more than 50 years of ninja duty. Also, what troubled the Hokage was that when Naruto awoke, it appeared as if an amazing pressure was lifted from his shoulder. While it was refreshing to release the repressed memories inside Naruto's brain, the Hokage wasn't that much comforted. Everything about Naruto was to be treated as sensitive, considering the tenant inside of the boy. Looking at his son for a while, he figured that nothing would be done for now. Thanks for informing me, Asuma-kun. For now, we shall sit and wait. Now, I believe we have more pressing matters to attend to. The Hokage said, earning a nod from his son. In a couple weeks' time, the Chunin exams will happen in Konoha, and in 2 days, I'll be calling a meeting with the Jounin senseis to nominate the genins that will represent our village. Do you believe that your team has the skills necessary? The Jounin nodded before placing a cigarette on his mouth as he contemplated the question. Naruto is no doubt ready for it. Choji and Ino improved a lot since we started. I believe that they are eligible, too, San. The Hokage looked at the man for a while before concurring. He nodded at his son before dismissing him for the day. For some reason, though, the Hokage was on edge. The Chunin exams is a time where the village is visited by a great number of individuals, including high officials and daimyos. Even with the number of Anbis he had at his disposal, it would be hard to patrol the entire village, which leaves the hidden village in the leaves open for any village to attack. It has been 2 weeks since the team's mission to Snow Country, and since then Team 10 had yet to participate in a new one. The lack of missions, by itself, wasn't considered a peculiar occurrence, as the Hokage usually granted small vacations after a long-term mission or a lot of short-term ones. A 2-week holiday, though, was strange. What was even stranger was that Naruto came across the information that the other teams faced the same situation. Because of the lack of assignments, Asuma's team focused their entire time training. They went through different chakra control exercises, taijutsu practices and teamwork assignments. Both Choji and Ino practiced their family ninjutsu in order to improve their strength and decrease the time needed to use them. Naruto, for his turn, was busy performing elemental control, as well as the ocular abilities of his taijutsu. It turned out that the genin focused more in only one aspect of the Sharingan, which was to anticipate the opponent's moves. Skills such as ninjutsu casting just by looking and effectively copying ninjutsu weren't considered a priority. Asuma wasted a great deal of time in convincing Naruto that copying jutsus from his comrades was forbidden. Naruto admitted to not focusing much on copying other jutsus, since he believed in limiting his ninjutsu usage to fire and earth techniques. That left him with practicing his ninjutsu skills. First, he tried casting illusions against his comrades, one by one. When that was possible, he attempted both at the same time. His last test was against a Jounin of Asuma's caliber. The last one was proven to be almost impossible, but that was because Asuma was expecting it to happen. Said Jounin confided that in the middle of a fight, Naruto would be able to use the illusion against a Chunin for 5 seconds and finish the fight before the opponent realizes what happened. Aside from team practices, Naruto and his Kenjutsu partner were going at it full force every morning. The blonde could feel more strength behind his partner's strikes, but he never dared to complain about it. If the blonde were to face stronger enemies in the future, he needed to be stronger. He also used his spare time to summon some Taurinins in order to get to know them and even establish strategies alongside them. Unfortunately, as far as elemental training was concerned, his chosen affinities aren't much suited for collaboration ninjutsus. Naruto instead practiced physical strikes with the tigers, focusing on their agility. Because of the summoning tattoo, Naruto was able to create a nice attack sequence and summon the desired animal to finish the attack, surprising the enemy. As far as the lava element, Naruto wasn't even close to being able to create it. He practiced elemental manipulation constantly and improved the technique's efficiency, but as far as mixing the elements, he still didn't know how to do it. He knew it would be tough though, hence why he wasn't deterred by the momentary failure. By the end of today's training, Asuma had gathered his genins on the ground and started speaking. I want all 3 of you to know how proud I am of your improvement ever since graduation. The number of successful assignments is testament to that. And because of this, I've decided to place some more faith in you guys by nominating you 3 to the Chunin exams that will happen in Konoha 3 days from now. The genins immediately smiled at the vote of confidence, but Asuma wasn't finished. Now, nomination alone is no guarantee for promotion. The exams are tough and in order to pass, you 3 must help each other at all times. I have confidence, though, that you 3 will put on quite a show, and even if you don't receive the promotion, the exams will provide a great deal of experience. After speaking, Asuma decided to leave them to their inner musings for a while. No doubt, he knew that his team had the qualifications for Chunin. He knew Naruto to be skilled, perhaps even more than a regular Chunin. He knew the boy so far showed very little of what he was capable of. Ino and Choji have progressed nicely as well, learning their clan's abilities and increasing their overall skills like agility and chakra control. Asuma was confident that they would go through the exams without much trouble and learn a lot from it. Asuma gave the forms for the genins and dismissed them for the day. Ino and Choji said their goodbyes, promising to meet with Naruto at the academy, where the first part would take place. Both of them wanted to tell their parents about it immediately. Naruto didn't understand, but thought nothing of it. The only ones he figured would like to know about it were Kakashi and Kasumi. As a sensei, Kakashi already knew that Asuma nominated him, and Kasumi was away on a diplomatic mission for the Yuga clan. Left with little to do, Naruto remained at the training ground, practicing his taijutsu against the wooden posts. After 2 hours of constantly beating the wooden posts, Naruto's hands were already feeling numb. He figured it was enough for the day and decided to head home. The boy stopped, however, when he felt a presence watching him from the shadow. Naruto activated his Sharingan almost instantly and flinched upon seeing similar pair of red eyes shining in the darkness. His entire body shook at the sight of the man that was responsible for his current situation, Itachi. The older Sharingan user did nothing but bind Naruto with a minor genjutsu. However, he was surprised when the blonde released the illusion almost immediately. Itachi saw the 3 tomes on Naruto's eyes and smirked behind his black robe with red clouds. He came to Konoha in order to investigate how the blonde was coming along and was surprised to see that Naruto had surpassed his expectations. From the look on your face, you know who I am. It wasn't a question, but Naruto felt inclined to respond. Uchiha Itachi, what are you doing here? It was at least reasonable for Naruto to tremble at his presence, considering that as far as everyone was concerned, he was an S-ranked criminal who murdered his entire clan. Itachi recognized, though, that even in his presence, Naruto stood there, instead of fleeing cowardly. He was observing the blonde the entire day and was interested in seeing the boy train until exhaustion. Certainly, he feared that Naruto would become arrogant like many from his family became upon awakening the Sharingan. However, there was another reason to Itachi being in Konoha, aside from observing the blonde's improvement so far. If Naruto was to defend himself against the enemies, then Itachi needed to see if the blonde was truly ready for them. Right now, he could tell that Naruto was the equivalent of a high-level Chunin. While impressive, he was nowhere near the level he should be in order to protect himself. You could say that I'm here to test your skills. It has come to my knowledge that you received my little brother's Sharingan. He could see that Naruto was ready for an attack. However, from what I can tell, against the likes of me, or at least those with similar strengths as my own, you have no chance. It's somewhat disappointing, if you ask me, as I expected more. The blonde was confused, but it was expected. I'm here to tell you that there is an organization, my organization, that is after the beast that you contain. Naruto's eyes were widened in realization, but yet Itachi continued. The members are just as strong, if not stronger, than me. And right now, I wouldn't need half my skills to take you. What are you talking about? Who is after the QB and why would you come here just to warn me? As I said before, I'm here to test whether or not you're worthy of facing either me or one of them in battle. Right now, though, you are barely able to face a Jounin in battle, let alone an S-rank shinobi. Itachi activated his Mangenkyo Sharingan and forced a stronger illusion on Naruto, not allowing him to dispel it this time. I just hope that when the times comes for us to really come after you, that you can put up more of a fight than this. Naruto saw the man vanishing within a mass of crows and returned breathing soon afterward. Looking around, he couldn't feel the man's presence anymore. Naruto could see how small he was compared to this man. And to believe that there were others stronger than Itachi and after him was quite troubling. Naruto never thought himself to be weak, but Itachi was on an entirely different level. Naruto doubted if his sensei Asuma would be able to go against Itachi. Suddenly, Naruto felt his body getting tired and in great need of rest. As he went to his apartment, though, he wondered how it was possible to increase his strength more rapidly. Naruto was so tired that he didn't realize that Itachi was still observing him from afar. The older Uchiha knew the boy to be considerably skilled for his age, but Naruto didn't have the luxury of growing up at a steady pace. Since Itachi couldn't tutor him properly, he needed to at least motivate the boy into seeking improvement, always using fear and the need for survival. Naruto's trials haven't even started yet, and Itachi feared that when the time came, the boy wouldn't be able to prepare in time. The older Uchiha hoped that the scroll he left at Naruto's house would suffice for the moment. Naruto's house. Once Naruto went to bed, he saw a small scroll on top of it, presumably signed by his sensei Kakashi. According to the scroll, Kakashi congratulated him for the Chunin exams and gave him a little edge for the exams. Inside the scroll were the specifics for a jutsu called Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, and how it could be used as training. Naruto's eyes widened instantly as he considered the possibilities of training with this jutsu. The fact that it was considered a kinjutsu intrigued the blonde a little bit, but he wasn't about to refuse the gift. He would use tomorrow and the next day in order to learn the jutsu and use it for training. Kami knew he had to take every opportunity before him in order to improve. Right now, though, he was only interested in sleeping. With Kakashi. It was already nighttime when Elite Jounin Hada Kakashi decided to leave his house and head to one of Konoha's many training grounds. Certainly, his movements appeared odd, but Kakashi knew not to arouse suspicion. He wasn't wearing his Jounin vest, for instance, which as far as appearances meant, it could simply mean that he was out to purchase some groceries or even order something for dinner. Kakashi knew his moves to be followed by the Anbu team that was currently patrolling the village at night. Eventually, though, the Anbu following him got fed up and changed course. Kakashi was counting on that, though, as he purposely walked in circles while reading his favorite book in order to show the man that he wasn't up to anything. What the man intended in doing couldn't be traced. It was a mission that the Hokage couldn't trust to just anyone. The elite Jounin knew that he couldn't risk getting caught doing what he intended in doing right now. If there was any risk of being discovered, then the elite Jounin had received specific orders to simply abandon the mission and resume later when the coast was clear. Now that he had lost his tail, Kakashi resumed his original path towards one of the most hidden training grounds. It was close to the forest of death and simply no one would go there, not even during the day. As soon as he arrived, the man closed the book and waited for 5 seconds before openly saying that the weather was quite chilly tonight. Out of the blue, though, a voice appeared from his left agreeing with Kakashi. The elite Jounin saw the same thing as Naruto did earlier. It has been a long time since your last report, Itachi. I was beginning to think you had been caught. Kakashi grabbed his book once more so as to hide his mask. He started walking in circles around the training ground as Itachi began speaking. Tricking 9S ranked criminals is certainly no easy feat, Kakashi-senpai. I couldn't risk leaving the place every time I received private information from the group. I've hidden the scroll at the same spot as usual. Kakashi nodded and was about to leave the training ground, knowing that he had less than 2 minutes for an Anbu to appear. However, Itachi figured it was high time to let Kakashi know of what happened earlier. I met Naruto-kun a few hours ago, Kakashi-senpai. It pleases me in knowing that he hasn't become arrogant with the Sharingan. Kakashi stopped suddenly and looked at Itachi's direction. He couldn't ask any more questions from fear of overextending his stay without alerting suspicion. I performed a small test on him, and I have to say Kakashi, he is good, but nowhere near as good as he should be. I gave him the scroll for Kage Bunshin in your behalf. The organization is on the move, and it won't take long before they start hunting the Bijuas. Naruto needs to be ready for them. I'm sure of the merit behind your intentions, Itachi. But it was no doubt risky in exposing yourself to him, considering that he isn't aware of your position. Now, we must end this conversation. The hidden mole nodded and left just as swiftly as he appeared. Chunin exams. When the date of the Chunin exams came, Naruto had awakened with a small headache from training so much with the Kage Bunshins. The technique wasn't that hard, since it only required a huge amount of chakra to perform. After mastering it, he summoned quite a few clones and asked them to do nothing but elemental manipulation and chakra control. Naruto had taken what Itachi said to heart and focused everything he had in training. With the clones busy with chakra conditioning, the original was left with physical training regarding both Taijutsu and Kenjutsu. He even summoned another clone to be his sparring partner, which worked wonders for him. The clone also had the Sharingan, so it turned out to be quite an eye-opener for the boy. By doing this, he could see how he fights and the kinds of openings he leaves when fighting. Of course, Tora-sensei was always able to capitalize on them, but he preferred not to pinpoint Naruto's mistakes in front of him, leaving the blonde to figure it out, which was damn frustrating. When he released the clones, though, the boy passed out immediately, since he had yet to understand what would happen if he did that. After awakening, he understood what needed to be done and repeated the same training on the second day. According to the scroll, he had trained the equivalent of 1 month in only 2 days. He needed to find Kakashi-sensei and thank him for the amazing gift. After leaving his home, Naruto took less than 10 minutes to arrive at the academy, only to see a great number of genins from all over the place entering the building. So far, his team had yet to arrive, so he needed to wait. Given his situation, the blonde genin figured it would be best to scout the opposition a bit. He could see ninjas from all of the great hidden villages, as well as some minor villages like Tokigakur, Amegakur, and even a team whose insignia Naruto couldn't recognize, which consisted of a musical note, it appeared. Obscuring his eyes from the opponents, he briefly activated his Sharingan and observed the genins a bit. His eyes eventually landed on a genin from Suna, a redhead male wearing what appeared to be a gourd on his back. Out of all the genins in this place, his chakra capacity was by far the largest and, quite surprisingly, close to Naruto's. The blonde narrowed his eyes upon feeling another chakra supply within the boy. He knew where this feeling came from. He learned what demonic chakra was because of sometimes trying to feel his own. Naruto believed himself to be insane in actually wanting to talk to the beast inside of him. Kakashi-sensei always advised against talking to the beast, but Naruto believed that in doing so, he could attempt to get access to its vile chakra. Perhaps, with a greater amount of chakra, his technique's power would increase. Not only that, but eventually he could augment his own strength and speed if he was able to focus the chakra throughout his arms and legs. Of course, his ambition in using the QB's chakra wasn't shared by those he cherished, and he in fact understood why. Both Kakashi and Kasumi were alive when the fox attacked the village, and both of them remembered how helpless they were if it weren't for the Yondaime being able to defeat the fox. That being said, it would be his second pet project, next to being able to mix fire and earth techniques and using lava release. Naruto's wonderings were short-lived when he saw Ino and Choji approaching his position. "Are you guys ready?" Naruto asked, earning confident nods from both his teammates. "Let's go then." As soon as they entered the building, they found directions towards the Chunin exams location as being held at room number 301. Quickly climbing the stairs, the team saw a commotion on the second floor and what appeared to be 2 ninjas blocking the room 301. Naruto was immediately on alert before quickly activating his eyes for a brief moment. He sighed in dismay and ushered his teammates to follow him. Ino and Chaoji were not aware of what Naruto saw, but they trusted him to do the right thing. As they walked, though, Ino couldn't help but voice her curiosity, since room number 301 was downstairs. As they climbed to the third floor and saw another room with the same number, Naruto turned to Ino and explained. We were on the second floor, yet the number of the room downstairs was 301. That number was actually a small genjutsu. The real one was 201. It was probably done in order to test the genins. Yamanaka Ino nodded at the explanation, but wondered if she wouldn't fall for such a trick as the others apparently did. Since the exams hadn't started yet, her attention was solely focused in walking towards the exam's location. After walking between hallways, Naruto and his team had finally reached the room where the Chunin exam was supposed to be held. However, all three genins were surprised that standing close to the door was none other than their sensei Tsurutobi Asuma, busy lighting up one of his cigarettes. Asuma was already aware of his team's presence, as well as the fact that said genins were looking at him. After placing his lighter back inside his pocket, he inhaled, savoring the addictive aroma of nicotine, enjoying every second of the intoxicating smoke inside his lungs, before exhaling it with a long relaxing sigh. He then smirked and turned to his genins. Asuma-sensei, what are you doing here? Ino asked. Only to see whether or not all three of you would show up, and it turns out you did. If for instance anyone chose not to participate, then the entire team wouldn't be able to. Something about that explanation didn't seem right to the genins. After all, if such a concern existed, then Asuma no doubt could have simply informed them when he mentioned the team's nomination to the exams. Asuma, though, was already expecting his genins to conclude this exact thing, so he answered the unasked question. These exams are serious business, not some D or even C rank mission that we faced so far. A genin needs to be able to choose for him or herself if he or she is effectively ready to face the dangers. A team decision would hinder that personal decision. Naruto knew that the complete answer wasn't necessarily spoken, as he saw that Asuma-sensei was looking directly at Ino when he explained his reasons. Despite the growing number of kunoichi in the world, men couldn't help but underestimate the other sex, and Ino didn't need to be that good an observation to catch on what her sensei was saying. I understand. That is also to say that without a full-fledged team, the genins cannot participate in the exam. Asuma smiled and nodded at the perceptive Sharingan user. He was beginning to realize that perhaps Kakashi had infused his quick wits into this boy somehow. Not to mention that Naruto's conclusion managed to dissuade Ino from stomping towards her sensei for calling her weak just because she was a kunoichi. Eventually, the team and their sensei parted ways, and the team entered inside the classroom, only to be shocked upon seeing the room packed with genins from all over the elemental nations. Surely, the number must be over 300 genins. Naruto quickly spotted the genin from sand and focused a bit of chakra through his eyes in order to memorize the boy's chakra in case they faced each other later on. Naruto wasn't sure if he could beat him, but at least he felt confident in holding his own against high-level Chunin shinobi. Ino and Chaoji, though, he wasn't sure. The blonde briefly wondered why some of the Iowa teams were looking at him with looks of hatred, but he shrugged it off just as the other teams from the academy arrived. Shikamaru immediately went into conversation with Chaoji and Sakura with Ino and Yakumo. And Yuzuka Kiba, Aburam Shino and Yuga Hinata, team 8, arrived later on, but neither had much proximity to Naruto, so he was left with nothing to do until the exams had started. The Sharingan user wasn't in the least affected by being left out. The only people he could more than comrades and less than friends were his teammates and remotely Shikamaru when he and Chaoji asked Naruto to have lunch with him. Naruto heard a gray-haired glass-wearing genin suddenly addressing the genins to pipe the conversation down, explaining that the competition this exam is pretty fierce. From what Naruto was able to gather, this man's name was Kabuto, and he said that this was his 7th exam overall. That alone immediately set him on high alert. It didn't take much time observing this Kabuto to see that he wasn't as poorly skilled as he led everyone to believe. His chakra levels weren't to laugh at, and his posture indicated how, despite acting nonchalantly in front of the genins, Kabuto was actually very much aware of his surroundings. The blonde couldn't figure out what the guy was hiding, so he just created a mental note to watch out for him in case he shows up in the middle of the exams. Naruto wasn't even surprised when 3 genins carrying that same weird insignia he saw before attacked Kabuto from behind. He caught the subtleness of Kabuto's actions. Whatever technique the other genin used on Kabuto, the older genin didn't even feel it. The glass breaking was a nice touch, though. Do not underestimate the genins from Itagakure. The genin who attacked Kabuto earlier threatened, who appeared to suffer from a chronic osteoporosis because of his posture. No sooner had he said that, smoke erupted at the front of the classroom before a great number of ninja from Konoha appeared. They all looked pretty much the same, wearing gray uniforms. The only exception was the man in front of them, who simply added a black trench coat on top of his gray uniform and a black bandana. Okay, everyone be seated and let's start the Chunin exams. The man waited before everyone chose their seats before continuing. In front of you is the first part of the exam composed of a written test. Ibiki ignored the few murmurs of people complaining and continued. You will have an hour and a half to complete all the 9 answers. These shinobi seated around you will pick up any attempt at cheating, and each time you're caught, you'll lose 2 points. After a total of 10 points for cheating, you and your team is automatically disqualified, no matter if only one of your team is caught. You may begin the test at once. You all have 1 hour and a half. Make the time count. After Ibiki finished explaining, the entire room was filled with paper-turning noises before the genins started reading the questions. 15 minutes later, pretty much all the genins in the classroom realized the difficulty of more than half the questions. Naruto, in particular, did and was only able to answer 4 questions out of the 9 in the test. Even those he didn't believe it was completely right. Naruto began to ponder on the test's difficulty. Knowledge is an important skill for a Chunin to possess, but it can't be a necessity in the field. Knowledge alone is one thing, but acquiring knowledge through other means is another. Perhaps this test didn't involve testing how much a genin knows, but rather how he could acquire the information without getting caught. That proctor did explain that one loses 2 points every time he or she is caught cheating. If cheating was prohibited, 1 strike would be enough to be disqualified. After figuring it out, the blonde began scanning the room to see how the others were doing. He could see Niji and Hinata's Byakugan active while looking around, meaning that they were using the Dijutsu to get the answers. Shino was looking at a small bug on his finger, and Kiba was presumably talking to his dog about something. Both were perhaps using their animals to aid them. Naruto would be damned if he didn't use his own, even if it can't really be considered as such, Dijutsu. He quickly spotted one genin who seemed to be writing the answers and looked at him with the Sharingan active. His hand immediately began to move accordingly as he completed the missing answers. Naruto was about to finish the test when suddenly he felt Ino's technique taking over his body. He expected nothing less of the girl, who must have seen what he did and took the opportunity to memorize the answers. 15 minutes later, the boy was back in control of his body and saw Ino from the corner of his eye, now focusing on taking over Chaoji's body, probably filling out the answers for him. Throughout the test, Naruto could see many genins leaving the room after being caught for the 5th time cheating. The room at the end was quite empty compared to the beginning of the exam. When the time was over, Ibiki, the proctor, told everyone to drop their pencils as it was now time for the 10th and final question of the exam. Before the final question is given, you all must choose between answering it or quit before. Those who decide to stay must be prepared to get the question right, otherwise you risk losing the chance to do this exams again for the rest of your careers. As soon as he finished talking, he smirked at the terrified looks shown by the majority of the Chunin applicants. Some even complained about the unfairness of said treatment, but Ibiki merely shrugged it off. I guess you guys are unlucky, then, because I happen to be the proctor this year. In here, everything I say goes. That being said, I repeat. If you want to quit and take the exams another time, you're more than welcome. Should you decide to stay and get the question wrong, then you remain a genin for life. The proctor remained his stoic visage as many genins chose the cowardly way out, leaving the room with their teams. The precious few that remained weren't that sure to begin with, Ino in particular. She was half expecting that either Chaoji or Naruto got up so that she could attempt the next time, but neither even bothered moving from their chairs. Chaoji had his trust in Naruto, and the blonde just happened to activate his Dijutsu briefly to watch Ibiki and realized the man's intentions. He heard about this man from Kakashi, that he runs the Anbu interrogation and torture department and enjoys using psychological warfare on his opponents. 5 minutes later, the proctor saw that those who wanted to leave had left already, leaving only those who decided to risk it. This is your last chance to leave without risking your career. When it was clear that no one would leave, Ibiki smirked. Well, for those who decided to stay, you passed. Like stated before, even those who decided to stay weren't very sure of their actions. Ibiki, then, decided to explain his reasons. The Chunin will sometimes face missions with minimal possibility of survival, not to mention even smaller chances of success. However, he or she can't simply back down from the mission at the first sign of danger. A Chunin must face the situation no matter what the odds are. Those who stayed have proven to be capable in this regard. Now Ibiki didn't have much time to explain the rest of the exam when the room window exploded before a woman entered and extended a sign meant for her introduction. Your host here. All of you know what happens, so I won't bother. Mitarashi Anko appeared with an arrogant smile on her face as she counted the number of genins that escaped from Ibiki's little game. You're early once again, Anko. The woman sighed sheepishly before turning to said man. 50 genins, Ibiki. You must be getting soft. No matter, after I'm done with them, the number will at least be cut in half. She even cleared her throat for more emphasis on her next set of words. Alright you maggots, break is over, follow me to training ground 44 for the second part of the exams. Needless to say everyone complied immediately, from fear of the crazy lady. The fact that Anko was playing with a few kunai with her hand increased the threat level. Ino, though, couldn't help but think little of the woman's choice in clothes, in other words, calling her a slut. The guys, though, were thinking differently. Forest of Death. It took 20 minutes to assemble everyone in front of the forest before Anko began explaining what the genins have to do now. The special jounin took a minute for the genins to study the heavy forest in front of them before explaining everything. Alright. This, before you, is called training ground number 44, or as we'd like to call it, the Forest of Death. A place filled with the most vicious creatures just waiting to devour anyone who believes themselves as tough little bastards. The second phase will consist of a survival mission within these pleasurable woods. Your mission will be to reach a white tower that is located in the middle of the forest. The thing is, in order to receive clearance inside the tower, the team must be in possession of the scrolls I'm holding in my hand, a heaven and earth scroll. Each team will start with one of them and must hunt other teams in order to get the other scroll and reach the tower. You will all have 5 days to get the other scroll and reach the tower. Remember, though, inside everything goes, and when I say everything, I mean specifically killing. Anko finished explaining before seeing the terrified looks on some of the genins. Of course, every exam one genin decides to act like the hero. You doesn't scare me lady, we're going to ace this exam. Kiba said, pointing his thumb at himself, never even seeing the sudden kunai that flew towards his face. He had only felt the slight wound on his cheek before the proctor woman appeared behind him. You know, it's tough brats like you that are the first to be killed. This forest is no joke, lots of genin like you thought the same thing and are now dead. Kiba was indeed terrified as the woman intended before turning to the audience once more. Each team will grab a scroll and then proceed to one of the gates located around the forest. When you hear the bell, the exam starts and the gates will open. Move it. The genins complied with the crazy lady once more before grabbing a scroll and going for the gates. Naruto's team had gotten into position in front of their designated gate, already knowing the team that they should avoid, besides obviously the ones from Konoha. Right now, perhaps the team from Suna was the most dangerous one. The other two weren't that much, but the redhead genin certainly was. He was a Jinchuriki after all, and as such he should be avoided at all costs throughout the exams. Naruto knew for sure that at least one team from Iwagakure would search them out after seeing how all of the Iwa genins looked at him, especially during the first part of the exams. For the life of him, he couldn't figure out what he could possibly have done to infuriate Iwagakure, or anyone from there for that matter. He had yet to face one Iwa nin in battle. Quickly looking at his team, he smirked once seeing how confident his team was. As soon as the alarm started, the gates were opened, and so it started the second phase of the Chunin exams. Naruto's team entered the forest with great speed as time was of the essence, not only because of the actual timetable, but also because Chaoji wasn't very thrilled to be in a forest without food for 5 days, much to Ino's ire and Naruto's amusement. He indeed expected his teammate to be like this. Chaoji's hunger ended up affecting the team dynamics, and that was something Naruto could not ignore, hence why he packed more ration bars in order to keep tabs with Chaoji's appetite at least until they could reach the tower and have a proper meal. Of course, the Akimichi wasn't too thrilled about eating nothing more than ration bars for 5 days straight, but he figured it was better than searching throughout the forest for food while being hunted by vicious creatures and other genins as well, in search for their heaven scroll. After 15 minutes of traveling, Naruto ushered his teammates to follow him inside a cave where they could gather without being interrupted. Okay, we need a plan here. Mostly, we should avoid that team from Suna, but other than them, we can go against any other team. I believe we can come up with 2 plans for 2 situations, offensive and defensive. Naruto started, earning nods from his teammates. For defensive purposes, I believe I'm most suited to act as support for you two. I can detect the incoming threat and act accordingly. As offensive, I believe that Chaoji can start immobilizing the enemies while Ueno captures one of them with your mind technique. I'll protect your body. I can deal with the rest. Any thoughts? Ino and Chaoji were deep in thought as they at first found it hard for the strategy to work against 3 opponents at the same time. Naruto, we can only bind 1 enemy at a time, I can't use my mind techniques against 2 or even 3 for that matter. Ino said, earning a nod from the blonde leader. I'm well aware of that, Ino. Capturing one of the opponents will be efficient in order to ruin whatever strategy the enemy is planning, forcing them to change in the middle of the fight. I'm actually counting on the Sharingan to stop their movements before they even consider the next moves, with either some well-thrown projectiles or even mid to long-range ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is also a good possibility to use against them, so Chaoji can use his partial expansion jutsu and grab 2 if not 3 of them, and then I can cast an illusion on them all. Either way, I believe it's our best alternative. Since we agreed not to attack any teams from Konoha, it's safe to assume that the enemy won't know about our skills. After a while, both Ino and Chaoji nodded. The Akamichi figured it would be a nice training of his clan abilities. He still had yet to grab Naruto with his jutsu, but others may not be as fast. Okay, let's proceed. If we find a team with the Earth Scroll today, we can proceed to the tower quickly, and Chaoji may have a nice meal tonight. At the thought, the Akamichi started drooling with saliva and showed an even more confident smirk on his face. While traveling, Naruto made good use of his Dojutsu in order to spot the faint traces of chakra left by the other teams. His team wasn't meant for tracking, which was considered their only disadvantage compared to other teams like Team 8, which consisted of Kiba, Shino and Hinata. All 3 of them possessed tracking abilities and could find teams just as easily as escaping from them. It was Naruto's instincts, though, that allowed him to dodge an incoming rain of kunai before shouting at his teammates to scatter and hide behind the trees. Ino and Chaoji responded immediately, and Naruto chose a tree closely behind the ones chosen by his teammates. If the enemy decided to attack them first, he would be able to stop it. Quickly summoning 2 shadow clones, Naruto grabbed his Kadashi and blocked what appeared to be a ninjato strike coming from behind. The clones were already dispatched to protect Ino and Chaoji. Naruto saw the Iwa insignia on the girl in front of him. She was slightly taller than him and was quite pretty, even when angered as she appeared to be right now. Despite that, Naruto realized that her strike lacked strength, which allowed him to get the upper hand against her. If she couldn't even land a strike with his back turned, then it was almost impossible for her to get lucky now. Naruto, even without the Sharingan, had both strength and agility in his favor. The Kunoichi was on the ground holding her bleeding arm in less than 4 minutes. Standing in front of her, Naruto could very well see the look of fear on the Kunoichi's face. It seemed as if he would now kill her without even showing any killing intent. Something about his appearance must have triggered said fear in her. Ino and Chaoji appeared beside him. What about the other 2? Naruto asked while staring at the beaten girl in front of him. One of them tried attacking Chaoji with Doton, but your clone managed to stop him before Chaoji used his jutsu to beat him until he was unconscious. By the way, it's the first time we've seen clones do that. The other one was also a Kunoichi, but Chaoji captured her, and I used my mind technique to knock her out. Neither of the 2 had the scroll, but from what I gathered from her mind, this team possessed the scroll we need. Naruto smiled and activated his Sharingan before looking at the frightened girl in front of them. Ino and Chaoji saw her frightened look for a while before her eyes closed in what appeared to be sleeping. Naruto asked Ino to check her body for the scroll before finding the scroll they needed. With their mission complete, it was time to finish this assignment as quickly as possible. Needless to say, Chaoji was already imagining the types of food he would get at the tower. Inside the tower. It took the team a total of an hour to get to the tower. Throughout the trip, as Anko warned beforehand, Team 10 had to deal with a great number of creatures, going from giant tigers to spiders. One even almost decapitated Ino, but both Naruto and Chaoji saved her. The Akamichi went for her, and Naruto attacked the spider with a well-thrown fireball. Because she was so close to Ino, the beast's scream of pain was too much for the girl to bear. Upon arrival at the tower, Ino was still shaking, but was already calming down by staying close to Chaoji. After entering the tower, Naruto opened both scrolls and tossed them together on the ground before Asuma appeared before them. Well, I was sure you guys would finish quick, but I didn't expect it so soon. Asuma saw that Ino was shaking and wondered what happened to the girl. We got lucky that the first team to attack us actually had the scroll we needed. After dealing with them, we came straight here. Naruto explained, earning a nod followed by a prideful smile. His team was the first to arrive after all. Congratulations all 3 of you, now why is Ino-chan shaking? Did something happen? Asuma asked as he approached the little girl before receiving the answer from Chaoji. On the way here, we had encountered a group of big spiders. Naruto and I managed to deal with our fair share, but one went after Ino-chan. We managed to save her. She is terrified of them. Asuma nodded in sympathy. While it wasn't common for shinobi to fear animals, Asuma admitted that seeing bugs of that size for the first time could be quite intimidating. Outside of the forest, the biggest spider barely surpassed a man's hand, but the ones found inside the forest surpassed a human's entire body and quite possibly an entire house. Unfortunately, Ino would have to deal with this alone, as this certainly won't be the last time she encountered said creature. He did meet a couple of ninjas that was never able to overcome the fear of spiders. Well, you guys have the rest of the exams to rest and do whatever. Come with me, I will show you where you can rest, take a shower, and in Chaoji's case, eat. His team nodded and followed the bearded Jounin as he gave a quick tour of the facilities. When the exams ended, those who passed were all lined up in front of the Sandaime Hokage inside a dojo located at the tower. All the rookie teams from Konoha passed plus 2 older teams from Konoha, a team from Sound and 1 from Sunagakure. Since Naruto's team arrived faster than the others, the 3 of them had enough time to both rest in Ino's case, eat in Chaoji's case and train in Naruto's case. Ino's experience with the arachnids ended up giving her a phobia that she hoped to cure when she met her father after the exams. The Yamanaka clan members were masters at healing phobias, simply because it consisted of irrational fears created by the affected person's mind. Whenever she remembered the episode, her body started trembling unconsciously, as if the creature was still in her mind just waiting for her guard to be dropped. The female member of the team hoped that said fear wouldn't ruin her chances in the exams. Naruto, for his part, managed to find another spacious room inside the tower, hence he used it for training with his clones. Aside from strict elemental manipulation, Naruto used his mind to create some new uses for the elements. Usually, fire was meant for offensive and earth was for defensive purposes. Of course, he had a couple of offensive earth techniques in case the enemy's strong against fire. He was considering a new Doton defensive technique that aided him in Taijutsu. His Sharingan allowed him to anticipate movements, but he needed a safety net in case he met an enemy faster than his eyes can predict. He heard of Shinobi and Iwa creating earth-type body armors, and he wanted to replicate it. A known weakness of this technique was that it hindered the shinobi's agility because of the extra weight. If he managed to use the technique on only his arms, he could use the extra protection and not ruin his speed. Odinishi Yoroi, Earth Release. Stone Armor Technique was the name. He selected a group of Bunshin for this assignment, while he selected another for fire manipulation. The original one would focus in using both Taijutsu and Kenjutsu against imaginary opponents. Itachi's appearance taught Naruto an important lesson. He didn't need to fight the elder Uchiha to see just how he paled in comparison to the S-ranked criminal. Also, if what Itachi said was true, Naruto would not only have to defeat him, but also shinobi much stronger than him. Naruto knew that he had an edge that was imprisoned inside of him. The fox's energy will surely give him the energy needed against his enemies, but Naruto knew he would pay it dearly. The stone armor technique wasn't so hard to learn, and the clones were doing it repeatedly in order to attest the necessary chakra and the time needed to activate it. The boy needed more, though. He needed to be faster and stronger than his current level. For that to work, he would need to train constantly and always seek improvement, no matter the obstacles. He would win the preliminaries and come to his sensei for training, perhaps ask Tora sensei for a more effective pace. He stopped his thinking when the Hokage began to speak. For those who managed to pass the Forest of Death, you've earned my congratulations. These exams are tough for one reason and one reason only, to replicate a stage of war. A few of the genin were startled by this, but the man continued. The Chunin exams were first created when the 5 hidden villages signed the pact of neutrality between one another. Before, one became a Chunin through their record in the field. Now, in 1 month's time, those who pass the second phase will participate in a tournament. Hiruzen was about to speak more, but a Jounin shined in front of him, ushering the Hokage and allowing him to speak. The Jounin coughed a few times and then turned to the genin. Before the tournament, though, we must address another situation. The number of qualified shinobi in this exam is quite rare, therefore we'll have to reduce it through preliminary battles against each other. The genin were startled by this as many had yet to get some rest. Unfortunately, for those who arrived almost at the end of the exam, we simply cannot have a large number of fights in the third phase. It would take too long. Now, the board behind me will determine the fights one by one. Before we proceed, though, is there someone here who wishes to withdraw from the fights? Immediately after hearing this, Kabuto raised his hand. I wish to forfeit. I wasted a lot of chakra and just cannot proceed. The Jounin simply nodded and scratched his name off the board. Ikushi Kabuto of the Leaf, okay, you can go. As Kabuto turned his back, a gigantic black board appeared behind the Jounin before the images of the genin appeared. The board started jumbling the names for a while before the first 2 names appeared. First fight of the preliminaries will begin, Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha against Kurama Yakumo also from Konoha. The rest must wait for your turn up the stairs by your right. Kakashi signed in dismay seeing as his genin ended up facing Naruto of all the opponents. Taijutsu wielders were Yakumo's worst enemy. He was already dismissing her as possible candidate for Chunin. Naruto not only had the Sharingan, but also had extensive training in Genjutsu, same field as his student. In no time, only Naruto, Yakumo and the Jounin Haid remained at the dojo center. The Hokage looked at the blonde's back for a while, as the secret of Naruto's Sharingan was to be revealed to the world. He actually thought it would have been sooner considering that Naruto had told his team about it. However, it turned out that both Ino and Chaoji kept their mouths shut about it. The news of a shinobi alive with the Dojutsu served to increase the village's income, and despite not agreeing with it, Konoha wouldn't survive without clients. Once Naruto used it for the first time in front of everyone, news would certainly spread instantly. Unfortunately, it was for the village. Sarutobi didn't know, though, that Naruto wouldn't be against it as it attracted more of the enemy's attention to him. At the fight, Hayate eyed both opponents for a moment before authorizing the battle. Ikumo went on the offense immediately, doing a couple of hand seals while charging at Naruto. Naruto could see her movements without his eyes and was only waiting for her to get closer. He felt his chakra being invaded and smirked at the girl's choice of attack. The Jinjutsu altered his perception of the reality, allowing Ikumo to confuse her opponent. Quickly activating the Sharingan, the blonde broke the Jinjutsu in less than a second and blocked the Taijutsu strike. Everyone, besides those who knew, were shocked at seeing the Sharingan in Naruto's eyes. The girl was immediately surprised at how fast Naruto broke her illusion. She didn't know much about him because he never interacted much at school. She knew he received Sasuke's eyes after the Uchiha massacre, but she didn't think much about that at the time. The news of the Sharingan was quite troubling. Quickly grabbing a hidden tanto, she placed her left foot forward trying to stab him. Naruto was faster and used a lone kunai to defend. He had the strength in his favor and managed to push her aside. Ikumo wasn't interested in maintaining the hold, so she backed away and began a series of hand seals for ninjutsu instead. Suiton Mizurappa, water release. Violent water wave technique. Naruto focused some chakra to his feet as the torrent of water came his way. He evaded it, but Ikumo pressed further using the technique once more. Naruto couldn't dodge the technique in mid-air, and taking it head-on just wasn't smart considering he was weak against Suiton techniques. Quickly summoning a cage bunshin, the clone took him away from the path before going through hand seals in mid-air. She was a water user, so she was weak against Otendoryu Dangan, earth release. Mud shot technique. Ikumo's agility wasn't as great as Naruto's that she could evade successful shots of mud bullets. Thus all of them reached their designated target. Two hit her chest, other two hit her arms, and the last one went straight at her forehead protector. The technique hurt like a bitch as Ikumo was weak against earth techniques. Not to mention the fact that one of the mud projectiles hit her in the forehead. If it wasn't for the mental plate protecting her, she would be unconscious right away. Instead, the woman became extremely dizzy with no sense of awareness whatsoever. She didn't even register when Naruto appeared in front of her holding his sword inches from her jugular and the proctor giving the fight in Naruto's favor. Kakashi and Shikamaru had thought of a different outcome and both were surprised it lasted this long. Kakashi knew Naruto to be way stronger than this, and he also knew that he could have ended the battle when Ikumo was close to him. Perhaps Naruto wasn't all that interested in showing off. Either way, the result was good enough as he passed to the third part of the exams. Your host here. Like I said, I won't bother with the other fights, so I will briefly describe them. For the record, aside from Naruto's fight, the rest is exactly like in canon with a few twists. Ikumo was still dizzy while Kakashi escorted her towards the stairs. Hayate meanwhile was waiting for the board to turn on again and decide the next fight. Shikamaru was next against Tsuchi-kin from Sound. The fight turned out to be very funny as Shikamaru captured her shadow and bended his body backwards. Because he was controlling Kin's body, the woman did the same thing and slammed her head at the wall behind her, sending her to unconsciousness. Ikumo had already recovered her bearings and couldn't help but twitch at the way her teammate won the fight. Shikamaru's brilliance was only matched by his own laziness. Thus it shouldn't surprise her that he finished the fight in the quickest way possible. Sakura just cheered for him while Kakashi was busy reading his book. Next was Aburame Shino from the Leaf against Zaku from Sound. The fight started in Zaku's favor as he used concentrated blasts of wind and got rid of the majority of Shino's bugs. Zaku was becoming arrogant in the field, thus he was unaware that Shino had sent some of the bugs crawling Zaku's leg and closed the Sound Nin's air vents located in his hands. Zaku was surprised as hell when he attempted to use his technique once more only for the air to be blocked and returned to his body. His organs ended up taking quite the blow as he screamed in pain and agony. The next round was between Ino and Sakura. Sakura, at first, believed herself to be on equal grounds with Ino. The two of them became rivals for Sasuke's affection back at the academy. After the Uchiha massacre, their rivalry diminished, but it was transferred to mere ninja abilities. It turned out that the Yamanaka heir had more to show for herself than Sakura. Sakura at first attempted to fool Ino by attacking with a Bunshin illusion technique and land a Taijutsu punch on Ino. She was surprised as hell when Ino decided to evade all three Sakuras and then rotate her body and land a fierce kick on Sakura's side stomach. Ino has been training a lot with Naruto and Choji and thus became much stronger and faster in her Taijutsu. Sakura was on the ground in pain when the Yamanaka heir suddenly trapped her on the floor and placed a kunai inches from Sakura's face. Sakura was shocked at seeing the look on Ino's face. Hate gave her the win before Ino's face changed to a full and smug smirk at Sakura. Next up was Akimichi Choji against Dosu from Sound. Choji started the fight by throwing a couple of shuriken at Dosu before going through hand seals, earning a smile from Naruto and Asuma. Dosu widened his eyes when the projectiles were multiplied from 5 to 50 shuriken. Naruto was the one who taught the shuriken cage bunshin to Choji, as he believed his comrade needed more techniques than the usual clan techniques. Dosu used his special bracelet and emitted a strong sound wave in an attempt to stop the shuriken's trajectory. He was partially successful as a couple reached their target. Dosu flinched in pain, but Choji was already closing on his position, with both arms larger than normal. Shikamaru smiled the entire time as he saw how much stronger his friend became upon training with Naruto. Dosu tried his melody arm once more, but Choji elongated one of his arms in time and hit the man in the head. The noise of his fists reaching Dosu's face made everyone flinch as they saw the man fly away with his eyes swirling like crazy. The Sound Nin was already unconscious when his body reached the far wall. Next fight was Tenten from the Leaf against Temari from the Sand. Tenten was considered a prodigy in using weapons, but her opponent couldn't have been worse. Temari's fan didn't need to work much as she blew Tenten's projectiles away easily. Afterwards, Temari had swung her fan with all its might, trapping Tenten inside a hurricane. The woman's screams were buffered by the noise of the hurricane. Temari even had the audacity of easing Tenten's fall with her fan right at Tenten's back. She was already unconscious by then. Kankuro from the Sand was next against Misumi from the Leaf. The strange shinobi's abilities allowed him to pop his bones out of their sockets and use his chakra to manipulate his soft muscle tissue. His victory was at first granted when he trapped Kankuro using his loosened arms. Suddenly, though, another Kankuro emerged from the wraps on the ground before everyone looked at who was trapped by Misumi's technique. Everyone was surprised to see a puppet. The wooden machine used its extra limbs and squeezed Misumi until he was unconscious, giving the fight to Kankuro. Next fight was between Inyazuka Kiba and Akadu Yoroi, Braum from the Leaf. The hyperactive shinobi was thrilled to finally go next as he and his dog partner pretty much jumped at the arena instead of simply walking down the stairs. When the match started, it was clear to Yoroi that fighting more than one enemy at a time just wasn't his forte. His technique involved sucking chakra from the enemy and converting into his own. He worked his ass off to struggle with Kakashi's fast jutsu, but in the end managed to suck the boy's chakra. However, he wasn't counting on the dog coming from behind and landing a fierce bite on his arm, letting Kiba loose. Taking the opportunity, Kiba used his claws and ripped Yoroi's chest, drawing a lot of blood. Akamaru was the one who finished the fight using the clan's famous taijutsu called Tsuuga. Piercing Fang. The two final matches were Rock Lee against Sabaku no Gaara and Yuga Niji vs Yuga Hinata. Both of them were very intense, with Gaara winning against Rock Lee at the very end, crushing the bones of his arms and legs. The boy sensei was the one that carried Lee personally to the infirmary as he looked at the vicious Gaara. Niji also treated his cousin Hinata the same way, almost destroying her heart literally if he wasn't stopped by the Jounin in the room. Once the battles were over, those who won stood in front of the Hokage. The proctor from the second round, Anko, announced that they would now grab a number from a black box she was holding. After that was done with, the genins announced their numbers one by one. Quickly sorting the 9 genin and the amount of fights, the proctors arranged the matches of the third phase. Okay, seeing as there is an uneven number of fighters, the winner of the last fight will progress immediately to the final fight, whereas the rest must face 2 more opponents before reaching the final. First fight will be between Uzumaki Naruto against Yuga Niji. To this everyone couldn't help but whistle. Since the Uchiha clan's demise, there hadn't been a battle between taijutsus. Niji was looking at his opponent and smirked. The Sharingan in Naruto set him apart of those considered by Niji as regular. No doubt, it will be an interesting fight. Anko continued announcing the fights. The second fight is between Nara Shikamaru and Sabaku no Temari. A loud sigh was heard as everyone turned to Shikamaru. He wasn't looking forward to fighting such a troublesome Kunoichi. The third fight is between Akimichi Choji and Inyazuka Kiba. The fourth match and last of the regular chart is between Sabaku no Gaara and Sabaku no Kankuro. The fifth fight is between Yamanaka Ino and Aburam Shino. As I said before, the winner of the last fight will advance to the final fight and will wait for his opponent to be decided. Seeing as her job here was done, Anko turned to the Hokage and nodded. Now that you know your opponents, you'll have an entire month to train and quite possibly incorporate different skills than those showed in the preliminaries. Everyone is dismissed. After the Hokage left with his Anbu guard, the genin returned to their respective Jounin sensei in order to check their schedule for training. Asuma was smiling from ear to ear since he had won his bet against the other Jounin sensei. All 3 of his genin managed to qualify for the final round, whereas Kakashi and Kurenai only had 1 genin each. Guy thought that betting was an unyouthful habit and thus chose not to participate. Even if he did, it didn't matter as Guy also had only one genin in the finals. As his 3 genin appeared in front of him, Asuma had to restrain himself from giving a big hi-fi. So, instead, he lit a cigarette and smiled as the smoke calmed his urges. Congratulations all 3 of you for qualifying. Now, though, I believe we are in a big dilemma. Ino and Chaoji looked at the man wondering what was it, but Naruto already knew. All 3 of us passed and we have only one sensei. Plus considering that we'll be facing each other, we need to train separately from one another. Asuma only nodded, but Naruto continued. Not to diminish your capabilities, Ino, but your abilities are considered supplementary, thus better applied in a team battle. It is better that Asuma-sensei focus this month solely for you. I bet that Chaoji will train with his clan, and seeing from his face, I bet he wouldn't mind. The Akimichi genin nodded immediately with a big smile on his face. Ino, though, frowned for a while, not particularly enjoying Naruto's remark about her being the team's weakest link. Asuma, though, smiled at this and placed a comfortable hand on her shoulder. I concur with Naruto, Ino. The Yamanaka clan members were always the supportive type. I believe it's high time we increase those advanced jutsu lessons, as well as possibly a few offensive jutsu. Ino sighed, but nodded. I guess I can talk to Daddy and see if he has another technique to aid me as well. Asuma nodded while blowing smoke. He then turned to Naruto, since so far the blonde haven't come up with a suitable plan for his training. What about you, Naruto? Do you have anything planned for training? Asuma asked, and Naruto was about to answer before a familiar voice appeared behind them. Perhaps I could be of assistance, Asuma. Kakashi was there with hands inside his pockets. I initially offered it to Shikamaru, but he is much like his father in that regard. Asuma had to smile at that. He remembered how lazy Shikamaru's father was. Despite the man being a genius tactician, he was lazy as hell. Asuma didn't mind Kakashi teaching Naruto for the month. Kakashi looked at his surrogate brother figure. So, Naruto, if you want, I could oversee your training for this month. I bet the Kasumi misses you a lot. She will arrive in 2 days from her mission. Seeing a genuine smile on the usually stoic Naruto was almost rare these days. In fact, his team had only seen it once when they went out to eat together. When Naruto smiled to the scarecrow Jounin, both Ino and Chaoji knew that Kakashi was close to him, perhaps closer than a mere friendship, maybe bordering on family. Naruto, for his part, figured he could ask Kasumi some pointers on Niji and the Byakugan. But the training settled, Asuma said to Chaoji that he would visit the Akimichi once a week to see how he was doing. They all left the forest together, and Naruto promised to meet Kakashi in front of the Hokage's tower 2 days from now. 2 days later, in training initiation. Yuga Kasumi was waiting patiently in front of the Hokage's tower for both her boyfriend and her little brother figure. She had just returned from what could possibly be labeled as the most boring mission she had ever participated in. Most diplomatic missions were, but this one earned the prize by far. It was 2 weeks of her life wasted, and she feared it would take longer to compensate for it. Hours before arrival, she had received a message from her boyfriend's nin dogs saying to meet him and Naruto in front of the Hokage's tower at precisely 900 hours. Coming to think though, as she noticed the time, Kasumi felt like smashing her forehead multiple times for not remembering the type of fame earned by Sharingan no Kakashi inside the village. Kakashi was late for most about anything. However, a creepy smile suddenly appeared on her face as she was already counting how many tenketsu she would be closing because of his tardiness. Unconsciously, Kasumi activated her taijutsu while imagining his tenketsu when an image appeared behind her that made her really angry. Instantly vanishing via Shunshin, she appeared on top of a rooftop in front of the Hokage's tower right behind 2 individuals, one with blonde hair and the other with gray hair. These 2 had the audacity of purposely making her wait. When Naruto arrived at the location, Kakashi said something about playing a prank at Kasumi. He went along with it. When the woman activated her Byakugan and leaked a little bit of killing intent, both Genin and Jounin flinched and slowly turned their heads together, only to see a great load of veins coming out of Kasumi's face. Oh boy, was she angry. Thus Naruto did the only thing he could think of in order to get away of having his tenketsu closed. He was the one that came up with the idea. Kakashi's only visible eye widened upon seeing Naruto's finger pointed at him before he saw Kasumi smiling at him still with the eyes active. Once at the training ground, Kakashi was placed on the ground by Kasumi and Naruto. The man was simply paralyzed, but Naruto swore he saw the man smiling, despite his situation. Little did Naruto know that Kakashi loved seeing Kasumi's angry look. He constantly did this just to irritate her. Figuring that Naruto wouldn't receive any training today because of the man's inability, he took a seat in front of his big brother figure. Kasumi, though, cleared her throat, calling for Naruto's attention. Whoever said you had the luxury of slacking off, Naruto-kun? She was doing some stretches, which slightly scared the Sharingan user. From what Kakashi-kun told me, your opponent is Yuga Niji. The blonde got up from his position and nodded at the question. Well, if I remember correctly, he is considered by the clan a prodigy of the Gyuukin. While Kakashi's Tenketsu takes its time opening, I'll be sparring with you. This time, though, I'll use my Byakugan unlike before. Naruto nodded, while seeing Kasumi's eyes activate once more. He had only time to activate his Sharingan before blocking an incoming strike that was aimed at his chest. His eyes were widened instantly at the sheer speed. His eyes were able to anticipate her movements, but his body almost didn't move in time. He could see a smile on Kasumi's face despite the Byakugan activated. It seems you're much faster than before, Naruto-kun. However, I don't know if it's the Sharingan talking or yourself. Naruto had to snort at the comment. This coming from another Dojutsu user, that is quite rich. Naruto added with a few punches to which Kasumi blocked. Naruto created a distance between the two as he gathered fire in his lungs. Peyton Dienden, fire release. Great fireball technique. Kasumi smirked at the technique before evading with relatively ease. She saw Naruto waiting at the place she was about to land and gathered a few shuriken before throwing it at the blonde. The genin saw the projectiles and cursed the woman for ruining his plans. With his sword, he diverted the shuriken before charging once more, this time with his sword in hand. Kasumi nodded with a smile on her face. She knew she didn't have to tell him to come at her with the intent to kill. When it comes to ninja affairs, the boy was strictly professional. She was surprised when the tomes in his eyes started spinning, inducing her an induced sleep. That was her boyfriend's move. Quickly dispelling the Jinjutsu, she was surprised to see not one Naruto, but three coming at her from three sides. Focusing more chakra to her limbs, Kasumi acknowledged the increase in both skill and speed. What happened next, not even the Sharingan could have helped the blonde. Kasumi began to spin rapidly before a dome of blue chakra surrounded her, eliminating all the clones. He was sent flying as well, trying to nurse the pain in his chest from the blow. While flying, though, he started hand seals, while using the momentum to flip in mid-air and smash his hands on the ground, surprising the Yuga. 3 stones rose from the ground in key placed around her position, trapping her for good. She looked around searching for a way out. Oden Ganban Kaiu, Earth Release. Rock Plate Coffin Technique. The noise of clapping stopped the fight as Kakashi came walking as if he had just arrived and was bored out of his mind. An effective technique, Naruto. I remember facing that one a couple times in the war. You've become quite adept at fire and earth jutsu, haven't you? That's good. Plus trapping a Yuga in Jinjutsu was unheard of. He turned to his girlfriend and smiled at her unasked question. Despite how irritated you are, you still restrain yourself when you attack me. Your blows weren't as effective as it would be against an enemy. It didn't take that long to heal, then. I have to say, though, Kasumi-chan, she looked at him wondering what he was about to say. I believe that Naruto-kun just won this little spar of yours. Oh how he loved to spite her. Kasumi was looking at him with her fierce Byakugan. If you try to break one of the stones and open the path, Naruto will close the other and crush you. If you do anything at all, Naruto will crush you. The only way to escape that technique is either a Kawarimi precisely the same time that Naruto closes the pillars or through another earth technique that the user hides below ground. Rubbing his chest a little, Naruto released his control over the pillars and approached Kakashi. He learned one very important lesson. When a Yuga starts spinning, get the hell out of the way. From what I saw from your fight, Naruto, I could see a couple areas we can explore for this month. You already know enough to become a Chunin, so we'll focus on improving what you can already do. At first, the boy thought about disagreeing with said logic, but then thought against it. This worked better for him as he could work his side projects without getting caught. Kakashi knew this, though, and expected the young Sharingan user to question, but continued nonetheless. From what I saw, your agility increased and you managed to close a few openings you had in your Taijutsu and Kinjutsu form. I think a certain Anbu helped you with that, right? Kakashi couldn't help but smile at his student upon getting caught. Don't worry Naruto, he is a good acquaintance of mine. Now, basically, what we'll be doing is training your body. Naruto gave Kakashi an eloquent response to what the Jounin said. Huh? Precisely what I said, you already possess the skills of a Chunin, 2 elements ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Kinjutsu and Taijutsu. The only path left to follow is improving your body. Muscle training will increase the strength behind your strikes. Agility training will help increase your speed. Another skill you lack is experience, so you'll be fighting either me or Kasumi-chan at the end of the day. We'll take advantage of your healing ability granted by the fox and do this every day. Kakashi first believed he was crazy and taking advice from Guy in how to train Naruto. The man surprisingly so came up with a few interesting physical exercises, similar to what the man's Genin Rock Lee goes through every day. While Lee has to rest every now and then because of the strain placed in his body, Naruto doesn't need to, because of the QB inside of him. Kasumi wasn't going to question the man, but she somehow knew that Naruto will suffer a lot. If she wasn't so sure before, she was when Kakashi took a scroll from his kunai holster and dispelled its contents on the ground in front of him. Gravity worked its magic though, and 2 of the weights that fell from the scroll had sunk into the ground. Naruto's eyes were widened beyond normal as he saw the craters, while Kakashi still maintained that smile, as if it was nothing. Looking at the weights, he could see some sort of order in them. The ones from the furthest right were the smallest. The size of the ones that followed was bigger than the previous one. The craters showed the heaviest, he assumed with a small sweat drop. Without saying anything for the time, Kakashi took another scroll, this time a much larger one, and unrolled it on the ground. Making a large series of hand seals, he sacrificed some blood on the parchment before a large smoke covered the training ground. When it settled, both Kasumi and Naruto were speechless. In front of them was what appeared to be a training course filled with obstacles like tree logs, kunai launchers and sword traps. Naruto was now sure of yet another thing. But he had to ask, though. Are you nuts? His answer as expected was a smile. I introduce you to Anbu level training course number 15. I had obtained authorization from the Hokage to use it with you. We have 1 month for you to adapt to at least the 3rd heaviest set of weights. When I say adapt, I say able to fight as if you weren't wearing weights as well as complete this training course before a specific time limit. Despite the smile, Kakashi had in fact a reason he was pushing Naruto so hard and becoming a Chunin, wasn't it? Naruto didn't need training for that. No, the reason was to appease Uchiha Itachi the next time he reported in. Only when Itachi attested that Naruto was ready to face the monsters he said he was working with, then the boy could relax. He saw that Naruto was quietly waging how fierce his training will be in deep and concentrated silence. He could see that Naruto wasted a couple seconds on each set of weight while picturing those holding him down for the first time. Kakashi remembered that Itachi had introduced himself to Naruto just before the exams started. He knew how Itachi enjoyed psychological warfare in his assignments as any Genjutsu master does. Kakashi didn't need to ask Naruto what happened to know. Itachi wasn't someone who wasted time stating the qualities of someone, but rather the weaknesses and only the weaknesses. He surely must have put Naruto down a few steps by saying Naruto didn't have what it takes to beat someone like him. Few remembered the age difference or the fact that Itachi had received Anbu level training since he was Naruto's age. The boy after 5 minutes lifted his head up and faced Kakashi. I guess I should pick the first ones, right? Both Kakashi and Kasumi watched the genin in silence as he resolutely placed the weights on his legs and arms. There was no doubt in their minds that Naruto wouldn't even think of quitting. Many would and many had, but not him. That was why Naruto had earned Kakashi's respect and Itachi's, even if the latter will never admit it in front of anyone. Remember that in order for you to move to the next set, you must retain the same speed you possess as if you weren't wearing any weights. Naruto nodded and stood with the first set of weights. Since it was the first, the strain wasn't so significant, but it was there nonetheless. He got accustomed to wearing no weights, so it was understandable. Forcing his arms a little bit more than necessary, Naruto formed a familiar hand seal, surprising both Kakashi and Kasumi. The boy was wasting chakra with cage buncheons when he needed it to increase the strength of his muscles. 10 buncheons stood in front of the original one and stared at him for a while. The nice aspect of the buncheons was that Naruto didn't need to give them orders when he had summoned them with a specific purpose already. 5 would maintain his fire manipulation training, while the other 5 would perform earth manipulation exercises. The clones merely nodded and vanished from their position. Kakashi approached the original who was watching the clones disappear. Wouldn't it be better to consume your energy? Chakra is one of the tools you have at your disposal to ease the strain caused from the weights. Despite this training being only physical, I can't simply abandon the rest. I have a few ambitions of my own, and I want to see them through. 1 month is just too much wasted time. Chakra-wise, though, I simply don't know how much I have, or if the concept of chakra exhaustion even applies to me. Kakashi was busy just listening to the boy. Every day, after the precious hours of sleep, at least when the nightmare stops, I go and train 2 or 3 hours with Tori. After that, I start team practices for another 3 hours. Even then, I still have energy for missions and more training. The fox may be a curse, but it has given me the benefit or never getting sick, suffering from chakra exhaustion or muscle strain. I shall use it to the full extent, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto didn't even wait for Kakashi to give him a counter-argument before he began a slow pace throughout the training field in order to get acquainted with the extra weight. Kasumi stopped by his side as he looked the blonde running. His stamina scares me sometimes. A normal shinobi wouldn't keep up with half the chakra waste and is still taken to the hospital for a 1-week treatment for chakra exhaustion. Perhaps you're all putting too much pressure on him. His body may keep up, but the brain may not. Kakashi sighed in dismay. He knew it to be 100% accurate. There was only problem, though. The problem is that Naruto just doesn't have the benefit of growing at a moderate pace. He has enemies that even the Sandaime Hokage would think twice before facing. 2 weeks later. 2 weeks has passed since Naruto's training, and right now he'd managed to reach half of the training weights placed by Kakashi. If the boy had to describe these past 2 weeks with only one word, it would be gruesome. His muscles ached most of the time as he continuously pushed his body past its limit. Having the fox was both a blessing in terms of how long he could train and a curse as well, seeing as despite knowing that his muscles would never be strained, it didn't mean that he wouldn't feel unbearable pain from each step. Regardless, the boy persevered. At first, he saw little merit in this type of training until he decided to remove every piece of weight on his limbs. The genin couldn't even control his speed anymore. Kakashi laughed his ass off at the time because Naruto ended up being hit by a rather thick tree because he couldn't control his speed. Because of this, it was decided that before increasing the weights, Naruto would have to waste a few hours to get accustomed to his new speed. The training course turned out to be lots of fun for the blonde. It increased his agility and helped him how to escape from dangerous situations with very little room for escape. He had to remain in the field. Because of the weights, speed wasn't the only improvement but the strength behind the attacks. When Naruto removed the weights, his body still moved as if the weights were still on and placed more strength behind the punches. The logs were being beat relentlessly. When Naruto managed to hit Kasumi, the woman had lost her breath instantly. After that, it was decided that Kakashi would be pitted against him in spars, although the man was dreading this also. When Kasumi receives a hit, she directs chakra to the spot so as to reduce the damage. He didn't have that ability. The man had to use his Sharingan to completely evade Naruto's punches. Kakashi had forgotten the last time he received a punch like this when he constantly sparred with Guy. Naruto wasn't quite there yet, but he would be soon. The difference between the Taijutsu specialist and Naruto was that Guy's strength was entirely focused on his muscles. Naruto had not only that, in smaller amounts of course, but a huge chakra capacity to enforce his limbs as well. While the original Naruto was busy increasing his body, his clones were busy improving chakra-related techniques, going from chakra control, fire and earth manipulation to genjutsu. The clones had managed to decrease the time necessary to activate the stone armor defense, now taking close to 3 seconds for each limb and an entire minute for the entire body. The Sharingan managed to pinpoint the enemy's movement, so Naruto would know immediately which part of his body he needed to protect. Not to mention the increased damage he could do when he enforced his fists with the technique. The clones that were doing fire manipulation managed to increase the level of control until one clone was able to release white flames. According to the scroll given by Tori, white flames manipulation was considered a high-level fire technique, and very few shinobi in Konoha managed to reach said level, those being elite members of the Uchiha clan and the Sandaime Hokage. This gave Naruto an idea for a jutsu as he could use the same principle of the Daenden technique and manipulate white flames to form a high-powered mid-range technique towards the opponent. Heiten Shiroi Haiden, Fire Release. White Flames Projectile Technique. After a few tests, the results were above Naruto's expectations. The wooden poles were burned to a crisp much faster than his usual fire techniques. It was night time and Kakashi gave Naruto the rest of the day off from training so that his body can rest a bit. Naruto accepted it eagerly. He would take this time and focus on his chakra rather than his body. The training ground happened to be located near a small river, thus the perfect place for him to practice his new fire technique. After stepping close to the river's margin, Naruto began a considerable series of hand seals as he manipulated fire chakra inside his lungs. When the hand seals stopped, Naruto gathered a huge quantity of air, his chest even inflated because of it. Using the memory of his clones, he ignited the fire inside his lungs with more chakra changing its color until he could feel the unbearable heat inside his chest. There was a reason this was a high-level technique. If something wrong happened, his organs would be burned instead. He expelled the hot white flame towards the river and it illuminated a huge part of the forest that was once filled with darkness. Naruto needed to exhale every last bit of flame that was inside his lungs, so he ended up consuming a huge amount of chakra for the technique. After finishing the technique, he could see that some of it managed to reach the other side of the lake, burning the trees there as well. Naruto realized that something was slightly wrong with it. He needed to focus more in realizing the exact amount of chakra as well as the amount of air needed for the technique. If someone were to evade the technique, he needed to find a way of stopping the technique without endangering his organs. He was about to attempt again when he heard a familiar voice approaching him. "A very dangerous technique you got there, Naruto," Kakashi said as he approached the lad with his hands inside his pockets. "I wasn't aware how far you managed to go with fire manipulation." Naruto knew that said level was only achievable through long periods of time practicing, perhaps longer than his actual age and training. Training with clones has its benefits. Ever since I started with them, I managed to cover close to 2 years worth of training. However, it's still not fully perfected. The technique consumes too much chakra and it's too risky if the enemy manages to evade it. Plus, I have to coat my lungs with chakra so as to harm them. White flame's manipulation is quite damaging to it. Kakashi nodded at the kid, seeing as he was taking all the necessary precaution for it. I thought you're sleeping, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi smiled at the question. Naruto had illuminated the entire area with his jutsu. Probably the entire forest was awake because of the genin. That technique of yours illuminated the entire forest, Naruto. Plus Kasumi can be quite grumpy when she is awakened in the middle of the night. Just don't stay up so late. Tomorrow you'll receive the next set of weights. Naruto nodded and Kakashi went back to the training ground to rest once more. He attempted the technique one more time, this time with less chakra. It didn't pack the same punch as the first time, but he managed to stop in the middle of the technique. He figured that a nice balance would not only pack a nice punch, but allow him to cancel the technique in time. Figuring that it was enough for the day, Naruto turned towards the camp where he would be able to close his eyes once more and get some rest. Little did he know, though, that Naruto was being watched by a certain long purple-haired Anbu. Itsuko was busy doing a couple of routines throughout the training ground and happened to see the bright sun created by Naruto. For some reason, she couldn't help but want to check on him. Being an orphan like him, Itsuko remembered how tough it was for her growing up without a family to support her. She wasn't even originally from Konoha as she was born in a megacure. Her parents were shinobi from there as well. When she was 6, her parents were killed while on a mission in Kurigakure, leaving her alone in the world. Itsuko remembered how despite the gigantic pain she felt upon knowing what happened, it didn't stop her from fleeing a megacure by hiding inside a caravan that was passing through Fire Country. Being a kunoichi was her dream since she could remember. So she went to Konoha and asked asylum for the Hokage. The kind old man gave her an apartment and some money for her. They even enrolled her at the ninja academy. Itsuko managed to get a job in a supply store at the age of 7 and later at a ninja store when she was 9. No matter what happened, Itsuko always found a way to take care of herself. It was something she learned from her father. Once at the academy, she became one of the best students, graduating at 12 years old. When she was 14, she was promoted to Chunin and was recruited to the Anbu forces as a junior officer soon after being promoted. Despite it all, she never forgot the pain of being an orphan. So, like the boy in front of her, she pushed her pain aside and focused solely on her ninja duties. She had acquired some friends along the way, but nowadays they were no more than comrades. The only person who came even remotely close to gaining her complete trust was her sensei Narashikaku. He in the end became more of a father to her, offering advice when needed and being there for her when she needed someone to talk to. However, it wasn't enough for Itsuko as she needed someone who could understand her. Only an orphan can understand an orphan, no matter how much a person can claim he or she understands what it is to lose one's parents. Figuring that appearing out of the blue just like that wasn't the way to go, Itsuko vanished from her position. She waited for a long time to find someone to whom she could relate to. It was no problem to wait a little longer when Naruto gets promoted to Chunin. Perhaps she could even talk to Tori Benteichu about her coming along to his and Naruto's kenjutsu practices. One day left to the tournament. With only one day left until the exams, both Kakashi and Kasumi were busy heading to Naruto's apartment. The genin managed a great majority of the weights, leaving the 3 heaviest. His mind couldn't handle the strain of both training his body and mind as hard as he did. Quickly opening the door, Kakashi placed Naruto inside his bed while Kasumi checked his body for muscle strains. Activating the Byakugan, it didn't take her long to finish the examination. "How is he?" Kasumi could sense concern from her boyfriend, but a relieved sigh from her mouth relaxed him. "He is okay, just completely exhausted. As we speak, I can see traces of the fox's chakra spreading through his body, repairing the sword muscles and ligaments. Tomorrow he'll be good as new." "That is good to hear. We should have stopped sooner, perhaps 2 days ago. Let's leave him then." Kasumi nodded before they closed the door to Naruto's apartment. Tomorrow was going to be very busy for the young Sharingan user. This is enough for today. For the next part, check out the description box. And destroy the like and subscribe button if you enjoy this what if. For now you guys can watch this video. Click on it and enjoy.